Guangsu Province, hundreds of thousands of majestic mountains were visible beyond the horizon. The Guanman cult was located on these rocky and majestic mountains. Along with their vicious demonic arts, there were also mysterious demon worshippers present. With lightning speed, a group of people pounced on the young man, for they were convinced that he must be destroyed. At the center of the Guanman cult was a terrifyingly frightening man. The young man looked at everyone with cold fury and said that he would punish everyone. Without listening to the young man, everyone rushed into battle. He was the strongest martial artist who could master the ultimate art of the demon lord. The men froze in place for a moment as they saw the truly devastating force. The young man struck his opponents with lightning speed, causing them to fall dead to the ground with a crash. The outsiders called this place where the monistic cult, if they had reached the central plains, the world would have plunged into an unprecedented early chaos. Chag, the first son of the head of the Murim Union, guided people on the right path. All those present congratulated him on the completion of his solitary practice. They congratulated him as if he were their master. But a moment later the young man was taken aback, as he could not understand what he saw in front of him. The young people politely knelt before the elder. The first son of the head of the Murim Union, Chag, among the people he was nicknamed the 10-stroke star. He was nicknamed so for his ability to counter any fighting technique in just 10 exchanges of blows. So he began to boast about the title of the most skilled martial artist. At that time, the political situation within the cult was like the calm before the storm. The desire of people to take the place of the next leader increased the intensity of internal conflicts and endless conspiracies. Outside of these disturbances, a unification of cults occurred that had deviated from the accepted teaching and began to call themselves the Union of Apostates. Unfortunately, the young man was caught up in one wave of political upheaval. To his chagrin, he was poisoned before he was even 30 years old. At the same time, the young man was lying quietly on the damp ground. A moment later, he opened his eyes and cried out in pain. For a moment, he froze, not realizing where he was. A few seconds later, having gathered his strength, he sat down on the ground. Out of inertia, he grabbed his stomach because he felt pain. A moment later, memories came flooding back to him, and he wondered if he hadn't died from poison earlier. The young man was alarmed because he thought it was just a dream. A moment later, he cried out and winced as pain washed over him. Sitting on the damp ground, he breathed heavily because he was absolutely sure that he was dead. He sighed heavily and wondered if he had been kidnapped, but he breathed a sigh of relief knowing he was alive. A moment later, he was taken aback and looked around because he noticed glowing balls. For a moment, he thought about how the walls were simply strewn with glowing ones, and he thought that he had been kidnapped by a rather rich and influential organization. For some time, he angrily went over all the organizations in his memories. He understood that the circle of suspects was wide. He understood that, if you think about how chaotic the political regime is, it is not at all surprising that someone wanted to harm him, the first son of the head of the union. He slowly approached the wall and realized that the entrance was completely blocked. A moment later, his attention was drawn to a small bag containing grain pellets. He knew these were the rations they had used during training. The young man understood perfectly well that this would be enough for several years. The young man noticed that there was enough air coming through the cracks in the stone walls, and he wondered if they were going to kill him. He realized that he would be released at the right time, and now he needed to focus on recovery. A moment later, he slowly sat down on the ground as he knew he needed to start circulating his chi. Chag was furious and intended to make them regret leaving him alive. For a while he sat, concentrating on his strength. A moment later he ate and felt the effects of the poison. Chag was confused because he felt a strange feeling. Gritting his teeth in rage, he realized that he needed to quench his thirst first. A moment later, his attention was drawn to a small tray of water. He slowly walked to the water and began to wash himself. Chag sighed heavily, as he felt better after this procedure. But a moment later, he froze in place and stared at the reflection. Chag reached out to the water in surprise. But a moment later, he fell into the water with a crash. With the speed of lightning, he stood, and for a moment he was dumbfounded. He looked at his reflection in surprise. Chag was surprised and at the same time confused. as he did not understand who was in the reflection. Chagak looked at his reflection in surprise, because he didn't understand whether it was a man or a woman. Taken aback, he froze in place, chasing various thoughts through his head. A moment later, he decided to take decisive action and, with lightning speed, looked into his pants in order to understand who he really was. After a few seconds, he realized that he was a man, and he froze in embarrassment because he saw something huge. A moment later, he decided to throw all his thoughts away, as he realized that now was not the time for such thoughts. Chagak realized that this was not his body, but the internal energy was too impure. He did not feel a trace of his own art anywhere. Chagak was confused because he did not know whose body he found himself in. He understood perfectly well that, although it was a bit of an exaggeration, he was called the most skilled martial artist, but at the same time, he had never been in such a state of confusion. Chagak understood perfectly well that he needed to pull himself together, because even if the energy in the body was vicious, it was still there. Chagak understood that if he had not been kidnapped, then his mind had ended up in the body of the one who was currently undergoing solitary practice. He wanted to find at least some clues. A moment later, the young man was slowly looking around his prison. A few seconds later, he found himself in a small cave, which was strewn with various drawings. Chagak looked around and realized that the drawings had been scratched out for centuries, but unfortunately he could not make them out. A moment later, he realized what art the body's owner was studying. Chagak sighed heavily as he realized that this was truly a vicious and strange art. He was surprised and at the same time did not understand who invented it. Repeating all the movements, he wondered who actually invented this art. He was puzzled because he knew that this art was very vicious. However, he repeated all the movements with all his might. Chagak was surprised because he had never met such a great martial art. Sometime later, he noticed a small inscription on the wall about death and rebirth. Then he realized that the inscription was written by the owner of the body at the end. Chagak realized that the man died from excess chi because he directed the energy along the wrong flows of the body. Chagak realized that the young man, having trained so much on images, interpreted everything based only on common sense. Chagak, in turn, realized the fact that the young man was wrong, because this art sought to destroy everything. Chagak understood perfectly well that, although it was proud, it was truly worthy of being called art that challenged the heavens. Sometime later, he noticed that the amount of grain had noticeably decreased. Chagak walked slowly into the cave. Entering the cave, he looked closely at the image on the wall and breathed a sigh of relief as he had finally learned everything that was depicted. Chagak noticed that the drawings ended at the pose of the 10th star, and he regretted that he could not master it. But he was glad that, simply by studying everything that was in the cave, he had already surpassed the power of his past life and achieved the irreversible transition to a new stage. He was aware of the fact that being in captivity was a blessing for him. Chagak sighed heavily and said that as a student he had never had the opportunity to show due respect, so now he thanked the master for such wisdom. His father ruled the world of Murim, but he was confident that he could do more, and he could say the same about the art of the senior monks. But this art was unknown to him. It was something he could not surpass even if he spent his entire life practicing the previous techniques. He promised that he would serve the one who created this art. As a man who walks the path of justice, even if the heavens fall and the earth tremble, his decision will never change. He, Chagak, joyfully gave his oath. A moment later, he turned around and walked towards the exit. After a few seconds, he came to a huge door, but unfortunately, he realized the fact that there was no sign of anyone opening it. A moment later, he gathered all his strength into a fist, knowing that he had to take care of everything himself. With lightning speed, he directed all his strength at the closed door, for he no longer had a reason to remain in the cave. Chagak was aware of the fact that his current self would not be so easy to defeat, even if one of the 10 strongest Murim practitioners appeared. A moment later, he struck with a powerful blow, and the wall came crashing down. A few seconds later, a bright light washed over him and he turned away. He sighed heavily as the familiar light blinded his eyes. But when he went outside, he breathed in the fresh air with relief. A moment later, he was taken aback as he saw a man sleeping soundly. Jan Chagak slowly approached the man and pushed him a little. Jan Chagak looked at the man intently and said that he would like to ask him something. The man looked at the young man in bewilderment. But a moment later, the man woke up and froze in place in shock. With lightning speed, the man recoiled from the young man and screamed. He was shocked and could not utter a word. Jan Chagak looked at the man with puzzlement and wondered if he was not mine. Jan Chagak sighed heavily because he met a man after a long period of time, and he turned out to be mute. Jan Chagak looked coldly at the man and asked if he couldn't speak. The man was taken aback and cried out, saying that he had committed an unforgivable sin. Falling to his knees, he begged for mercy with tears in his eyes. Jan Chagak sighed heavily as he realized that it looked like they were going after him as a bandit. He asked the man to calm down, as he did not understand why they were harming him. The man trembled with fear, asking if he was really going to send him into the corridor of 10,000 demons. The man was shaking with fear, screaming that he simply could not bear it. He screamed that in that case, the master should kill him. Jan Chagak was shocked by what was happening. He looked closely at the man and asked what he was doing. A moment later, the man froze in place, and after a few seconds, he passed out. Jan Chagak sighed heavily as he noticed that the man was very timid. Jan Chagak apologized for frightening him, but also said that he had to go. Sometime later, the young man set out on a long journey. He slowly made his way through the dense forest, but after a few seconds, he froze in place. Jan Chagak stared into the distance for a while. He was a little puzzled and at the same time alarmed by such a sight. A moment later, he decided to go down. At the same time, he noticed young people who, in turn, were having a casual conversation with each other. A moment later, the man called his friends to pay attention to the traveler. Jan Chagak, paying no attention to the men, walked straight towards them. A moment later, he stopped as he saw their angry looks. He noticed that there was a very strong energy coming from them. He was surprised because he didn't understand what kind of place it was, if such strong warriors were simply guarding the entrance. A moment later, he noticed the men walking towards him with weapons at the ready. He was puzzled because he saw that they were approaching him, and so he wondered if he would have to fight. With the speed of lightning, all those present knelt before the young master. They congratulated him on completing his studies. Jan Chagak stood frozen in shock for a moment. Jan Chagak looked at everyone present with bewilderment, as he did not understand what was happening. He looked at everyone closely and wondered if he had just been called young master. Yang Chagak slowly raised his head and noticed that there was a small sign at the entrance, which said that he had come to the Guanman cult. Jan Chagak froze in shock on the spot, because this was a place hidden in the middle of countless mountains, which could not be left so easily if one set foot on its territory. Jan Chagak was taken aback because the strangers called him young master. He was shocked because he understood that he had fallen into a demonic cult. It was hard for him to comprehend that the warriors who showed respect called him young master. Jan Chagak knew that the son of the head of the Murim Union was obliged to strive for justice, but now he was the young master of a demonic cult. A moment later, he staggered, and since his legs would not support him, the warriors looked at the young master in surprise. He froze in shock as he realized that the techniques he had learned in the cave were of demonic origin. The man asked the young master if he had mastered the supreme art of the demon lord since he had successfully completed his training. Jan Chagak looked at the warriors in shock. He was puzzled because the creator of the art, which he studied for several years. The man he mourned and vowed to serve as his true master. He was shocked and could not accept the fact that all the teachings were related to a demonic cult. He swore an oath of service to the demon lord. With lightning speed, he pounced on the warrior. Bursting into tears, he screamed. Everyone present was shocked by the gentleman's behavior and asked him to calm down. Jan Chagak was shocked and could not accept this. He couldn't believe that he himself had personally mastered the supreme art of the demon lord. The warriors shouted and called for their master, but he did not hear them. A moment later, the young man fell to the ground with a crash. Sometime later, he woke up and screamed. He froze in place and breathed heavily. After a few seconds, he came to his senses and slowly looked around. Jan Chagak sighed heavily and wondered if it had all been just a dream. A moment later, he walked over to the water and began washing himself. He sighed heavily and looked intently into the mirror. A moment later, he realized that it was not a dream. Jan Chagak was puzzled and alarmed because he did not understand why he was being punished like this. Meanwhile, in the 7 palaces of the men cult, there was a commotion in the dark palace. Madame looked closely at the princess and said that she needed to relax her face because she would get wrinkles. Danyeva was furious and asked if she really needed to relax and smile now. She couldn't do it because she knew the bastard was back. Danyeva cried out in pain. Madame was taken aback and told her not to move. The princess was puzzled because she knew that 3 years had already passed since his departure. She wished that he would die in the cave. The princess was furious and screamed that no one would hear them. She screamed that she really wanted him to just die. Madame told the princess that she was to be his future wife and had to restrain herself. Madame was glad that the young man had returned, because otherwise the princess might have ended her days alone. Madame asked for forgiveness and said with a smile that she seemed to have lost her tact. Danyeva didn't expect that the young man would be able to comprehend the supreme art of the demon lord, because even his head couldn't master it. Madame told the princess that things must have gone wrong as he had planned, but she must understand him and not pay attention to others. The princess was furious because she knew he had achieved nothing and was simply using his status as a young master to have fun with other women. The lady said with a smile that the young gentleman was still very handsome. Danyeva froze in shock. Madame smiled and asked, "Princess, doesn't she want to forgive him everything?" looking at his beautiful face. Danyeva sighed because she couldn't believe that she had thought the same a few years ago. She was furious because her naive fantasies had been dispelled during their first meeting. That day, she slowly followed the young master. She froze for a moment when she saw him sitting timidly on the terrace. She was embarrassed by his beautiful face. The princess slowly approached him and asked with a smile whether she was right in assuming that he was the young master. He looked at her in bewilderment, as he did not expect to see anyone so late in the evening. She smiled and introduced herself timidly. He asked with a grin if she was really his fiancée, while casually saying that she didn't look so bad. He smirked at her and said that she could massage his feet. The young lady froze for a moment in shock. The young gentleman looked at her with a grin and said that he could not disappoint her. He looked at her closely and said with a smile that she didn't need to worry, as he would also massage her. He looked at her intently and said that that was why they could easily connect their bodies. Danyeva froze in shock and trembled with fear on the spot. Throwing all her thoughts aside, she shouted that she was only 14 years old then. Danyeva was furious because she knew that everyone hated him and no one stopped him when he entered his cave. She was furious and did not understand why she had to marry someone like him. She screamed that she would rather die. The madam sighed heavily and looking at the princess said that she needed to go to the Crimson Palace, and she also said that most likely imprisonment had changed the young master. The young lady in turn did not want to hear anything because she knew that this was not so. Danyeva looked intently after her nanny but said nothing. She sighed heavily as she was well aware of the fact that she needed to meet her fiancé. But she was furious because she didn't want to do this at all. A moment later she turned and gazed into the distance as nature calmed her. 4 days have passed since the young man regained consciousness. Only a few people came to visit him, even though he was a young master, but during this time he learned a few things. First, the owner of this body, the minor head of the men cult, Ma Cheonso, unfortunately, his behavior was not the best. The young man was furious, as he understood that the body's previous owner was simply unacceptable. The locals called him a small, lustful spirit. He was strongly attracted to having fun with women. He used his status to remain unpunished and to act more terrible than an evil spirit. Everyone was afraid of him because he did very nasty things. He sighed heavily, because he realized that he had come across the worst option, and secondly, he found out why the young man could remain untouched for everything he had done. His father was the head of a demonic cult, one of those supreme beings that surpassed even the 10 masters of the lands, Demon Ma Tappen. He sighed heavily and wondered if he should be happy that he could call one of the strongest people on earth his father. And thirdly, he learned that he was the only son of the leader and had a high status. The young man lived his entire life without putting in a single bit of effort. Although he had studied martial techniques, he was not in good shape, and his social skills and everything could be called insignificant. The small Meng palace was the only thing he had. Hearing the conversation of the servants passing by, he only sighed. The maid said that the young master was simply not worthy of becoming the next head. The young man, in turn, was perfectly aware of this fact. He sighed heavily, as he knew he shouldn't blame them too much. He knew that even if the owner of the body had not died from excess qi, he still would not have long to live. He sighed heavily and looked closely at his reflection. He looked at his current reflection with cold fury, for he knew that he would have to live in this body. The only thing that gave hope at that moment was that he was only 19 years old, and 3 years had passed since his death. He believed that even if he returned to the Murim Union, looking at his appearance, no one would dare to greet him at all. He realized that it would be extremely surprising if he managed to preserve his own life story. The young man sighed heavily, because he understood that, having spent the last few days like a madman, he had no strength left to be angry. A moment later, he washed his face with cold water to recover a little. Having plunged into the water, he sighed heavily. A moment later, he decided to wash his face a few more times. He sighed heavily, because he knew it was not like him to worry about something that had already happened. He was well aware of the fact that now he just had to accept it. He looked closely at his reflection, because he knew he would have to come to terms with this. The young man sighed heavily. He knew that now it didn't matter to him how the previous owner lived, because he would live in his own way. A moment later, he froze for a moment, as in the reflection, he saw the fierce grin with which the young man told him that he should try harder. He was told that it was still a demonic cult, and he was a young master. They mockingly asked him how long he could last in such a place. The demon said that he would watch him closely. The young man was taken aback and froze in place from shock. A moment later, he came to his senses when he heard the door swing open. He turned around with lightning speed, as he did not expect anyone to come to him. But a moment later, he froze in place in surprise, because he did not know who was in front of him. He looked closely at the young lady and asked who she was. The princess froze in place with rage. Daniela looked at the young master with cold fury. Coming closer to him, she angrily asked if he really didn't know who she was. The young man, in turn, did not flinch from her intense gaze. A moment later, the young princess sighed heavily and looked intently at the young master. Jan Chagak froze in place for a moment in embarrassment. But after a few seconds, he threw all his thoughts away. He sighed heavily as he realized that no, he had to speak politely while in his new body. He sighed heavily as it was difficult for him to break old habits. A moment later, he looked away and asked who she was. This question made the young princess even more angry. She asked angrily if he had managed to forget her name. He realized that she was close enough to the body's former owner that she simply visited his palace. He looked at her closely, as she looked very young, had ordinary clothes and shoes. A moment later, he realized that she was his servant. Yan Chagak sighed heavily and, looking away, said that he was simply deep in thought. He said that he would step aside and she could get to her work. The young princess asked furiously what she was even talking about. Jan Chagak looked at her in surprise and asked if a simple servant was really asking him what she should do. He sighed heavily and said that she was not a timid person or simply stupid. Jan Chagak looked at her intently and said that she was wrong, so she should quickly clean up and leave. He waved her off, saying that it was her job. Dan Yehua, clenching her fists in rage, asked if he had just called her a simple servant. The young man stood frozen for a moment, not knowing where he had gone wrong. He sighed heavily as he realized that no, he should be biased towards people based solely on their work. A moment later, he turned around and stared at his reflection. The demon said with a wicked smile that this was still a demonic cult, and he was the young master. He sighed heavily as he was furious. A moment later, he turned around and asked what was wrong, since he, as the master, had only asked the servant to do her duties. He turned around, continuing to speak, but froze in place. He was shocked when he saw the young lady staring at him with anger on her face and tears in her eyes. He was taken aback, because he did not understand what had happened, and at the same time he wondered if he had been too rude to her. A moment later, the young princess turned around and walked with lightning speed towards the exit. The princess closed the door with a bang, and the young man, in turn, froze with bewilderment on his face. The princess returned to her palace with lightning speed. She was furious because they wanted to marry her off to such a rude man. She was furious and screamed at herself that it would be better for her to die than to marry him. Chag sighed heavily, as he supposed that even the servants of this cult were quite impulsive. A moment later he was taken aback, as he realized that he was very hungry. He sighed heavily and wondered if he had let her go too quickly, because he needed to order her to do something. Chag sighed heavily, because he knew that he first needed to clarify the circumstances of the case. A moment later, he threw on his outer clothing and went to the exit. Chag looked around in surprise. He was a little surprised because he realized that he was almost the only one who lived in the entire small palace. A moment later, he entered the room of his current subordinate. He noticed that the young man was sleeping quietly in his bed. The man was taken aback and asked the young gentleman what had brought him to him at such an hour. Yultak looked at the young master with a fierce grin while slowly getting ready. Chag knew that the young man was the servant of the previous owner and the only person who had visited him in the last few days. Yultak looked at the young gentleman with a fierce grin and said that he called him by name today, which means his memories are returning. Yultak smiled and told the gentleman that when he returned, he looked very gloomy, and that is why he was worried, because he lacked negative energy. Yultak hugged the young gentleman with a grin and asked him to reserve a place for him in the brothel. Chag looked coldly at the young man because he understood that trash is drawn to trash. Ma Cheonso pushed the young man away and said that he would like to ask a few questions before his memory returned to him. Yultak was puzzled because he did not expect this. A moment later, he touched the young master and he froze in surprise. Ma Cheonso looked at the young man in surprise and asked what he was doing. He thought about it and said that it was very strange because there was no temperature. Yultak looked intently at the gentleman and said that he spoke as if he were a man of a traditional cult. Ma Cheonso was taken aback because he realized that he had made a mistake in communication. A moment later, he pushed his subordinate away in fury. Yultak looked intently at the gentleman but did not answer. Ma Cheonso stood still for a moment, wondering if his servant had noticed something. He was furious and didn't know what to do, and he wondered if he should kill him and get out of the palace as soon as possible. Yultak exhaled with relief and looked closely at the gentleman. A moment later, he laughed wildly and said he was joking. He said it seemed the young master wanted to be a good guy. Yultak turned around and said that he was a busy man, but he had to follow the orders of the master. Ma Cheongseo was puzzled because the young man slept all day long. Yultak sighed heavily and asked the young gentleman what he wanted to know. Ma Cheongseo looked askance at the flowers and asked if the young man had been tending the flowers. Yultak asked the gentleman if he really wanted to tease him again. Yultak was taken aback and carried to the master. Ma Cheonso said with a grin that, looking at the soft leaves, one would think that nature was welcoming him. The young man froze for a moment in surprise. For some time, Yultak watched the master closely. Yultak sighed heavily and asked the young master if it was really him. He wanted to know if the young master had hit his head. Ma Cheongso asked with a smile as he had said earlier. A moment later, Yultak showed the young master how he had behaved in the past. The young man froze for a moment in shock. Yultak looked at him in surprise and asked why he was looking at him like that. I told Yultak, sir, that he was one of the worst, but it is normal that the representative of the demonic cult also expressed himself cruelly. Ma Cheongso sighed heavily and told the young man to tell him how the cult was organized. Yultak looked at the gentleman with a smile and said that they had better eat first and then talk, since he noticed that the gentleman was hungry. A moment later, Yultak reminded the young master of one dish. I told Yultak that after a serving of rice soup with egg yolk and corn, he would immediately feel warm. A moment later, the young master pushed his subordinate out into the street. He looked at the young man with drool and said that it was time for them to go and eat as soon as possible. Yultak said with a satisfied smile that they would leave immediately. But a moment later, the young man stopped at the door. He sighed heavily and said that he remembered that the restaurant was closed today. Turning around, he looked intently at the young master and said that he suggested that they eat somewhere else. Ma Cheonso was shocked by this statement. The young man said that today there would be a meeting of the heirs of the Ma cult. Cheongseo was surprised. Yultak sighed heavily and said that today all the children of significant representatives of the clans would gather there. Yultak looked intently at the young master and said that he strongly recommends that he not go there. Ma Cheongso, in turn, thought for a moment. Sometime later, the young man was leisurely strolling down the street and enjoying the wonderful weather. At the same time, Yultak walked along the path in a gloomy mood. Turning around, he asked the young master if he really wanted to appear there. Ma Cheonso smiled and said that he really wanted to go there. Yultak Opashiv told the gentleman that it was not for nothing that he advised him not to go there. Ma Cheongso asked his subordinate to tell him how the Myung cult was organized. He said that the cult consists of 9 palaces, which in turn are divided into 2 men palaces and 7 side palaces. The 2 palaces consist of the Guanman palace, where the head of the cult lives, and the small palace, in which the young master is located. Ma Cheongseo said that this means that the 7 side palaces are additional resources of forces. Yultak said that at the moment they are a threat to Gwangmyong Palace. I said Yultak irritably that the head is not there. No one knows where he went because of this. Rumor about the need to choose a new head of the cult. Ma Tapen, the head of a demonic cult who suddenly disappeared, leaving only one note asking not to look for him. Ma Cheongso looked at his subordinate intently and said that the young master was there. He looked at the master in surprise and asked if he was talking about himself in the third person. Ma Cheongso sighed heavily as he had forgotten himself a little. Yultak told the young master that no one sees him as the next leader because he is incredibly weak and foolish, and his actions are shameful, and there is nothing beautiful about him except his face. Yultak sighed heavily and told the young master that he would not even choose him. If any dog became the next head, then it was unknown what would happen to the demonic cult. Ma Cheongso was puzzled by everything that was said. Ma Cheongso looked closely at the young man and said that he was terrible, but open in communication with him. The young man was taken aback, as he did not expect such a thing. Yultak looked intently at the master and said that this was all said by others, and he, in turn, was forever his devoted servant. Ma Cheongseo knew very well that he shouldn't just go back on his words, so he wanted to continue to consider the demon lord as his master, but he didn't want to use techniques without due necessity. Yultak informed the young master that if we count the ordinary idolaters on the Central Plains, the cult has 1 million members. Now, he understood why the emperor was fussing, because they were only singling out the cult of men and calling its members enemies of the country. Ma Cheongso knew that no emperor had ever declared her or the cults to be enemies. He was taken aback by this figure, as he realized that this was not just a group of martial arts masters. Ma Cheongseo looked at the young man closely and asked if the 7 palaces were taking on the role of the 3 ministers and the 6 ministers. Ma Cheongseo, why did the young man remain silent until now? After all, he said that several years had passed since the time the head disappeared, and this period of time was enough to organize a rebellion. He said that not all the palaces are on the same side, and they cannot ignore the council of elders who are above them. Ma Cheongso asked if it really turns out that the 2 palaces and the 7 side palaces council of elders are trying to maintain a balance between each other, and the right to choose the next head is divided between them. Yultak smiled and said that it was true. Yultak said that for this, they were waiting for the Festival of Heaven, which is held once every few years, but the appearance of the heir to the place of the head changed a lot. Ma Cheongseo looked at the young man closely and asked why there were only a few people in the small palace. He wanted to know where everyone else was. He told the Lord that he had thrown everyone out. Ma Cheongseo was surprised by this fact. The young man said that everything was exactly like that because he did not like the fact that some were not very beautiful and some were too thin. Macheonso sighed heavily as he realized that the previous owner of the body was a short-sighted person. But fortunately, he now understood more, and he was also aware of the fact that the situation at the moment was peaceful and everything was in balance. But he knew that this balance was very dangerous, because if something outweighed it, a war would begin. And after that, the copy can be directed to the central plane. The young man looked at his master and said that they had better go and eat, because they would get nowhere if they showed up at the meeting. Ma Cheong-seo didn't want to listen to his subordinate and said that they needed to hurry. Ma Cheon-seo sighed heavily as he knew that his servant was worried about being looked down upon. He knew that he had a soft side towards his master. But nevertheless, he was always taught to face injustice head-on, to think clearly and act quickly. He understood that if he found himself at a dead end, there was only one thing left for him to do. He wanted to change direction or break down all barriers. He wanted to do it not as a member of a cult, but as a man following the path of justice. Ma Cheon-seo smiled and said that they should be about the same age, so there should be no problems. The young man worriedly told the gentleman that everything was not as he thought. Ma Cheon-seo smiled and said that everything was fine, and now that he had left his palace, he had the sole and exclusive right to inform everyone of his appearance. Ayultak Vtoropyak shouted in a hurry that he would do everything possible and also told the master not to lag behind. Some time later they approached the restaurant and noticed a commotion as a man was telling everyone present that the tables were already taken and they should leave. The man was furious because he clearly saw that there were free seats. The young man said that all the seats were reserved. The men whispered among themselves as they left, knowing that the restaurant was under the control of the palaces, and even the guards were strong martial artists. A moment later, the man greeted the second son of the Poison Palace, the leader of the Steel Poison Squadron. The men froze in place in shock. They were taken aback because they realized that today was the day of choosing the heir to the cult. At the same time, the restaurant was in complete chaos. And little by little, the restaurant was filled with new people. The man happily invited everyone to taste the juicy duck. A moment later, everyone present froze in place as they were announced that the second daughter of the Ice Flower Sword Palace, Dan Yewa, had arrived. They were surprised that she came, because they knew that the young princess was the most beautiful of all, and they had heard that such events were alien to her. The young princess grew up, in turn, did not pay attention to anyone, and proudly entered the hall. All the men present could not take their intense and combined gaze off her. They were delighted with her beauty. At the same time, the young princess was burning with anger, because she knew that the young master was not the only man in the cult. She wanted to dissolve the marriage. The men in the restaurant froze for a moment in embarrassment when the princess entered. The princess, in turn, looked intently at the young man, because she did not understand why he had an elongated face. With lightning speed, she turned her gaze to the other young man, but froze, because she did not understand what was wrong with him, because he looked like a weakling. She looked further and came across a young man and his intense gaze, which made her feel uncomfortable. She sighed heavily and decided to go up to the second floor. Dan Yeva slowly stood up and saw young people who were engaged in a lively conversation. She sighed heavily and continued on her way. One of those present turned around and looked lustfully at the young princess. The man looked at her with a grin, because he was surprised that she came to meet the heir. Chonamu looked at the young princess with a grin and said that it looked like luck would smile on him this evening. Dan Yeva ignored the young man. He looked at her sheepishly and said that the name Ice Flower suited her very well. A moment later, he introduced himself. The princess glanced sideways at the young man and introduced herself as well. She noticed that he was sucking up to her, but at least he looked like the most prestigious of them all. She knew that there was a meeting of the cult's heir today, but she did not see the representatives of the outside palaces or any of the elders of the council. Chonamu asked with a satisfied smile what brought her to them. He smiled and said that it seemed that she guessed that he would be here, and that is why she came. The young princess looked at the young man with cold anger as she realized that he clearly did not think before he said something. She was shocked and didn't understand how he had so many teeth in his mouth. She pulled away from him as he approached her. The princess was not happy and wanted to leave. A moment later, everyone was told that the only son of the cult leader had arrived. The young lady froze in place for a moment in shock. Everyone present was shocked because they could not imagine that the young man would come to the meeting. A moment later, a young gentleman proudly entered the hall. Everyone was shocked. They did not understand why he, a scoundrel, came to them. Some time ago, young people came to the restaurant. The young man sighed heavily and called his master. Turning around, he told the gentleman that he had thought about it again and still found the decision wrong, and so he wanted to go back. He looked at his master in surprise and asked why he was standing still since they needed to go back. Ma Chongso easily pushed the young man and told him to walk faster. Ayultak was taken aback by this. The young master, in turn, looked closely at his subordinate and noticed that he was familiar with martial arts. Ayultak approached the guard with lightning speed. The man was shocked because he did not expect to see the young man at the meeting. A moment later, the man said that he would immediately tell everyone that he had come. Ayultak, with lightning speed, closed the guard's mouth and shouted that it was not he who had come. The man looked at the young man in surprise and asked what he was talking about and whom he should introduce. A moment later, the man was taken aback by shock and froze as he saw the young master. After the young gentleman was introduced, the men decided to leave the meeting immediately. Ma Chongso noticed that ordinary people did not ignore the demonic cult. He thought that they were all crazy, but this opinion is only because of him. Ma Cheonso looked at the guard intently and told him to tell them. Ma Chongso looked coldly at the guard and asked if this was not his duty. The man was taken aback and said that it was true. A moment later, he shouted very loudly and announced that the only son of the cult leader had arrived. All those present greeted the young gentleman politely. A moment later, the young gentleman looked into the distance as he saw the young lady running away. As he left, he told his subordinate to stay alone. Ayultak was surprised by such a statement, but did not answer. In a hurry, he asked the young gentleman where he had gone, but he did not answer. Ma Cheongso walked out into the street with lightning speed and followed the fugitive. The young princess, in turn, ran away with lightning speed. She did not understand why he was there. Turning around, she froze for a moment as he followed her. Ma Chongso came closer to her and asked who she was talking about. The princess did not expect this and screamed in fear. Out of fear, she instinctively used her strength and struck, but the young man managed to dodge. A second later, she lost her footing and fell to the ground with a crash, but the young gentleman managed to catch her. Ma Cheongso sighed heavily as he realized what it was like to be in a demonic cult. No matter if it was a boy or a girl on the errand, everyone had to be proficient in martial arts. He looked closely at the young lady as he realized that she was very unpredictable. The princess, in turn, froze and looked at him with cold fury. Ma Chongso looked at the young lady in surprise. A moment later, she looked away from him and asked him to let her go. He was taken aback, as he had been holding his hand on the girl's waist for too long, and this was unacceptable. A moment later, he did as she asked, and the nth princess fell to the ground with a crash, screaming. She looked at him with fury and asked what he had done. Ma Cheonso said in a puzzled tone that he had done it by accident, and she had seen it herself. He looked away and said he thought she was going to fall, but he let go because he thought it was very rude of him to hold her by the waist for so long. He said he just wanted to do the right thing. Ma Cheonso looked closely at the young lady, as he saw that she was singing out of anger, but he also noticed that she was hurt. With lightning speed, he came closer to her and asked if she was okay. The young princess was taken aback because she was surprised. Ma Chongso sighed heavily and froze in place as he realized that he had been too polite again. As he lifted the young princess up, he said that if she wanted to continue being his servant, she should take care of her hands so that she could clean his room in the future. The young princess looked at him with her fury and, pulling her hand away, asked if he was up to his old tricks again. Ma Cheon-seo looked at the young lady, as he knew that her harshness in her statements was like a wild cat. He knew that he had to try to correct this behavior, otherwise it would be difficult for her to survive in such a place. Ma Cheon-seo said that she could say whatever she wanted, but looking at such a nasty personality, he could tell that she would get into trouble wherever she went. He said that he didn't mind if she did something like that in the small palace, but she didn't need to throw such a tantrum in public places. He was well aware that the demon cult was shrouded in darkness, so he wanted her to stay in the small palace so he could protect her when she was around him. The young princess looked at him with cold fury, but did not answer. A moment later, she asked if he should be worried about her. She asked him angrily if he didn't know what meeting was taking place that evening. He sighed heavily and said that it was a meeting of the heirs. She screamed furiously that he knew this, but continued to stand with her in such a place. She screamed that if he did not want to earn himself even more problems, he should return to his palace. Ma Qianso smiled tenderly and asked if there was a man who always ran away from problems. How could he ever complete anything? With a gentle voice, he said that she shouldn't worry about him. The young lady froze in place for a moment in embarrassment. He smiled and said that she seemed to be very worried about him, but everything was fine and he was fine, so she could go back. The young princess, in turn, was embarrassed. She shouted that she was not worried about him at all. With lightning speed, she turned and walked away. He noticed that the young lady was inconsistent in expressing her emotions. He looked after her closely, wondering if she was okay and hoping she wasn't too upset with him. He looked into the distance and asked Yang Sohei to wait for him, as his brother had promised to return. At the same time, the young lady was running away from the young man in a hurry. She did not understand why he behaved as if he had become a good person. She wondered if he really had not hit his head anywhere. She froze for a moment and became embarrassed as she realized she was worried about him. She froze as she remembered his soft and beautiful smile. A moment later, she threw all thoughts of the young gentleman away, as she knew that she was simply angry and nothing more. After a few seconds, she turned around and stared at the small restaurant. She sighed heavily, as she hoped that everything would go smoothly at such an event. But in turn, she wondered why he had come to the meeting anyway. She wanted to know if he had something in mind. Ayultak looked closely at the gentleman, because I wanted to know where he went. He sighed heavily and said that he went to the restroom. Ayultak was surprised that his master did something sudden. Ma Qianso sighed heavily and said that this could not be controlled, and also said that it was time for them to go. Chun Amu looked at the young master with a grin and said that he heard he was in the corridor of 10,000 demons. Chun Amu said with a grin that he was very interested in whether he had made any progress in learning the martial art. Chun Amu laughingly said that he was surprised that the young master had decided to visit such a humble place, and so if he had come for women and excitement, then the outskirts of the slums would be more suitable for him. Ayultak looked at the young man with anger and told him to watch his language. Chun Amu looked at the young man with cold fury and said that he kept clinging to the leaky life preserver, and that was the reason his family abandoned him. Ayultak, hiding behind the young master's back, shouted, "Chun Amu, that he is arrogant." Ayultak looked at everyone present with anger, but did not answer. The young men looked at them with mocking eyes, preparing to raise their weapons. A moment later, the young gentleman sat down at the table with lightning speed. He looked at all the dishes that were on the table with a soft smile, as they pleased his eyes. Ayultak looked warily at the young master and called him. Ma Qianso looked at his assistant in surprise and asked with a smile if he had disturbed him, but he apologized and said that he could continue his conversation. A few seconds later, he began to eat. He happily devoured the various dishes, as they had quite an exquisite taste. Chun Amu looked at the young master with bewilderment. A moment later, Chun Amu mockingly told the young master that it looked like he needed to see a doctor. Ma Qianso looked at him with bewilderment, as he did not understand what he was talking about. Chun Amu asked the young master with a grin if he was in a bad mood now, because he was such a humble person in status, as he said, something like that. Ma Qianso looked at the young man with bewilderment as he noticed that he was not very bright. Ma Qianso called his subordinate and asked who it was in front of him. Ayultak looked closely at the young man and said that his name was Chun Amu, and he was the son of the head of the trading palace. But unfortunately, he was no better than the yard dog. Ma Qianso looked at the young man with shining eyes as he realized that he had to greet him well. Ma Qianso looked closely at the young man and said that he was now in the arresting party. He looked at the young man with a fierce grin and asked if they really served food even to dogs here. Chun Amu froze in shock for a moment, but at the same time he was very angry. Chun Amu, with lightning speed and rage, destroyed the chair. Chun Amu looked at the young master and asked if he didn't know what tact was, or if he was simply crazy. Chun Amu said with a grin that a lot had changed since he went to study martial arts in the cave. He asked the young master if he was sure that he could act like this in such a place. The young man sighed heavily, as he knew that the previous owner of the body was always irritable and only relied on his father, so he had no support now. Ma Cheongso asked his subordinate how much influence he had. He sighed heavily and told his subordinate to tell O not in detail. Yultak said that, if we talk about strict hierarchy, he has the second highest position in the cult, and within reason, he could personally punish others right on the spot. Yultak told the master that he also has the right to use the armed forces of the small palace. He sighed heavily and asked the master in an anxious voice why he needed this information now. The young man thought for a moment because he occupied a place between the highest judge and the emperor, but he could not order someone to be beheaded because only the emperor had the right to do so. Ma Cheong-seo looked askance at his subordinate and asked if he could calmly teach the fool a lesson now. Yultak was worried that the young master would want to kill him, so he told the master that they would have problems after that. Ma Cheong-seo told the young man that he could hear him very well, so he could go back here, but he also said that he would not kill anyone. Yultak was furious and shouted that the young man should get what he deserved, but in turn, he succumbed to the moment and insulted the young man. Chun Amu was furious. He grabbed the mug and aimed it at the young man. Ma Cheong-seo looked intently at the young man who was about to strike. Ma Cheong-seo clearly saw all his movements, and from them he understood that the young man did not want to seriously harm him, because then he would have to answer for the consequences. Ma Cheong-seo grabbed his subordinate with lightning speed and pulled him towards himself. Thus the young master defended himself and the man struck at Yultak. Yultak froze for a moment in shock, but at the same time he writhed in pain. Everyone froze with bewilderment on their faces, as they did not understand what had happened. Yultak in turn swore not very nicely, lying on the table. In turn, the young master slowly continued his meal while his servant writhed on the table. A moment later, he stopped eating and called Chun Amu. Ma Cheong-seo asked the young man with cold fury if the trading palace had really attempted to attack him. Chun Amu was taken aback, as he did not expect to hear something like that. Ma Cheong-seo looked at everyone present and said that they had just tried to kill him, and if it weren't for his servant who saved him, he would have died on the spot. Ma Cheong-seo looked at everyone present with cold fury, leaving a short pause in the conversation. A moment later, Ma Cheong-seo asked the young man if he was aiming for the young master's position. Chun Amu was shocked and shouted that these were just absurd words because it was just a drinking cup. Ma Cheong-seo looked intently at his servant and called him, writhing in pain and crying, but still answered, "Master." He looked at him intently and asked how he felt now. The young man was furious. He screamed that he was in a lot of pain. Ma Cheong-seo looked at everyone present and said that as they could see his servant was now on the verge of death, there was enough evidence and he could call the elders and tell them about this situation. Ma Cheong-seo looked at the young man closely and asked if it would be better for him to visit the head of the trading palace right away. Ma Cheong-seo looked at the young man with a smirk, as he assumed that the children of prestigious palaces were not afraid of the anger of the public, but of the wrath of their parents. Ma Cheong-seo. He didn't know how the young master who had previously possessed the body would react to this, but he was completely different. Ma Cheong-seo looked at everyone present and asked if they were in cahoots with Chun Amu. The young people were taken aback and shouted that this was not so, because they had only come to have dinner. With the speed of lightning, the young men approached the young master and said that they were in a hurry to go somewhere, and also asked if they could leave. They breathed a sigh of relief and thanked him when he allowed them to leave. Ma Cheong-seo looked at the young man and asked why he was standing there, and also said that if he wanted to kill him, he should do it quickly, because this was his last chance. Ma Cheong-seo looked at him with a grin and wished the trading house success. Chun Amu, in turn, was burning with rage and anger, because no one had ever spoken to him like that before, with lightning speed. He reached for his weapon. Ma Cheong-so looked at the young man with a fierce grin, waiting for him to take action. Chunamu angrily gritted his teeth, but no action followed from him. A moment later, he gritted his teeth and asked the young master for forgiveness. Ma Cheong-so looked at him with bewilderment and asked what he needed to be forgiven for. The young man said with fury in his voice that he had crossed the line. Ma Cheong-so looked at him in surprise and said that he had injured a man, but that was all he could say. Chunamu furiously shouted at the young master that it was all because of Togo, who used his servant as a human shield. Ma Cheong-so looked at the young man with cold fury and asked if he really thought he could hide behind his father's name. Ma Cheong-so looked at him with fury and said that even if thousands of people bowed before him, the time would come when their blood and tears would become daggers that would pierce his vicious heart. Ma Cheong-so stood up and, holding back his rage, told the young man that he would be his vengeance. Chun-amu was taken aback by such pressure and the terrible aura with the speed of lightning. He fell to his knees and asked for forgiveness because he had committed a grave sin, but at the same time he asked the young master not to go to his father. Ma Cheong-so with cold fury told the young man to shut his mouth and go to his palace, for he would be visiting them soon. Chun-amu stood frozen in shock for a moment. Everyone present quietly whispered and wondered what had happened, because they wanted to know if the head of the small palace had declared war on the trading palace. Everyone was whispering and saying that the young master used his father's name more than anyone else. Ma Cheong-so turned around and looked at everyone present with a fierce grin, since he, in turn, wanted to visit all the elders and look into all the palaces. That same evening, the head of the trading house was burning with rage. Chun-amu fell to his knees and told his father that the head of the small palace only wanted to scare them. Jong-semin asked his son with cold fury if he understood what he had opened. Chun-amu, trembling with fear, told his father that the young man could do nothing to them. He did not understand why his father was so angry. Jong Sai-min knew very well that no matter how low and stupid the young master was, he was still the head of the small palace. Chun-amu said that it was just a misunderstanding, and he hoped that the young master had lost his basic abilities due to the overload. But when he approached him, he thought that a tiger had approached him, burning with rage. Jong Sai-min was furious that his son dared to make excuses. He shouted at his son to immediately go to the demon corridor and not come back until he allowed him to. The young man was shocked. He shouted at his father that it was too cruel of him, so he could just do some training. Jong Sai-min didn't want to listen to anything and shouted that he should get this punishment for his behavior. Jong Sai-min sighed heavily after his son left, as he realized that they were in an unpleasant situation. A moment later, he told his servants to call Chong-biran. Several years have passed since the head of the cult disappeared. In the opinion of the Council of Elders and the Seven-Sided Palaces, a decision was made to choose a new head. Jong Se-min sat at his desk and thought about the situation. He was well aware of the fact that the new sun was destined to rise during the festival in honor of the Festival of Heaven. The young head of the small palace returned after completing his secluded practice. He knew that if they raised the issue of choosing a new head of the cult, the young master would take that position, because while there was no head, the young master stood above everyone in his status. But despite all this, at the moment, the head of the small palace was like a powder keg, ready to explode at any moment. He knew that they needed more time to observe him and take action. He was furious because he realized that his son had stirred up a hornet's nest. A moment later, a young man entered the office and asked the gentleman if he had called him. Chong-biran, captain of the Golden Cavalry, bowed deeply and greeted his master. Jong Sai-min asked the young man if he thought the head of the small palace would do something like this. Understanding the current situation, Chong-biran sighed heavily and said that he was a person with wayward behavior, and it was hard to think about what kind of motives he was pursuing. Chong-biran looked at the head of the house intently and said that he thought this was their chance. Jong Sai-min looked at him with confusion, as he did not understand what he was talking about. Chong-biran looked at him intently and said that this was a great opportunity. Jong Sai-min, in turn, thought for a moment, but after a few seconds he asked the young man why he thought so. Chongbiren said that since all other forces are equal, the young master is the grain in the balance. Chongbiren said that either he would be on their side or they would kill him. This is the boundary of the change of the situation, Zhong Sai-min asked with cold fury. Didn't he say that? Zhong Sai-min said that in these times, the accusations of rebellion could finish them all off, and if someone else from the outside palaces killed him, they could frame them, and they would meet their death. Chongbiren said that this was the reason why he called it a chance, because the head of the small palace was impulsive and impetuous. If they greeted him well and gave him gifts, they would be able to earn his trust. Zhong Sai-min asked the man if he really wanted to stand up for the young master. Chongbiren sighed heavily and said that it was all true, because by protecting them, they would be able to earn his favor. Chongbiren said that the trading house could manage the Hmong cult. Zhong Sai-min looked at the man intently and said that it seemed like he meant to become the ruler of the cult until the leader returned, if he did return, of course. Chongbiren sighed heavily and said that everything was correct. Zhong Sai-min, in turn, thought about this situation and the young master with a grin. A moment later, Zhong Sai-min told the man to bring the demon flame sacred sword. Chongbiren was shocked by the master's words, because he knew that the sacred sword of demonic flame was one of the 5 divine treasures of the Hmong cult. Zhong Sai-min sighed heavily and said that they wouldn't do anything to him. A moment later, he stood up and said that he would bring it himself, because they needed to catch a big fish. He said with a grin that they should use big bait in order for everything to work out. At the same time, in the small palace, the young master was quietly meditating. He knew that they would think that the trouble at the restaurant was a rash move by the young master and would be busy calculating their next steps. He brought up the fact that he would most likely have to live out the rest of his life in a new body, but he knew that he would be better off running the demonic cult himself and bringing peace to the Central Plains. He knew that the trading palace was therefore ideal as a first target, but to carry out the plan, he needed economic support. The young man was puzzled, because the current problem for him was the lack of sufficient strength. He could not leave the mountains on his own. He understood that he had to find people who were not part of any army. A moment later, his thoughts were interrupted by the arrival of a young man. Ayultak looked fiercely at the young master. Ma Chongso, in turn, looked at the young servant with bewilderment. Ayultak, in a hurry, shouted and asked the young master how he could sleep peacefully after what had happened. The young master sighed heavily and said that he was meditating, not sleeping. Yultak, in turn, was shocked by the behavior of the young gentleman. He did not understand since when he had been doing something like this. He shouted to the gentleman that he had chosen a very appropriate time to do something like this. Yultak nervously shouted to the gentleman to quickly go to the trading house and said that it was all a joke, because he understood that the young gentleman could have big problems. Ma Cheonso looked at his subordinate intently and said that he was extremely serious. Ayultak nervously asked the young master if he really wanted to be locked in the demon corridors again. He was shocked and did not understand why he was angering the third palaces when the head of the cult was absent. Ma Chongso told the young man that Togo had recently been injured and that he was taking care of his people. Yultak, in turn, froze for a moment in embarrassment, as I was glad that the master was taking care of him. But a moment later, he shouted at the young master that he himself had pushed him. The young master smiled a predatory smile and told his subordinate not to thank him. But a moment later, he asked his subordinate if he could bring him the records where the entire hierarchy of the cult was written down. Ayultak was taken aback and looked at the gentleman in surprise, but also excitedly asked if he really meant the hierarchical records of the cult of men. I told Yultak the gentleman that he could get them, but he was excited and wondered why the gentleman urgently needed such records. Ma Chongso, in turn, sighed heavily and said that he needed them right now. A moment later, he turned around and said that he needed to know who he could contact to fill the small palace with the people he needed. Ayultak looked at the gentleman in surprise, as he did not expect to hear such a thing. Ma Chongso pushed the young man out with lightning speed and said that he should not stand, but should accompany him. Yultak, in turn, was surprised, because he did not understand what the gentleman wanted to fill. Ma Chongso smiled and said that he wanted to fill the houses at the palace because there were many empty ones, not counting his. Yultak was shocked by the words of the young master. He did not understand why he so suddenly decided to do something like that. In a hurry, he asked the master if he had eaten something wrong. The young master smiled and said that the palace was too quiet, even though he lived there. With a smile, he told his servant that he had said earlier that he was also bored. Yultak was in shock, so I shouted at the young master that he had already done something bad yesterday, and now he wanted to do this too. He asked the master if this was really a new way to end his hysteria. He shouted at him not to dare ignore him. Ma Chongso smiled and said that he would prefer that others roll. Yultak sighed heavily but did not answer. A moment later, he looked at the young master intently and said that this was not something to be taken so lightly. Yultak shouted that they may not take Chun into account Amu, but if he involved the people of the small palace in this, then the families of the outside palaces and the council of elders would not leave him alone, and it was too risky. Ma Chongso looked closely at the young man and asked who he was. Yultak, in turn, looked at the young master with bewilderment. But a moment later, Yultak shouted and asked if it was really that important now. He was worried that the young master wanted to make a fuss again. Ma Cheonso looked at his subordinate intently and said that he would ask him again. Ma Cheongso looked at the young man with an innocent smile and asked who he was. The young man was taken aback and froze for a moment, but after a few seconds he timidly said that the young master was the head of the small palace. Ma Cheonso smiled and asked the young man if he needed anything else. Yultak looked away and said that he didn't. Ma Cheonso exhaled and looked at the young man with a smile. A few seconds later, he told his subordinate to walk quickly. Yultak was puzzled because he understood that big troubles awaited him. Yultak, with lightning speed, got clothes for the young gentleman and said that he needed to change clothes, since they did not need extra attention in the city. He asked the young gentleman to put on a black hat and a cape. Ma Chongso looked at the clothes in surprise and asked the young man if that was really all he had left. Yultak sighed heavily and said in a puzzled tone that he really liked the color black. With the speed of lightning, the young gentleman threw on all his clothes. He slowly walked up to the mirror and looked closely at his reflection. After a few seconds, he said with a satisfied smile that the clothes looked pretty good. Yultak sighed heavily, but did not answer. After some time, they were walking through the city. Ma Chongso, walking behind the young man, asked if this was really a night market. Yultak was surprised by this assumption, but said that it was not so. Yultak sighed heavily and asked the young master if he knew where they were now, but he never heard an answer. A moment later, he told them that it was 100,000 great mountains. Yultak climbing to the top, he said that he did not count himself, but there really is an infinite number of peaks, and the members of the cult live on only 7 of them, the small palace and the Guanman palace, located on the largest peak. As he rose, the young man told the gentleman about all the palaces and where they were located. He said that some people came for goods in the evening, others at night, and others even in the morning, so the market was always open, and thus one could say that it was a 24-hour market. Ma Chongseo, in turn, was a little puzzled because he had no idea that the people of the cult had to go through something like this. He understood that it was difficult for the people, especially those who did not master martial arts. Ma Chongseo sighed heavily and asked the young man if the people had thought about coming down from the mountains to buy something. Yultak asked the young gentleman in surprise if he really meant that they had to descend from the peaks. The gentleman said that everything was correct. Yultak sighed heavily and said that if they went down, they would be attacked by the United Renegades, the Murim Union, and the Emperor himself. Ma Chongseo said it was because the Central Plains had been hit by a demonic cult several times, and all they needed was to stop it all from happening. Yultak, looking into the distance, said that he meant that they would like to go down, but the Emperor considered the demonic cult as enemies without any justification, and so they simply fought to survive. Ma Cheongzeo apologized to the young man and asked if he thought their actions were too barbaric to be considered self-defense. Yultak froze for a moment and looked at my master in surprise. A moment later, he came to his senses and told the young master that he should not have spoken like that at all. Ayultak, looking at the gentleman, said that the whole world had heard about the disgrace of the little lustful demon. He was puzzled and did not understand whose side the young gentleman was on. Ma Chongseo was taken aback and froze in place, as he remembered that he was now the young master of a demonic cult and had to act completely differently. He thought for a moment, as he realized that the nickname that had stuck to his personality was an unpleasant problem. He sighed heavily, wondering if people would want to follow him if he found someone. A moment later, he slowly rose, but still it was hard for him, so he asked the young man if they had arrived at the place yet. Ayultak, breathing heavily, said that they were almost there. Ma Chongso looked at his servant in surprise. He didn't understand how he wasn't tired of this. At the same time, the man sat in his dark office and diligently took notes. The young people, in turn, slowly climbed to the very top. A few seconds later, the young man told the gentleman that they had arrived. Ma Cheongseo stood there in surprise for a moment as they arrived at the Guangmyun Library. Ayultak sighed heavily and said that they had come to the right place, because this place is known to those who listen to gossip. It is in no way inferior to the mystical palace. A few seconds later, the young man opened the doors and walked inside with lightning speed. There they came across an old man. The man, in turn, looked at the young people with bewilderment. Ayultak, looking at the old man, asked if there was anything to see today. Without looking up from the book, the old man asked where they came from. Ayultak sighed heavily and said that there was light here, but it was very dim, so the old man could ruin his eyesight if he continued to read like that. The old man, in turn, looked intently at the young people, but did not answer. Ma Cheonso looked at the man in surprise as he kept staring at him. The old man sighed heavily and, looking away from the young people, said that he did not know if there was anything to see here. Ayultak said that there must be something, and he also asked how things were at the market. Ma Cheonso looked away as he realized that they were just having a meaningless conversation, and for a moment he froze in place and wondered if this was some kind of code. The old man looked intently at the young people and asked them to wait a little. A few seconds later, he pushed the young people out into the street, and with the speed of lightning closed the door behind them. Ayultak was furious. He did not understand why they were thrown out the door like that. Ayultak shouted and knocked on the door, and also asked the old man if he didn't know the little radiance, because they came from there. Ma Cheonso looked at the door with cold fury and anger, as he did not like the fact that they were simply thrown out. At the same time, the old man slowly walked around to the secret room. A few seconds later, he opened the secret door. A moment later, the old man slowly descended the stairs. After a few minutes, he stopped and looked intently into the distance into the dark corridor. He slowly approached the door and informed the gentleman that the young people had come from the small palace. And he also asked what he should do. The man asked if the young people had come in person. The old man said that it was exactly like that, and he put on a robe to hide himself. But the beauty of his face could not be hidden just like that, so he had no doubt that it was a young master in front of him. The man sighed heavily, as he did not understand what could have happened in the heavenly demonic gallery. The man knew that the young gentleman had first ruined the restaurant, and now had come to him. The old man sighed heavily and told the master that his aura was different from the previous one, but he had always been someone whose actions were difficult to predict. The man was puzzled because he did not understand what the young master needed. The old man said that the young master asked for a list of names. The man was surprised because he did not expect to hear something like that. He asked his subordinate if the young master really wanted to take the records of the hierarchical union records or those of unrelated unions. The old man sighed heavily and said that this was not so. The man was surprised, as he did not expect such a thing. The old man said that he, the young master, wanted to see the records of the Meng cult. The man thought for a moment, as this was even more difficult to understand. He was surprised that the head of the small palace wanted to look at the records of the Meng cult. The old man bowed and asked the gentleman what they should do. The man said with a grin that it was very interesting and he would meet the young master personally. The old man was surprised that his master wanted to meet the young man himself. So he asked the gentleman if everything would be okay with him. The man sighed heavily and said that the young master was called a troublesome bastard, and even if he had eyes, he would not be able to recognize him. The old man sighed heavily and said that if he recognized him, they would have problems. The man said with a grin that if the young master did turn out to be capable of something, they would turn it to their advantage. He sat in silence for a while, pondering the situation. The old man sighed heavily and said that he understood everything. Some time later, the man was left alone with himself, and he was thinking about this situation. At this time, the young people were waiting patiently outside. A moment later, they turned around and looked at the old man who came out to them. Ayultak looked at the old man with bewilderment and asked if he really understood everything. He was shocked because he did not understand why it was necessary to do something like that. He froze for a moment in surprise as the old man did not answer his questions and silently led them somewhere. A few seconds later, they all descended into the dungeon. Yultak, in turn, was very surprised, since it was his first time in such a place. He did not understand how they managed to hide such a place underground. A moment later, the old man informed his master that the guests had arrived. The man said that he could let them in. After some time, they slowly entered a large, spacious room. The young people were taken aback for a moment and stood frozen in place as they saw a lot of information about people, which was hung on the walls. Ayultak was shocked because he didn't understand what it was. The man sighed heavily and said that these were just the little works of an old man. After a few seconds, he bowed and greeted the young master. Ma Chongso looked at the man in surprise and said that before he had even said a word, he already recognized him. The man smiled and said that at his age he had learned such things. Ma Chongso looked at the old man intently as he understood him, but in turn, something about the old man's body confused him. The man sighed heavily and said that as the young master could see, he could not stand on his own, and he apologized for not being able to greet him properly. Ma Chionso said that it was nothing to worry about and also asked if he had made the chair himself. The man said that this chair is called a wheelchair, and there is nothing about its capabilities that could cause praise. Ma Chiongseo looked at the man intently and said that the secret room was located underneath the so-called library. Ma Chiongso looked at the old man and said that the man who called himself the old colleague master was actually greater. He did not understand how they could not be surprised by this fact. Ma Chongso looked at all the drawings and told the man that he was a wonderful artist. But a moment later, the young master was taken aback and froze in place in surprise. He realized that in front of him was a list of outstanding fighters of Muri. Ma Chongso was shocked because the old man had captured each of the outstanding fighters who had reached the highest stage. The young gentleman was shocked because he did not understand how he was able to do something like that, so he wondered who the old man really was. He was shocked because he could not believe such a thing. Looking at all the drawings, he saw outstanding masters. But a moment later he froze in place and was taken aback as he saw his father's drawing. The man looked intently at the young gentleman and asked if he recognized someone. He looked menacingly at the young master and informed him that she was on this side of the people from the Murim Union. Ma Chongso turned around and looked at the old man in shock. The old man, in turn, looked intently at the young man and asked again, more insistently, whether he recognized anyone. Ma Chongso looked at the old man with cold fury and said that these were heavy matters under the management of the library. Burning with anger, with cold fury, he asked the old man who he really was. The man sighed heavily and said that he was just an old man who collected and spread rumors. Ma Chongso looked at the old man closely and said that this was not something that an ordinary old man could handle, and if it was revealed, bloodshed would be inevitable. The man sighed heavily and said that this was the reason he was hiding in the dungeon. Ma Chongso looked at the old man closely and said that just because he had a roof, it didn't mean there was no sun. He asked the man if the information was needed by evil. Would he reveal the same? Ma Chongso shouted angrily at the old man that he should not do this just for his own pleasure. The man looked at the young master in surprise, as he noticed that he was worried about the central plane. He told the young master that he would be a terribly good ruler. Ayultak in turn was shocked and angry. He asked the old man how he dared to say such a thing to the young master. he asked if he really wanted to die on the spot. The old man looked at everyone present and asked how he could be afraid of the thought of losing his life when he was being held by such things. A moment later, he said angrily that if he died, no one would be able to leave. A few seconds later, the door slammed shut. A Yultak was in shock and did not understand why the door closed. The young master looked at the old man intently and said that his words sounded as if he wanted to kill him so that he would not get out. The old man sighed heavily and said that he couldn't possibly be capable of such a thing, so he just hoped that the young master would listen to his advice. Ma Cheongseo looked at the old man closely and said that he could pretend to go out and return with a large number of fighting warriors. The old man looked at him intently and said that by that time he would be gone. Ma Cheongseo sighed heavily and told the man that he could hear a lot of confidence in his words. The man said that this is how he remains alive to this day. Ma Cheongseo looked at the man closely and said that they had just had an empty conversation, and he also asked the old man why he had called him. The old man told the young master that he had come himself, and he was surprised by this fact, and now he wanted to know why the young master wanted to find out about the cult of men. Ma Cheongseo looked at the old man closely because he knew that he was good at reading and that a lame lie would not solve anything. Ma Cheongseo sighed heavily and said that he only wanted the martial artists to live in the small palace. The man looked at the young gentleman in surprise and asked if that was why he had stopped at the restaurant. He was puzzled because he realized that the young gentleman had not been able to find capable people. Ma Cheongseo said that they already had comfortable homes and did not need this, and he hoped to convert those who did not belong to any associations. The old man stood still for a moment, pondering the young master's words. A moment later, the man asked the young master if he really wanted to increase his influence. Ma Cheongseo looked at the old man intently and said that he simply wanted to fill the empty rooms. The old man sighed heavily and asked the young man if he didn't know what times were like, or if he looked down on them. Ma Cheongseo said with a grin that if he was suffering, no matter whether he left or stayed in the palace, he had no reason to do nothing. The old man looked closely at the young man and said that this path could lead him to death. Ma Cheongseo looked at him in surprise and asked if he really thought so. The old man looked sideways at the young man and asked if he didn't think so. Ma Cheongseo looked at the man with a stern and menacing look and asked his name. The old man sighed heavily, but withstood the young master's gaze and informed him that his surname was Tong and his name was Jagelton. The young master froze in shock after hearing the old man's words. He became angry and wondered furiously if it was Jagalton Tong in front of him now. The man looked at the young man with a smirk and asked why he didn't give up martial arts and come with him to Gukchagam, a small training school, since he wanted to join them. Yang Chagak sighed heavily and told the man not to talk nonsense to her, and he better give him the Black Dragon aquaculture plan, since he was very busy and had to finish all his business and go to Chongjin. Jagalton laughed as he noticed that the young man had no manners. He slowly handed the scroll to the young man and said that he should avoid killing if possible. Jan Chagak sighed heavily and told the man to stop picking on him and to go get some fresh air, since he didn't understand why there wasn't a single window in the room. Jagalton looked at the young man closely and said that asking unnecessary questions could cost him his life. The man of the secret alliance, Jagalton, a man without equal in intellect, he was called the rebirth of the first ancestor. The man who was not long called the first brain of the central part of the world due to the publication of the White Book of the Secret Union of Murim. There was his Sunbai who took care of him the most when he first joined the Murim Union in Punandai. They had been friends for a long time and had a lot of fun studying martial arts together, and the young man remembered the scar on his friend's arm. He froze for a moment, as he saw that the old man's hand really did have the same scar. Ma Cheongseo was in shock and did not understand why his comrade was on the mountain in the library, in the secret room, in such a state. He looked at the old man intently and said that he simply could not believe what he saw, because if he was who he said he was, he must be 40 years old now. The man looked at the young gentleman in surprise and asked if he really knew him. He looked closely at the young man and said that now he wondered if this was the real young master. Ma Chongzo bailiff looked at the man and said that unnecessary questions could cost him his life. The man froze in shock, but a moment later he said he had been disrespectful and asked for forgiveness. Ma Chongzo looked at the man intently and asked why he was here. Jagalton said with sadness in his voice that no one knows who and where he will take here, because his destiny brought him to this place. Ayultak looked at the young gentleman with alarm and asked if he really knew the old man, Ma Cheonso, without looking at his subordinate, said that this was not so, since today he brought him to such a place for the first time. Ayultak perplexedly said that he saw a man for the first time, but he also asked the master if Jagalton was not a faction. Ma Cheonso said it was simply impossible. Ma Chongso asked his servant in surprise if he really thought that the man was the only one with the surname Jagalton. While he told the young man to stop joking like that, Yultak puzzled Klopov said that he agreed with him, as if it were a faction. Then they would have split up long ago. The man looked at the young gentleman intently and asked if he could ask him a question, as he wanted to know why he had come to see him. But he sighed heavily and told the young master that if he had not known, he would not have come to him, because everyone was watching him, and he had even declared war on the trading house, so the longer he stayed here, the more changes occurred. Ma Chongso said with a fierce grin that it was he who was watching them, and not they who were watching him. The man looked intently at the young master and laughed. A moment later he showed them the men cult leaf. The young men were stunned by what they saw. Jagalton said that originally the sheet had only a few words written about the young gentleman. He asked if they knew what was written. Jagalton said the young gentleman was described as a maniac and a psychopath. Ayultak looked at the man with fury and said that he would now break all his bones for such words. He did not understand how the man dared to joke like that in front of the young master. Ma Chongso sighed heavily and asked his subordinate to bring some water. The young man was surprised as he did not expect this, but the young master insisted on it. A moment later he looked at the man closely and told him to continue his story. Jagalton slowly took the brush in his hand and said that after his visit, he would make some changes. With the speed of lightning, he crossed out all the words that had been written before and wrote new ones. Jagalton sighed heavily and said that he thought he knew everything, but now he thought he couldn't sit in the library any longer. He looked closely at the young gentleman and said that he had been told earlier that he was stupid and untalented, but he was smart like no one else, although he had previously been a psycho, but now a real gentleman appeared before him. Jagalton told the young master that if he was thinking about why he had mentioned the treason in the palaces, it was to protect himself, and regarding the trading palace, it was all because he needed wealth, not their power. And besides, if the master had not found them right away, it made the situation dangerous. Jagalton sighed heavily and said that he guessed the reason why the young master had come to him. A moment later, he pointed his cane at one of the paintings. The man said that the young master probably wanted to take the place of the head of the cult. With the speed of lightning, he turned around and looked intently at the young master. He wanted to know if he was right in his statements. The young man in turn looked intently at the old man, but did not answer. Jagalton sighed heavily and asked the young master if he didn't want this. Ma Cheonso nodded his head with a grin in confirmation. He looked closely at the old man and asked with a smile what he would do next, because if he became the head, he would burn this place down. Jagalton looked at the young master closely and said that if he was going to become the head of the clan, he would need help, servants, a council of elders, or an old man. The young master looked at the old man with a grin and said that he didn't need to worry about it. Jagalton. He smiled and said that with only a high status, he could only dream of such a thing, because a vain hope could be extinguished even by a small wind. Ma Chongso looked at the old man with a grin and asked if he would be able to climb up there if he shook his hand. A moment later, he froze in place in surprise as the man extended his hand to him. Jagalton looked at the young gentleman closely and said that he was giving him 50%. Ma Cheonso thought for a moment and said that he would have to handle the rest on his own. The man sighed heavily and said it wouldn't be worth it, Ma. Cheonso said with a smirk that his words sounded like he shouldn't even dream about it. The man smiled and said that he was just telling him the reality. Ma Cheonso, in turn, sighed heavily with a smile on his face. A moment later, he asked his old friend for forgiveness. The man looked at the young gentleman in bewilderment and asked what he was talking about. Ma Cheonso looked at him intently and said that he was not going to climb up there. The man looked at the young gentleman in surprise and asked if he had really done this to save his life. Ma Cheongseo said that the centuries-old mountain looks conquerable, but it is only a small corner of the northwest. But if you do not look from the outside, but only look from the inside, it is just their greed. Ma Cheongso said with a grin that even if he climbed up, the man would look like just a tiger. Ma Cheonso the Threatening looked at the man and said that he would change him instead. The man was taken aback as he did not expect to hear something like that. He looked at the young master with a look of surprise and asked if he really didn't want to become the head of the clan, but wanted to change the demonic cult itself. He looked at him intently and said that this was very arrogant. He asked the young master if he thought he could stay on top. He knew perfectly well that this could not be solved by simply cutting down a tree. Ma Cheongseo said with a fierce grin that he would still climb to the top. The man sighed heavily and said that it was now clear to him that he was not a madman, but simply a dreamer. Jagalton looked sideways at the young master and asked what he could do, since this was a demonic cult that worshipped magic, and the young man was only trained in a humble martial art. He looked at the young master intently and sighed heavily, saying that those were rude words on his part. Jagalton extended his hand to the young master, saying that he should buy a share, and he would take responsibility for him being able to become the head of the cult. Jagalton looked at the young gentleman closely and said that it was still better than falling into the hands of scoundrels, since they could do without casualties at this rate. He smiled and told the young master that he would make his life easier, and all he had to do was give up his rights to him, and then he could live as he wanted. Ma Cheonso looked at his comrade with cold fury, wondering how he could have fallen so low when he had such a great future ahead of him. Ma Cheongso understood that the man wanted to become a regent, but in turn, he was shocked because he did not understand where the spirit of the warrior with whom he had previously been friends had disappeared. Ma Cheonso clenched his fists and looked at the man with anger because he now wanted to show him who he really was. With anger, he asked the man why he was so sure that he would not succeed. Gathering his strength, he told the man that he would change the demonic cult with his own hands. Ma Cheongseo looked at the man with anger and said that he should fight against empty desires that were blocking his path. Ma Cheonso was furious and shouted that if he didn't do it, then he would simply strangle him. The man froze in shock and fell to the ground with a crash from helplessness. He was in shock and simply could not believe that he was now seeing a heavenly devil in front of him. Ma Cheongseo looked at the man with cold fury and said that he was limited to just a small corner, not belonging to any other place. He spoke about the world arrogantly and rudely. A moment later, he used his power and directed it at the door that had closed earlier. The man froze in shock as the door fell with a loud bang and ease. A moment later, he bowed as he accepted his defeat. Jagalton sighed heavily and told the young master that he had received power from the head of the cult, but now he was puzzled because he did not understand why the young man wanted to change him, because he only had the opportunity to ascend to the throne. Ma Cheongseo said that the current magic religion seemed to be an abyss, and people were pushing each other into the pain and greed they created. They didn't even try to free themselves. The man sighed heavily and said that the young master of the cult would not have said such a thing. He looked closely at the master and asked if he had not done the same thing. Ma Cheonso sighed heavily and said that for this reason he would become the successor to the cult leader. The man sitting on the ground laughed at his words. But a moment later he burst into wild laughter that filled the entire room. The young man looked at the man in surprise and asked why he was laughing. The man's face changed with the speed of lightning, and he shouted that it was very funny, because the heir who received the devil's heavenly power changed magic. Ma Cheonso looked at his comrade in surprise and wondered if he had gone crazy or was just tired. Jagalton looked at the young gentleman closely and said that he should give him a chance. Bowing low, he asked the young master to spare him. Ma Cheongso looked at him in surprise and asked why he had to do that. The man sighed heavily and said that he had unfinished business. Ma Cheongso looked coldly at the man and said that it was not his problem at all. Jagalton said that he would stand in front of the young master on his way, even though his body looked like this, but he was confident that the young master would be able to give him some cumbersome orders. Jagalton looked at the young master and asked if he knew who the Howmen were. Ma Chongseo knew that it was a point organization created by people working in the lower classes. Because of this, they lacked solidarity. But in terms of information, as is known, they were superior in openness. He was shocked and did not understand how the man knew about something like this. He froze for a moment with bewilderment on his face as he realized who was in front of him. With lightning speed, the man took out a small tablet and said that he was a 19th generation Haomunju. Ma Chongseo saw a small tablet of pure gold in front of him, and now he was convinced that he had been right in his judgment. Ma Chongseo looked at the man closely and said that it seemed like everyone had been deceived, since he lived hidden on the mountain. Jagalton grinned and told the young master that it must have been this that contributed to his progress, achievements, and the power of the heavenly demon. Ma Chongseo asked angrily, "Did this mean that they should trust each other after everything?" Ma Chongseo looked at the man intently and asked what he wanted. The man must have sighed and asked the young master, promising him only one thing. Jagalton looked at the young master menacingly and said that there was a military man named Jagalman in the Murim Union, so he wanted to get him later. The young gentleman looked at the man in bewilderment, as he did not expect such a thing. But a moment later, he wondered if the military Jagalman had imprisoned the man in such a place. He thought for a moment, as he was curious as to why his comrade had changed so much. He wanted to know what the real reason was. He understood that if Togo had a nose under his heart, he must be the most feared in the Union. He knew that leaving him alive was dangerous for him. The man took a breath and told the young master that it didn't matter at all what he thought now. He regretted that his plan had changed, but nothing remains the same. Ma Chongseo. Looking at the man, he said that much had already changed. Jagalton asked the gentleman if he wanted him to be on his side. Ma Chongseo looked at the man with a grin and said that if he wanted to follow him, he would have to work hard. Jagalton told the gentleman that he might go crazy if he bet everything, and when he died, he would not be able to close his eyes peacefully. The young gentleman said with a grin that he was crazy, and he should get used to it by now. As he was leaving, the young gentleman asked the man if he really only needed the military Jagalmoon. Jagalton said with cold fury that he was now an invalid, and it would be much better if the young master could bring him to him. The young master looked at the old man intently and said that this was too much for the faction. Jagalton told the young master that he was more suited to the Murim alliance than the demon cult. Ma Chongseo asked the man what he should do now. A moment later, the man sighed heavily and told the young gentleman that he first had to understand how uncomfortable it was for him to sit on the ground. Ma Chongseo sighed heavily and told his comrade that he was just a chatterbox. The man smiled and told the master to think of it as a fight for life. Ma Chongseo told the man with a grin that his mouth would not close even if he died. The man smiled but did not answer. A moment later, the young master slowly helped his old comrade. Jagalton said that the current demon cult was no different from the active volcano. Jagalton said that from the side palaces to the Council of Elders, they are quite powerful than ever before. Ma Chongseo said that it seemed like there were several candidates for the ruler of the mountain peak. The man said that it was true, because thanks to this, the appearance of the young master was a change for them. Jagalton told the Lord that if the head was rejected, the power would be taken by the minor heir, whereas the refusal of the head of the small palace would be a great burden. The young master, in turn, thought for a moment about the demonic cult. Jagalton looked sideways at the gentleman and asked if he was unhappy about something. The young man looked at him in bewilderment and asked why he suddenly asked such a question. Jagalton looked at the gentleman and said that he usually called the cult of men only demonic. Ma Chongseo froze in place for a moment. He was sure that it was too early for him to reveal his true identity. Looking away from the man, he told him to continue. Jagalton told the young master that even if he had achieved the power of a heavenly devil, he could destroy the demonic spirit, but he could not possess it. Jagalton slowly took out a small box and said that it was originally created to defeat the headman's heart, but he was now giving it to him. Jagalton said that one of the books belonged to the doctor of the cult, and there were several copies of the original, and the other book was a continuation of the cult, so he must protect them. The young man froze in surprise for a moment, but after a few seconds he saw a small mask. Jagalton knew that this was the root of the Western cult, for it was said that a demonic god created a golden dragon, but a god-sent hero killed it. This mask was on that hero. He sighed heavily and said that she saw that this was an ordinary mask. He looked at the young master intently and said that if he put on the mask, he would be surrounded by a sea of blood. It was made in such a way that no one would be able to recognize him. The man said that in the cult, it was used by 5 gods, who were known by the generations as heavenly demons. They were scattered all over the world, and it was unknown where. They only knew that the mask was here, and it was called the Holy Fire. The young master froze in surprise for a moment, holding the small mask in his hands. Jagalton. Looking at the gentleman, he said that he should descend us only as far as he could. When they learn that he has conquered the power of the heavenly demon, half of the cult will take his side, and the rest will have to deal with such an independent one. Jagalton said that exactly half of the cult would lose legitimacy. Jagalton looked at the young master closely and said that he did not need to worry too much, since he only had to convince half the palaces and the council of elders before the election of the heir began. Jagalton told the gentleman that he could then easily climb to the top, but he only had a few months left before the elections. Jagalton told the gentleman that he must be careful and approach them one by one, and he also said that there would be those who would get ahead of him. Jagalton sighed heavily and, looking at the gentleman, said that his reputation was not very good. He asked if he could change it. The young gentleman sighed heavily and said that if a man talks about the past, then he is very sorry. Jagalton looked at the gentleman intently and said that no one knew about this, and everyone thought he was crazy. Jagalton told the master that he needed to show the new him. He knew that the power had increased, which meant that the people were in danger if they continued to live there. Jagalton. Looking at the gentleman, he said that the unjustified pressure from the outside palaces and the council of elders had increased. Jagalton looked intently at the gentleman, who stood silently. He asked how he could help them. Jagalton told the gentleman to go outside and look around, and then he would see those who could change their lives with small things. Jagalton looked at the gentleman, who was a little surprised. He said he would be undercover. Sometime later, he finally asked the gentleman if he could do it. Machianzo froze for a moment after his old comrade's words. He realized that he could work undercover. The man sighed heavily and said that it seemed to be as he thought. But a moment later, the young master said that he could. He turned around, glanced sideways at his old friend, and said that he would do it and would be undercover. The old man looked at the young man with a grin and said that this was very good news, but the young master still wanted to know if it was possible to do this. The old man asked the young man in surprise if he didn't want to increase his strength. He said that they have unusual qualities, but they go around and around because they can't mix. Ma Cheong-seo said that the houses in the small palace were empty. He asked if 10 places were not enough. The man looked sideways at the young master and asked if there were not 11. Ma Cheong-seo said with a smile that it had just acquired its owner. Jagalton looked at the young gentleman with a satisfied grin. A moment later, he said with a smile that the young master had such a shabby place like the small palace, but he still enjoyed his luxury. The young master smiled and said that he had now become sarcastic. Jagalton looked at the gentleman intently and said that he had to look at something else. Jagalton said he wanted to show him Yule, Tashika, because they need to start with him. The young gentleman looked at this image in surprise. Yultak entered the room. He was a little surprised, as he did not understand what happened to the door, but after listening to their conversation, he said that he knew the young man, and he was a bad guy. The young master asked his subordinate if he knew him. Yultak said that of course he knew him, and he was doing well, but then he lost his wife and drank poison, so he now had a bad reputation. Jagalton said that everything is correct, and in the palace he was the head of the guard of the head of the cult. He was a former creditor in the palace. Jagalton sighed heavily and said that now no one needed him, and he remained a cripple. The young master looked closely at the image, but did not answer. A moment later, he turned around and, looking at his assistant, said that it was time for them to go. Ayultak was surprised by such a change in the master. As he left, the young gentleman said that he had another goal. In the Subon outside the market, under the waterfall, there was a valley where low-class people lived. The waters flowing there looked like the tears of people, so it was called Birugol. It was obvious who could come there. Those who had lost their fortune in gambling, those who had drunk themselves to death due to the absence of a family, those who had nowhere to go, or those who had committed serious crimes or gone into hiding. Nobody paid attention to them. There was nothing to take from them, and there was no way to make them repent. As a result, their lives are devoted day after day to the usual routine in a musty house. It certainly was until a few days ago. The boy looked at his mother intently and asked if he could go home already, as his head was spinning. She said that he should be quiet and not shout. The woman looked at her son closely and said that an important person was coming today, so he had to endure everything. She asked if he could do it. He replied that he would. The man was puzzled because he didn't know who had decided to come to them, and he thought that the man just wanted them all to die so that he could go about their business. His friend told him to watch his words. A moment later, the man noticed that the young master was already approaching them, so he shouted for everyone to kneel down. A moment later, everyone present saw a boat in the distance. The young gentleman was slowly sailing in a boat along the river. Looking around the area, he noticed many plants. Yultak smiled and told the young master to look into the distance. He was surprised because he did not expect many people to gather to greet him. The man knelt down and greeted the young gentleman for deciding to visit them. A moment later, everyone present greeted the young master of the demon cult. The young gentleman glanced sideways at all those present, for he knew that such praise was given only to the king. He noticed that the village was full of believers, whom he had to get rid of. He looked closely at the people who were uncomfortable in the heat. A moment later, he asked the man if they were hot. The man was taken aback, as he was surprised by such a question. Ma Cheongso and asked again if they were hot. The man was taken aback and shouted that, of course, it was not so. Looking around at everyone present, he asked who could be hot. People wiped away the sweat, but no one dared to say that they were hot. Ayultak looked at the gentleman with a smile and said that he quickly built them, and also said that they needed to go. Ayultak looked intently at the man and said that he should see them off. The young master sighed heavily, as he knew that this was just karma. The man looked at the young people intently and asked if it was difficult for them to get to such a place. He was puzzled because he did not know why they suddenly decided to visit them. Ayultak looked at the man with skill and asked if the young master of the cult needed a reason to look at the lives of ordinary people. The man was taken aback and said that they were right. The man sighed heavily and said that they were very embarrassed in front of the young master, since they did not even have decent treats. Ayultak Iskosa looked at the head of the village and said that they had a market nearby, but it was still worse than on the outskirts. The man sighed heavily and said that this was indeed the case because, as we know, this was a very poor place. Ma Chionso looked at the man intently and asked if those flowers were already here. The man was taken aback, as he did not understand what he was talking about. Changchun asked for forgiveness because he didn't really know those places. The young master sighed heavily and said that he understood everything, and also told the man that the top could go. Changchun bowed and told the young master that if he needed anything, he could call him at any time. Ayultak looked intently at the gentleman and said that the valley was very small and he would quickly find it. Ma Cheongxiao sighed heavily and asked his subordinate if he thought it was strange. The young man looked at his master in bewilderment and asked what he was talking about. Ma Cheongso sighed that he had the feeling that something was missing. Yultak. After reflection said that the believers looked open, he said that there were flowers and rivers. He did not understand what else was needed. Ayultak asked the young gentleman with a grin if he was drunk. The young gentleman said that there were no traces of agriculture near this place where people lived. Ayultak said that I gave it on the centuries-old mountain. Agriculture is not easy, Ma Cheongseo. You in turn said that there was a river, and it was quite warm because of the low location of the valley. and it was quite a good place for farming. He noticed that people had to climb up to the market from the valley. Ayultak sighed heavily and said that there were reasons why they lived without agriculture. A moment later, the young gentleman stood up and said that they needed to find out everything. Ayultak was surprised because the young gentleman had not yet finished eating, but was already getting ready to go. He said that he had already finished eating and it was time for them to go. Ayultak was taken aback and shouted after him to wait for him since he had not finished eating yet. At the same time, the man was slowly going about his business, but in turn he was puzzled because he did not understand why the young gentleman had come to them. He thought for a moment because he understood that he had moved in with them for a reason. With a grin, he said that if the gentleman came from one business, then he could become the head after all and move to Ilban. A moment later, he sighed heavily, knowing that he shouldn't just say this. A few minutes later, he arrived at the place. Entering the house, he noticed that Nari had arrived. A few seconds later, he slowly handed the money to the young man. The man looked closely at the small bag and said that there was less in it than last month. Changchun was taken aback and said that it was all because the young master had suddenly arrived. Nari looked at the man in surprise, as he didn't expect to hear anything like that. The man ran away and said that everything was exactly like that, and he did not know why he came to them, so for several days they did not work and prepared for the arrival of the master. Nari thought for a moment, as he had recently heard that the young master had run away, but now he didn't understand why he had come to them. He looked at the man intently, but a moment later he gave him a small bag and said that next month he should transfer double the amount. Nari asked the man if he had forgotten why he was the head of the valley. Changchun was taken aback and said with a smile that he could not forget it and he would definitely bring everything. Nari looked at the man and told him to trust him. Changchun in turn thanked him. Changchun turned around with lightning speed and walked about his business. But a moment later he stopped and flinched as the man asked him what was wrong with him. Changchun turned around and looked at the young man with confusion. Nari asked what about Yulteshik. The man froze for a moment. But a moment later he smiled and told the young man not to worry, because now that his heart was broken, he couldn't even move his head. Nari asked if he was already used to it, but a moment later he said that it was time to bring the gift. He asked the man if his daughter was already an adult. Changchun smiled and said that it was true. Her skin was so beautiful that soon she would not be able to pass Samwa because of the flaw. Nari looked at the man closely and told him to take good care of her so that no one would touch her. The man said with a smirk that he would take care of everything. Changchun said with a smirk that he asked for it. So for the various men who drool over the young lady, he has prepared a very serious punishment. Changchun looked at the young man intently and said that he could not understand how he could be interested in such a person. Nari turned around and said that he did not need his understanding. The man was taken aback and said that everything was correct. Nari thought for a moment, but after a few seconds he said that since the young master had come to them himself, they needed to attract him with a woman so that they could have a connection. Nari looked at the man closely and said that he should put his daughter in the bed. The man was taken aback by the silk on the spot. Nari said that he didn't just come here in the first place, he was a merchant, so he came to save him, and so they should give him a hint. Changchun was puzzled because he knew that something could go wrong. The young man looked at him with fury and asked if he really thought he had the right to ask him anything. Nari looked at the man with cold fury and said that he just needed to do what he told him to do, and that was what he lived for. Changchun turned around and left with lightning speed. He knew that Eulteshik stole Nari's wife. Changchun wondered if he had raised the rain for this purpose, but the man decided to throw all thoughts away because he would be good for the young master. Nari, in turn, wanted to see how low Yul would fall. Teshik, because in this way they would become similar. A moment later, he laughed wildly, as he knew his plan was a very good one. He laughed hysterically for a while, but after a few seconds he disappeared. At the same time, the young master sat quietly in the house and studied the basics of the men cult. He knew that the cult worshipped good gods and saved living beings with the help of fire. But nevertheless, the fire for the realization of living beings burned everything and became the embodiment of real fire. This place could not illuminate, therefore the cult became a cult of demons. Sometime later, the young master and his servant were walking around the village. Ayultak excitedly asked the gentleman where he was going, because the day was very hot, and therefore he wanted to find a man as quickly as possible. Ma Chongso asked the assistant if he noticed anything. Yayultak said that he didn't notice anything, and also asked the master if he really noticed anything. The young master said that he noticed something. Ayultak asked in surprise what it was. He said that the number of houses exceeded the number of people. Ayultak, looking around, said that it was so, but if someone died, then it was not strange. The young gentleman was puzzled because he had only seen young people. Ayultak asked in bewilderment if this was really a problem, since he thought that this was the average age of people in the valley. The young master asked his subordinate how he found the weather. Ayultak sighed heavily and said that the sky was clear, but it was stuffy. Ayultak was puzzled and did not understand why his master was messing with his head. He did not understand what was happening to his master and assumed that he would start to riot because of the heat. A moment later he laughed nervously, and then he saw that his master was burning with rage. The young gentleman sighed heavily and said that the day was truly hot. A moment later he approached the young lady, for he knew that this was the problem. With lightning speed, the young lady bowed and greeted the gentleman. He looked at her intently and said that even in such hot weather, she wore a warm skirt. She looked at him in bewilderment, as she did not understand what he was talking about. After a few seconds, the young gentleman came closer to the girl. She was taken aback and trembled with fear. He looked at her in surprise and asked if she didn't understand, because even he was sweating. She looked at him with bewilderment and fear. "Ma Cheonso, isn't she hot?" Looking away from him, she said that he didn't understand why he was doing this. A moment later, he said they were going to check something now. She screamed as he laid her on the ground. After a few seconds, he began to lift her skirt. Yultak, in turn, was shocked by what he saw. He did not understand what the gentleman was doing because they were on the street. Taken aback, he asked the gentleman if he really liked this. But a moment later, the young gentleman saw wounds and ulcers on the young lady's body. A few seconds later, he caught the flower petal with fury, furious because he knew it was because of the miniature flowers. He realized that they looked very beautiful, but the girl's legs were mutilated. A moment later, he stood up and told his subordinate that it was time for them to go, while flower petals were flying around them. Changchun went off to do his business in no hurry, but in turn, he was very angry, because he did not know how he should prepare this amount for the next month. He turned around nervously to make sure no one was around. A few seconds later, he jumped into the water with lightning speed. He slowly swam towards the entrance to the cave. A few seconds later, he surfaced. Having climbed out onto dry land, he swore nervously, as he understood that they needed to change places because he was not a rat that swam everywhere. Changchun looked at the young man closely and said that it seemed like he wasn't working at all. He smiled and told the leader that he had said earlier that he didn't need to do this anymore. The young man smiled and said that the casino was still open. Changchun walked slowly past the people who were arguing among themselves over the game. He looked intently at everyone present as they played without stopping. The man looked at his friend and said that he was cheating. A moment later, Changchun intervened in their argument, inflicting a wound on one of the men. He looked at the man with cold fury and told him to get out immediately. He walked slowly into the room and told his subordinate to bring his friends and get to work. The young man was taken aback because the young master was in the village, and if he had brought his friends, the valley would have been empty. Changchun looked at the young man with cold fury and said that the young master had come to them for precisely this reason. A moment later, he entered the room, which was strewn with flowers. Changchun angrily told the young man not to drool in vain and quickly, without making a fuss, bring everyone without exception, otherwise they would not make it in time for the next month. A few seconds later, he turned around and asked the young man where Yul was now. Technician. The young man said that he was most likely with his daughter now, since he spent all his time with her, except when she was working. Changchun told the young man to bring them both. Changchun said that the girl needed to be washed because he wanted to put her in the young master's bed. The young man was shocked. He asked the man if he really wanted to give her away despite the fact that he had forbidden anyone to touch her. Changchun said with a grin that, unfortunately, he would have to make a sacrifice for the sake of the cause. The young lady looked at her father and said with a smile that he should eat. He sighed heavily and said that she should also eat. She smiled and said that she was already full and he should eat. Heir said with a smile that a high-ranking person from the small palace had arrived today, and that was why everyone was having a hard time because of it. Heir asked his father with a smile if he had heard about this, since they had come from the small palace. The man was filled with rage after hearing about the head of the small palace. But after a few seconds he began to breathe heavily. She realized that he remembered the past. She wondered what her father was like at that time. Some time ago they were informed that he had a long-standing chronic illness. The man said with a grin that he had to take his medicine. The young lady, in turn, glanced sideways at the medicine. She was furious because she knew it was not a chronic illness at all, and they needed to get out of the valley as soon as possible. A moment later, all her thoughts disappeared as she heard a noise. With the speed of lightning, she turned around and looked intently at the door. She was scared because she was not expecting anyone. Opening the door, she smiled and asked the man what brought him to them. The young man said that the head of the valley was calling them. Heir was surprised because she knew that he should be with the young master now. The young man said that she should hurry and not ask unnecessary questions, and she should also take her father with her. She was surprised because she didn't expect to hear something like that. A moment later, she said they were on their way. As he left, the man looked at her with cold fury. But a moment later he said that she should go and wash herself. Heir closed the door with lightning speed, but she was also worried and knew something was wrong. She approached her father and informed him that the head of the valley was waiting for them and that they needed to go. The young lady was worried. She had a bad feeling and did not know what had happened. Sometime later she walked slowly towards the meeting with her father. She was puzzled because she had never been in such a place before. A few seconds later, they entered the great hall. The young lady froze in shock on the spot. Looking around, she realized that they were now in a casino. She knew her father hated unfamiliar places, but now he was calm. She wondered if he had ever been to a place like this before. The man looked at her sullenly and said that she must hurry. She looked at the man with bewilderment, but still did as he ordered. A moment later, the man said that she should go on alone. The lady was a little puzzled. The man said with a grin that the chief had told him that he wanted to give her father a special medicine. The young lady turned around and looked at her father with fear. She smiled and said that they didn't need to do that since her father had recently taken some medicine, so they had enough, so they would go together. The man looked at her with cold fury because they had spoken to her in a friendly manner. Heir froze for a moment in place out of fear. The young lady loosened her grip for a moment, and after a few seconds, she let go of her father. But before she could move away, her father grabbed her hand. She looked at him in surprise, but he quietly told her, trembling, not to leave. All with fury, Teshik, and said that they will give him medicine now, and he must let go of his daughter. No, the technician, in turn, did not want to do this. The man looked at him with anger and presented him with a large bag and said that he could give him all the contents at once. Teshik, in turn, looked at the bag with puzzlement. But after a few seconds, he turned his gaze to his daughter. His hands were shaking, and he didn't know what to do. A moment later, the young man poured a handful of medicine into his hand. Teshik trembled and looked at the medicine with bewilderment. But a moment later, he finally let go of his daughter's hand. She was puzzled, as she had not expected such a thing. A few seconds later, the young men led the man in the opposite direction and told the young lady that she had to go. Heir looked at the dried-up trail with tears in her eyes. Turning around, she burst into tears, but mentally asked her father to wait a little because she was supposed to return soon. A moment later, Changchun greeted the young lady with a joyful smile and invited her to sit wherever she wanted. She sighed heavily and, without looking up at the man, said that she didn't want to, and also thanked him for his concern. He smiled a sly smile and said that her father also did not listen at first, and it seemed that she was very similar to him. Changchun walked closer to the young lady and looked at her with a fierce grin. Oil Heron, in turn, was taken aback and looked away from him, and trembling with fear asked why he had called her. The man slowly touched her face and asked with a grin if she was afraid of him. He said that they had not seen each other for several days. The young lady was shocked. She looked at him warily, trembling with fear. He asked with a grin if she was really disgusted by his touch. He didn't understand what was wrong with that, since she would still get dirty. The young lady was taken aback and pushed him away, asking what he was talking about. He laughed and asked if she had forgotten who raised her. He said with a grin that thanks to him her father had lived so long, and now he wanted to give her a chance to repay him for his kindness. She was taken aback and trembling with fear, told him not to come near her. Changchun said angrily that she was ungrateful, and even knowing that her father would get worse, she was now turning away from him. He looked at her with a smirk and said that he knew that she wanted to run away with her father, and now he was giving her that opportunity. Looking away from her, he said that he didn't care about them, and so they could leave him at any time. But a moment later he turned around and, looking intently at the young lady with a fierce grin, said that she must sleep with the head of the small palace. The young lady froze in shock as the information given hit her. She knew that the head of the small palace was a hunter of women's bodies who caused trouble to others depending on his mood, so the people nicknamed him a big pervert. She looked at the man timidly and asked what if she didn't go. He asked with a grin how she would earn money then. Changchun told the girl that her father owed him a lot of money, so he should at least sell her. The young lady was shocked. She screamed that this would not happen. Changchun said that until today her father had been receiving medicines, and they were very expensive. He asked if she really thought that he was just giving them away. He looked at the young lady intently and said with a grin that they would not be able to get out of the village just like that. But if the young master suddenly liked her and became his concubine, then she would have a chance. The young lady in turn was burning with rage, for she knew that she had no way out. He looked at her intently, and his eyes widened, telling her that she needed to do it now. With their lightning speed, he went to the door and shouted to his boys. The young lady was taken aback and said that she would do everything, only he should not touch her father. A moment later, he turned around and grinned at her, telling her to get ready. Changchun looked at the young lady with a smirk and said that she needed to talk less if she wanted to save her life. Changchun, in turn, was very pleased because he knew that she would be able to touch his heart. A moment later, he laughed wildly, for he knew that he would soon reach his goal. That same evening, Madame led the young gentleman to the house where he was to rest. After a few seconds, she bowed and asked him to rest. A moment later, the young gentleman looked around the room closely. He noticed that he was in a valley where there was no water to drink, but there were luxurious mansions. He understood that there was nothing to even rob in the valley, but in turn, he wondered if it was possible to somehow return money from the valley with the help of drugs. According to the rules of drug production, it is only permitted in the Poison Palace, and violation of it entails a number of consequences. He was furious because he knew that Ulteshik was in second place in the valley, and it seemed that he guessed what was happening in the village, so he could not forgive him. But he was puzzled because he walked around the whole valley, but did not see the man anywhere. He knew that it would take a whole mill to poison 1,000 inhabitants, but he had never seen anything like it in the valley. A moment later, he heard a noise as the young lady asked permission to enter the room. He gave her permission, and she walked in slowly. The young master froze in place when he saw the young lady. He looked at her in surprise, but she introduced herself with her lightning speed. The young gentleman was surprised because he saw that she was really beautiful. He thought for a moment because he saw that she was young, and it seemed to him that she was like his younger sister, Yule. Heron timidly asked the gentleman to take her. The young man froze in place from the silk and bewilderment. She came closer to him. He looked at her in surprise and asked what she was talking about. She timidly asked him if he could take her. He sighed heavily as he realized that she had definitely been sent by the head of the valley. He understood that everyone knew him as a pervert. He understood that it was simply impossible not to make mistakes in such a situation. While he was thinking, the young lady began to undress. He noticed this, and with lightning speed extinguished all the candles. After a few seconds, he quickly threw her onto the bed and the young lady screamed. She looked at him in surprise and asked what was wrong with him. He came closer to her and told her to shut up. He was shocked because she had previously told him to take her and then looked at him with tears in her eyes. He asked if she was afraid of him. Trembling with fear, the young lady said that she was not afraid of him, but he knew that this was not true. She burst into tears and trembled, saying that it was true and that she was not afraid at all. The young gentleman, in turn, sighed heavily as he was puzzled by everything that was happening. A moment later, he sat down next to her on the bed. He asked if she knew who he was, and that was why she came. She said he was a young master, Ma Chongso, in turn, said that he was called a pervert. A moment later, he turned around and said that if she knew, then she should have prepared herself, and now they could see it. She was taken aback and asked what he was talking about. He sighed heavily and said that if she had come to do her job, then she should do it. She was in shock and didn't know how she could do it. He looked at her intently and asked if she had come for some other reason. The young lady in turn screamed and said that it was not so. A moment later, he turned around. She looked at him frightened and asked what he was doing. He asked why she was so scared and also said that if she was frozen, then he should do everything. She looked away from him in embarrassment and said that she just needed time. Ma Cheonso looked at her in surprise and said that at first she told him to take her, but now she needs time. He asked if she was making fun of him. She embarrassedly said that she was not. Trembling with embarrassment, she said it was her first time. Ma Cheongso sighed heavily but did not answer. A moment later, he said that she should go back. The young lady was taken aback, as she did not expect such a thing. He looked at her intently and said that she should leave, as an immature woman like her was not his type. But a moment later, the young lady, trembling with fear, grabbed his hand and stopped him. He looked at her in surprise and asked what she was doing. He asked if she was really trying to create a drama. She firmly said that this was not the case. She said, embarrassed, that she wanted to ask him something. Unable to bear it any longer, she screamed and asked why he was behaving like this towards her. She asked if he shouldn't just take her. He sighed heavily and said that he had already said before that she was not his type. She asked if she just needed to look right. A moment later, the young lady rushed into his arms. He was shocked, as he did not expect such a thing. Ma Cheonso shouted and asked the young lady what she was doing. In a hurry, she shouted that she was doing what he wanted her to do. She screamed that she could do anything. He was in shock and screamed for her not to come near him. But a moment later, he couldn't take it anymore and threw her into the bed. Heir froze in place in embarrassment. Looking away from the young gentleman with tears in her eyes and trembling with fear, she said that now he could do whatever he wanted. He was in shock, as he was, again, being portrayed as a sinner. The rest looked at her and said that if he didn't like her, he would have to get rid of her, and this applied to anyone. He asked if she wasn't afraid. Trembling with fear, the young lady said that she was afraid. A moment later, she looked at him intently and said firmly that she wanted him to take her, and he simply had to. He sighed heavily and said that if she wanted it, he would do it. A moment later, he hugged her and found the right points on her body. A few seconds later, he pressed the points on her back, and she screamed. She was in shock, but she couldn't do anything. But a moment later, the young lady fainted. He sighed heavily, as he understood that the cult of demons was not at all simple. Sometime later, the young lady came to her senses and woke up screaming. She stood up and discovered that she was naked. A moment later, the young gentleman turned around and said that everything had happened. He knew that she did not understand at all what exactly he had done, but he knew that she should be calm, since he had not laid a finger on her. He said that he had done everything as she wanted. He looked at her intently and asked if she was happy now. She covered herself with the blanket, but did not answer. A moment later, gathering her courage, she said she had something else. Without looking at the young lady, he asked if it was something serious enough. With tears in her eyes, she said it was very important. She cried and said that her vile body had gone to the master. He was puzzled, because she knew nothing about the fact that nothing had happened, but he knew that she would suffer. A moment later, she thanked him. He sighed heavily and said that she should thank those who had wronged her. He noted that she was an honest woman, She said that she was to his taste, so she asked him to save her and her father. The young gentleman was taken aback and froze in place at her words. He looked at her in surprise and asked if he really had to save her father. She sighed heavily and with tears in her eyes began to beg him about it. Ma Cheonso looked at her intently and said that she was either naive or had never heard of him. Ma Cheonso looked at the girl intently and asked why she thought he would listen to her and her body. She looked at him in surprise and thought, what else can a girl do who only had a body? He sighed heavily and said that she was very mercenary to come to him with such thoughts. He sighed heavily and said that he would listen to her, but if she did not satisfy his interest, he would cut her throat. She looked at him in surprise. He asked if she was deaf or dumb, or if he should cut off her neck right now. In a hurry, the young lady said that her father was ill, and if she was not by his side, he might die. She screamed that the people in the village were very humble. Some of them couldn't even touch their toes, but she really wanted to live with her father. He sighed heavily and said that he understood her. She looked at him in surprise, but at that very moment he asked what her father's name was. Heir looked at the young master intently and said that her father's name was Ul. Technician. The young master in turn froze in shock. He looked at her in surprise and asked if her father's name was Yule. Technician. She burst into tears and said that everything was exactly like that. He was puzzled, because everything was much worse than he thought. A moment later, the young gentleman said that he understood, and she need not worry. He said that she should have a good rest, and he pressed one of the points again, and she fell asleep. A moment later, he looked at the medicine he was taking. After a few seconds, he looked out into the street, as he wanted to make sure that no one was watching him. He walked up to his subordinate and told him to wake up immediately. The young man looked at his master in surprise, as he did not expect to see him in the middle of the night. He sighed heavily and asked the gentleman why he was not sleeping for such a long time. Ma Cheonso placed a small bag on the table and told his subordinate to take a look at what it was. Ayultak looked closely at the powder and said that it was familiar to him. He looked at the young gentleman in bewilderment and asked where he got such a thing, since the color looked very expensive. Ma Cheongseo asked if it was Mikyun-san. Ayultak was surprised by this question of the gentleman, because of this, the head of the cult locked him in a cave, and now it can only be found in the poisonous palace. Ayultak laughed and told the gentleman that at 14 years old he set fire to the poisonous palace because he ate this powder. The young master told his subordinate to try the powder. Ayultak was surprised and did not understand why he should do this, but the master insisted. Ayultak sighed heavily and said that he had never done this and never would. Ma Cheongseo sighed heavily and asked what he could do if he wasn't even doing that. He told the young man to try the powder immediately. Ayultak perplexedly said that he would not do it. The young gentleman sighed heavily and said that he simply had no other choice. A moment later, he aimed the powder at his subordinate. Ayultak changed my expression with lightning speed and groaned. But after a few seconds, he laughed joyfully and called the young master. Ma Cheongso looked at the young man, as he understood that the fact that the effect appeared immediately spoke of his danger. He looked at the young man intently and asked if he could stop, but he did nothing of the sort, so the young gentleman asked for forgiveness. After a few seconds, he used his power and with it, he burned away the entire effect. He looked closely at the young man who fell with a crash after the force was applied because he knew that there would be no addiction. Ma Cheongseo was burning with rage and anger because he knew that Changchun had taken a path that was not worth choosing. At the same time, El Teshik lay in a dark cave and, breathing heavily, called for his daughter. The men mocked the foolish old man and told him that the young master had taken care of his daughter. Il Teshik reached out to the man with his last strength. He grabbed the man by the leg and started screaming, as if he wanted them to give his daughter back. The man was furious because he saw that the old man was stubborn. He did not raise where he got his strength from because he had taken a lot of drugs. He shouted in rage that he was just a miserable old man who served in the gambling house, but at the same time, he beat him with cold fury. The man was furious and did not understand why the headman had not yet ordered the old man to be killed. But the young man mockingly said that since his daughter had been given to the young master, his death was already on the doorstep. The men whispered among themselves because they did not like the decrepit old man, even though he was one, but he always had a very stern look. The man heard that the old man was a big shot in the past, but his friend didn't believe it and thought that he was a small businessman in a trading house or was one of those who hung around with the priestesses from the Holy Palace. A moment later, the old man opened his eyes and looked at the young man with cold fury and anger. The man froze for a moment, as he felt uneasy under such a close gaze. He was taken aback and wondered if he should kill him himself. His friend told him to calm down, as he might get a serious punishment from old age. They turned around and froze in shock as they saw the old man crawling with all his might and angrily telling them to give his daughter back. Dumbfounded, they looked at the old man with anger. But a moment later, the man could not stand it and grabbed the old man by the hair. Burning with anger and fury, the man beat the old man. He shouted at the old man that if he looked into his eyes again, he would kill him. The young man was worried that the old man might die because he had lost a lot of blood. The man said angrily that the old man had simply hit his head on the floor and died. Walking down the long corridor, they slowly passed the dungeons. The man said with a grin that the children could be useful since they produced drugs day and night. Thus, they saved their parents, not knowing that the parents were on drugs. They scoffed and said that the children would never know that their parents were sitting on what they produced. Stretching, the young man said that if the village chief and the young master could get along, then they would finally be able to get out of this hole. A moment later, the man turned around as he heard a crash and froze in surprise when he saw his friend lying on the ground. He didn't understand what had happened, but a moment later, Ma Chong-seo stabbed the man. The man, in turn, fell to the ground with a crash. Ma Cheonso looked around as he realized what was really happening. He was furious because they had opened a gambling house under the valley, but that was not enough for them. They also detained and poisoned the old people. He understood that this was not all, because there was still the place where the drug was produced. He wondered if it was really behind the village he had passed by. He was furious because unfortunately he couldn't save the people, because they didn't even have control over their own bodies, and if he let them out, he would only make things worse. He mentally promised that he would come back for them. But a moment later he heard some noise and was taken aback. Coming closer to the prison, he froze in place, because he saw an old man who was calling his daughter. He looked at the old man with bewilderment, as he saw that he was not in very good condition. He understood that the old man looked very bad, but there was no mistake, because in front of him was the former leader of the detachment of masters of demonic art, his portrait he had seen in the book. Ma Cheonso approached the old man with lightning speed and asked if he was okay. Ma Cheonso was shocked because he saw that the old man was in a terrible state and his channels were seriously damaged. He wondered if it was all because of the drugs. He knew the external damage was serious, but the biggest problem was his mind. He saw that life was barely glimmering in him. The old man looked intently at the young man and, trembling, said that he had a request. Ma Chong-seo was taken aback, because the old man had a last wish. He understood that he was really on the verge of death. Ma Cheonso shouted at the man not to give up so easily, but the man, trembling, begged the young man to fulfill his request. Ilteschik looked intently at the young man, and with his last strength, said that no one should know about his death. The young man froze for a moment after his words. He was furious because the old man did not ask for salvation or revenge. The young master was angry because he understood that the old man simply wanted his daughter not to know about his death. He looked at the old man closely and wondered if he would meet his end in a place like this. He stared at the old man for a moment, not knowing what to do. He was furious because he couldn't let the old man just die in a place like that. He understood that he could save him. Even if the chance was not great, it still existed. He wanted to infuse life-giving force into the old man, because in this way he could restore his energy channels with the help of his chi. Ma Chong-seo understood perfectly well that it would not be so difficult to restore his channels, but there could be problems with the internal chi. He knew he didn't have to hesitate, because he simply didn't have time. A moment later, he undressed the old man and looked at him intently, concentrating. After a few seconds, he directed all his power at the old man. He saw the old man writhing but still continuing to act. Ma Chongso was surprised and wondered if the man was absorbing his qi. After some time, he noticed that the problem was not a lack of qi. In fact, his dantan was very strong. Ma Chongso was puzzled and did not understand how this was possible. He was shocked as the man quickly absorbed his energy. He was puzzled because he realized that if his energy was not enough, then he himself could die. Ma Chongso knew it was too late to stop, so he wanted to give all his energy to the man without a trace. A moment later, he began to pour out his power even more strongly. He was shocked because so much time had passed, so he wondered if the man was still absorbing his power. A moment later, he had already decided to give everything he had left. With the last of his strength, he gave all his energy and the man screamed. A few seconds later, the young man fell to the ground with a thud. At the same time, the old man stood up as he gained strength, and his body was transformed. Ma Chongso was breathing heavily, as almost all of his qi had been used up and he had nothing left, but he knew that if Dantan was even a little bigger than him, he could have died. Ma Chongso looked at the old man in surprise as he saw his changed body. He realized that the old man was already in the awakening stage. Well, the technician looked at the young man in surprise and asked who he was. The young gentleman, breathing heavily, asked the old man to catch his breath a little, since he could not speak. The old man looked intently at the young man, wanting to talk about what happened to his body. Despite his humble origins, he rose from the very bottom thanks to his strong body. Yulteshik always cared about those around him even after he became an important person, so he was followed and respected. When he became the leader of the squad, many people from the 7 palaces and the Council of Elders appeared, eager to work for her or get to know her better, but he chose an old friend with whom he grew up. There was a period when Yulteshik was called one of the greats, but he preferred a quiet and happy life in solitude. At that moment, it seemed to him that happiness would last forever, but everything collapsed when Yulteshik decided to go to training to reach the stages of awakening. Looking at his wife, he said with a gentle smile that as a leader, he had a duty to achieve awakening. Worried about his wife, who was left alone with their daughter, he asked people he trusted to take care of them while he was in solitude. However, when he returned to the house, he saw devastation. During his absence, his relatives were kidnapped by robbers. Yulteshik had to finish his training early, so he gathered his squad of masters, the art of the higher demons, and went in search of the kidnappers. He searched for his relatives with all his might, but when he found them, he froze in shock. Unfortunately, his wife was dead, but his daughter was still alive. Yulteshik said in a puzzled tone that he had no one to blame, since the fault lay only with him, since if he had not been so greedy, he would have chosen another place for training. The young master asked the man if he had really gone crazy. Yulteshik said that he simply could not survive it, so he wanted to commit suicide several times, but because of his daughter, he remained alive. Eventually, he stopped practicing martial arts and started using drugs to dull the pain. He thought he had lost all his internal energy when he stopped practicing. The young gentleman looked at the man intently and asked him if he regretted saving his life. Yulteshik said that his mind was clouded, but he remembered everything that happened to him, and he was grateful to the young man because he saved him all. The technician looked intently at the man and said that he would like to ask him one question. The inspector asked the young man if he really came from the small palace. The young master froze for a moment. He was puzzled and did not understand how the man understood this, because he was wearing the sacred mask of fire, Yul. The inspector told the young man that he did not have to answer if it was difficult. Yulteshik told the young man that he had passed on his energy to him, and only in the martial art of the men cult, there is the energy of the sacred fire that never goes out. He knew that it was the highest art of the demon lord, which could only be mastered by people belonging to the Guanman palace or the small men palace. Yulteshik told the young man that he would follow him until his death. He would do whatever was required of him, but he still wanted something in return. He sighed heavily and said that his daughter was unhappy. The young gentleman said that his daughter was fine and nothing had happened to her. He looked away from the man and said that he was not so stupid as to lie to a master who had reached the awakening stages, but he felt ashamed because he had used her acupuncture point to put her to sleep. Ulteshik said with a smile that if his daughter was next to a man like him, then he didn't have to worry, because he had saved his life, and from now on, his life belonged to the young master. The young gentleman looked at the man with a gentle smile, as he saw that he was a pleasant and honest person. He looked at him intently, hoping that the man would be someone he could trust his back to. He smiled and said that tomorrow the village elder and the young master would come to him in the dungeon, so he could do with them what he saw fit. Oh, the technician said with a smile that he understood everything. Ma Cheong-seo stopped for a moment as he left. Turning around, he smiled and said that the man should leave the young master alive. Yule the technician said with a joyful smile that he would do everything. Ma Cheong-seo, in turn, understood perfectly well that now he only had to wait until tomorrow. The next day, the village headman came to the young master with joy in his eyes. He smiled and asked the young gentleman if he liked his gift. The young gentleman smiled and told the man that he liked what he had sent. Chang-chun said with a sly smile that he knew she would like his gift since he was saving it for a special occasion. Chang-chun said with a grin that he really hoped that he liked what they sent along with the girl. The young master smiled and asked the village chief what he was talking about. Chang-chun gestured to show what he was talking about. The young master realized that he was talking about a drug. A moment later, the young gentleman said that his gray, dull life had been brought back into color, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that he had sent him the elixir of happiness. He smiled and asked the man how he was able to create something like this. The elder began to talk about a flower growing nearby, which was called the opium poppy. He smiled and said that if you cut it about 10 days after it ripens, you can get an extract. The young gentleman was furious, because he understood that the elder had prepared everything himself. He smiled and told the old man to tell him everything in more detail. Chang-chun said with a grin that something interesting came out in the end, and they called it devil dust. He smiled and said that the name suited him very well. Chang-chun told the young master that if he liked it very much, they could provide it in any quantity and at any time. The young master said that it was not fitting for such a talented person as the village chief to live in such a small village. Chang-chun said with a smile that he was flattered by such words. A moment later, he said that the cult's rulers would not allow them to expand this sphere beyond the village. Chang-chun told the young master that he must have noticed that there were a lot of beggars in the village who had nowhere else to share their wealth. He said that as the village headman, it was his duty to take care of them, and for the sake of the suffering people, he began to do such things. Ma Cheong-seo, holding back his anger, told the man that he had acted nobly. Chang-chun said that if they could sell their goods outside the village, the people would have another chance. Young master thought for a moment and said that they could do that. The man was surprised, as he did not expect to hear such a thing. The master said that he would take a look at the place where they produced the devil dust, and later they could resolve this issue. Chang-chun asked the gentleman if he could help them. The young gentleman said with a smile that although his authority was not that high yet, he could solve such a problem. Chang-chun said with a grin that it was true, because one day he would become the head of the entire cult. Ma Cheong-seo said with a smile that for this reason, such a valuable man could not be left in such a place, and he simply had to go to the small palace. The man thanked him for such a favor. A moment later, the young gentleman stood up and told the man to show him the way. The young man looked at the man intently, as he knew that his end would soon come. Some time later, they arrived at the place. Chang-chun smiled and said that they were more concerned about stealth, so they would have to work hard. A moment later, he jumped into the water with lightning speed. The young man was furious because in daylight it looked ridiculous, but they had made a shelter right in plain sight. After a few seconds of thought, he jumped into the water. After a short swim, he surfaced. He looked at the village elder and his henchmen in surprise. He was furious because he knew they had it pretty good. Chang-chun apologized to the young master for doing this, but they had to make sure that no one would find them. He quickly told the young men to bring towels. Ma Cheong-seo smiled and told the man that he really was a genius, since it was very difficult to build such a shelter. He smiled and said that he was simply a jack of all trades. He told the young master that they were taking measures, but he still had to hide his face. Ma Cheong-seo looked around carefully, while the village chief showed him everything. He said that those who came to their village were mostly criminals who decided to lie low in their wilderness. Ma Chongso saw that he had prepared a good performance and had not yet given himself away. Ma Chongso told the village elder that he had heard that the girl's father was also there. The man asked in surprise if she had really told him that. He said that it was so and he, as the village elder, should know about it. Changchun was taken aback and said that many people came and went from the village, but he could look for him. The young gentleman smiled and said that they could forget about it, as he had more important things to do. He smiled and told them where they needed to go. The headman was furious that the girl had blurted out such a thing, but he was glad that the young master did not suspect anything. At the same time, the young master closely followed the man. He understood that he was hiding Ul. Tashika. The young master understood that if the headman was going to show him the secret storage, he would have to reveal other secrets as well. Sooner or later, he would have found out about everything. A moment later, the headman smiled and led the young master to the very center. He looked at the young master intently and asked him what he thought about it. Ma Chong-seo sighed heavily and said that it was impressive. The man smiled and said that he had spent 3 whole years putting all of himself into building this place. Ma Chong-seo looked around and told the man that he had done a good job on everything, and he also asked if all the mercenaries were here. The village chief said that of course it wasn't. He smiled and said that they were under his personal command, and he had recruited them from various dark sects. He also said that the rest of the people were just stupid because they were trying to help their families. Changchun looked at the young master closely and said that he wasn't sure if he noticed, but many of the villagers were addicted to their drugs. He said with a wicked smile that they give them a large dose and then gradually reduce the amount. This causes hallucinations. They tear their skin trying to get rid of non-existent beetles and go crazy. He said that they think they have taken the medicine and are asking for more, so they are ready to fulfill any order for the lives of their loved ones. Meanwhile, he is gradually fading away thanks to the medicine. Ma Chong-seo, holding back his rage with all his might, said that in this way they were making them their loyal slaves, and it turned out that they did not even realize that they were addicted to drugs. The man said with a grin that it was all true, but if they started to buckle under it, they became excellent test subjects for dark sects. He looked at the young gentleman with a satisfied smile and said that this was a very good and profitable business. Ma Chong-seo, in turn, did not answer, as he was burning with rage. Ma Cheon-seo burning with anger, he did not want to forgive the man, and wondered how many people had died because of him. The village elder looked at the young master in surprise and asked if something was wrong. The young master suppressed his anger and said with a smile that he was just thinking. He looked around carefully, as he knew it was now time for the hero to go on stage. After a few seconds, they heard a loud crash. Everyone was alarmed as the sound came from the dungeon. The young gentleman in turn looked away with a satisfied grin, as he knew that the performance would soon begin. A moment later, the wall was destroyed, and the men were sent flying in all directions with a roar. They were in shock, because they didn't understand what had happened, because the blow was very powerful. All with anger. Teshchik, since he thought that he had already died a long time ago, was confused and did not understand how the old man managed to get out of prison. For a moment later, he froze in place as he saw the man in all his glory and grandeur. They were shocked. They didn't understand why he had changed so much because they knew that recently he could barely stand up. The man grinned and told his comrade that the old man was hard to recognize, but there was no need to worry, as he had been poisoned. Getting up, the man, taken aback, asked the old man if it was really he who had destroyed the wall. Ol Teshchik, in turn, looked with contempt at the small mongrels. He was furious as he saw that they had settled down quite well. The men looked at him in bewilderment as he was sane again. They did not understand why the dust no longer affected him. He looked at them with fury and said that they better worry about what was going to happen right now. He said that he didn't know what his master would say, but he couldn't hold back any longer. Ul Teshchik looked at everyone present with cold fury and said that he promised them that they would not die an easy death. He shouted that they should expect no mercy from the blood demon, and a moment later he rushed into battle. The man froze in place in shock as the old man dealt him a blow of very destructive force. Il-Teshik turned around with lightning speed and looked at everyone present with fury. He was burning with anger and wanted revenge. Everyone present was shocked, as they did not expect to see something like this. The men turned around in a hurry and looked closely at the door, as they heard a loud crash. But a few seconds later, the same door burst into pieces with a crash. Changchun was alarmed and did not understand what was going on. He fell to the ground with a crash and froze in bewilderment, as he saw that the door had simply flown off its hinges with ease. Il-Teshik slowly approached the village elder. He said that for 10 long years he continued to live, but sincerely wanted to die and thought about it again and again. He looked at everyone present with cold fury and said that only the thought of his daughter kept him in this world. Holding back his anger, he said that he would not allow anyone to harm her. Everyone present was shocked and surprised as he got rid of the poisoning in one day and returned to his previous form. Changchun said with a grin that they had already given his daughter to the young master, so he was late, and the chieftain also asked the man what he would do now. Il-Teshik looked at the young gentleman angrily, but did not answer. The young master, in turn, froze for a moment from such a close gaze. A moment later, the man told the young master to go away if he did not want to die. With lightning speed, the young master turned around and walked away. The village chief was shocked, because he did not understand where the young master was going. Machianso turned around and told the man with a grin that he was very sorry, because he was not noticing the obvious, because greed had blinded him and deprived him of common sense. Changchun was shocked by the young master's actions. He didn't understand why he was so afraid. Il-Teshik looked at everyone present with cold fury and said that he could promise them that they would all like the reward. The village chief was in shock. He shouted at his subordinates to grab the man, since he didn't have the strength anyway. The man pounced on Yul with a grin. Teshik. At the same time, he said that he was an ordinary drug addict and an old man, and he should have just run away instead of digging his own grave. But a moment later, the man froze in place in surprise, as the old man was not where he had struck. Il-Teshik dodged the man's blow with lightning speed, and in a few seconds, he was behind him. A moment later, he easily dealt a crushing blow to the adversary. A few seconds after he used force, the man simply disappeared, leaving behind a small trail of blood. Everyone present was shocked, because they did not understand what he had done. They wondered if he had really regained his energy. All burning with anger and fury, the technician shouted that he would tear them all to pieces. He looked menacingly at everyone present. The man shouted to everyone that the old man was alone, and if they all attacked together, they could defeat him. Il-Teshik, with lightning speed, gathered all his strength and dealt each enemy a crushing blow, sparing no one. Changchun looked at the whole spectacle with fear and asked his subordinate to do something about the old man. The man angrily shouted at the old man that he only came to him for solutions to problems. A moment later, the man told the old man that he had a lucrative offer. A few seconds later, the man handed Yul over Teshiku, took a small bag, and asked with a grin if he knew what it was. While scattering the drug, he told the old man with a fierce grin that he would really like it. The man looked at the old man with disdain and said that the highest quality devil dust would be very useful for him now. With lightning speed, he held out the entire bag closer to him and told him to take it. Il-Teshik in turn took the bag, and the young man with lightning speed prepared to strike the enemy. But after a few seconds, Il-Teshik easily intercepted his sword with his bare hand. Wall. The technician looked intently at the man and said angrily that he had not forgotten what it was, while the man, in turn, froze in shock. Il-Teshik, despite everything, looked at the man with cold fury and said that he had not forgotten everything they had done to him and his daughter. A few seconds later, he dealt the man a crushing blow and he screamed very loudly. Il-Teshik dealt cruel blows to his opponent, shouting that they would not die so easily. The village elder was in complete shock. He did not understand how something like this could happen to the old man, because he was very addicted to drugs. Changchun now realized the fact that for this reason, everyone tried to behave more politely with him. A few seconds later, Changchun sat on the floor and looked at Yul in shock. Teshika, because he couldn't believe his eyes. The young master sighed heavily, as he knew that he needed to somehow find out who was behind the headman, but he understood that the man would not leave him alive. A moment later, he slowly looked around and, seeing that there was no one, put on his mask. The highest demonic arts do not include specific techniques. It is simply a cultivation method using one's internal energy. But there were recordings that helped to reproduce some techniques. For example, the highest demonic art is fire step. A few seconds after the young master put on the mask, the village was ablaze with fire. Everyone was in shock as they did not expect to see such a devastating fire. People froze for a moment as they witnessed their beautiful flowers burning. The young gentleman looked intently at everyone present. It seemed to him that they were in despair or cursing him. He was furious and wondered how long they had been living like this. He understood that they didn't even suspect that because of these flowers they were losing strength and will. He wondered how stupid they were. But he understood that it was not their fault at all, because they only wanted to save their loved ones. Not seeing any other way, they worked in such a place, and at the same time forgot about techniques and cults. Demonic sex, mired in luxury, forgotten about the training of sacred fire. He was furious, because he did not know what to do next. Everyone looked intently at the young master. He knew perfectly well that, according to the teachings of the sacred fire, he had to burn them all in order to purify them. He knew that he had to save people through the purification by fire and show them the all-forgiveness of heaven. Those present were shocked as they realized that the god of the sun cult had descended upon them. Bursting into tears, they praised the dark sun, which with its sword gave them the fire of purification. With the speed of lightning, all the inhabitants fell and bowed their knees before the dark sun. At the same time, Yahello looked intently at the young master and a moment later bowed deeply to him. The young master was well aware of the fact that everything was over, but he couldn't just leave, but he could change something. A moment later, there was a loud roar and explosion in the sky. Everyone froze for a moment as they saw the sky clearing, but after a few seconds, people saw the radiant sun. He knew that there were still people who really needed him. The next day in the valley, people gathered under the house. They shouted and demanded an answer to their question, because they wanted to know whether the small palace of the sun had returned from its followers. They wanted to know where they should go now. At the same time, Yahello was sitting nervously in the house. He did not understand where his master was, what was going on, but he knew that if everything continued like this, then people would simply burst into the house. He glanced sideways at the young lady and nervously asked if she knew where the young gentleman was. She was taken aback and said that, unfortunately, she didn't know. Yahello was furious, because I knew that since the young master returned, there had not been a single calm day. A moment later, the young master smiled and told his subordinate that he could settle in this village, and he didn't object at all. Everyone froze in shock, as they didn't expect to see him so unexpectedly. Yahello was puzzled and shocked, because I did not understand how the young gentleman ended up in the house. He asked the gentleman if he had seen what was on the street. In a hurry, he shouted to him that now was not the time, and he needed to hide quickly. Yahello shouted to the gentleman that he should look at what was happening on the street, but if they saw him, they would tear him to shreds. The young master sighed heavily and told his subordinate not to cause unnecessary panic. After he looked out the window, all the people were shouting because they finally saw him. They were shouting for him to come out immediately because he had betrayed his followers. A moment later, the young gentleman turned around and, closing the window, walked towards the table. He sat down at the table with lightning speed. The young people looked at him in bewilderment as they did not understand what he was thinking about. Yahello froze for a moment and asked in bewilderment why the people suddenly became quiet. A moment later, a crash was heard in the house. The young people were shocked, but they saw a man. A few minutes later, Yahello came closer to them and threw a small bag onto the ground with a crash. The young lady, in turn, looked at the man with bewilderment. For a moment, there was a dead silence in the house. The young lady looked at the man with tears in her eyes and wondered if it was her father in front of her. A moment later, she looked away from him and asked for forgiveness. She sighed heavily because she knew that this simply could not be. Yahello said with sadness in his voice that he didn't believe it either. The young lady was taken aback as she heard a familiar voice. The man looked at his daughter intently and said that he swears to her that she will never live in fear again. He came closer to her and, hugging her, asked for forgiveness. She looked at him in surprise, bursting into tears, and asked if it was really him. Tashik looked at her intently and said that from that moment on, and until the end of his life, he would protect her. Yultak watched everyone closely, but at the same time he asked the young master with surprise what was going on. Ma Chongso smiled happily and told his friend to keep quiet and not ruin the moment for everyone. At the same time, in the cult of the sun, namely in the Water Peak market, silence reigned. The man was making new entries in the book on a quiet evening. He sighed heavily as there was twice as much information and now there were more documents to study. He sighed heavily, but knew he had to get to work immediately. A moment later they entered the building with lightning speed. Yultak, in turn, was unhappy that the old man took so long to open the door since they were all soaking wet. Jagalton looked intently at the young gentleman and asked how he should understand all this. He sighed heavily and asked the young gentleman if he would like to explain the whole situation to the old man. The young gentleman, in turn, looked intently at his companions and sighed heavily, for he saw that they all behaved as if they were at home. A moment later, the young gentleman sat down on the ground and said that they had come from the Valley of the Scoundrels, heading for the small Palace of the Sun, but a downpour had started and they had to seek shelter. Jagalton told the gentleman that he had not understood his question, just as he had not thought that one could come to him without an invitation and expect a warm welcome. The young gentleman sighed heavily and told the old man that he had opened the door for them after all. He looked intently at the old man, who was surprised by his words. But a moment later, the old man laughed and said that it was all true. Jagalton looked at everyone present and said that as they could see, he had health problems, so he could not greet them as he should, but he still introduced himself. After a few seconds, the young lady bowed and introduced herself, and Yul also introduced himself. Technician. Tashik turned away and asked the old man if it was he who told the young master to find him. Jagalton told him that he had been watching him for a long time, even when he ended up in the village. Tashik was furious because he realized that the old man had been hiding, watching him, and had done so even when he had entered the valley. Jagalton said that he didn't know much about him because he had been in the valley for 10 years, so he would continue to watch him to make up for it. For some time, the young people stared at the old people as they quarreled. The young gentleman looked at them with bewilderment because he saw a warrior and a scholar. He understood that they were like water and oil, they would not find a common language. A moment later, he sighed heavily and told the men to stop arguing, as they would be practically living under the same roof. He smiled and said that they were like rivers that flow into one ocean. Once they were separated, but now they were gathered here in this palace. He hoped that the new members of the cult would be imbued with common ideas in order to revive the Palace of the Small Sun. He looked intently at all those present and said that he swears to them that he will not deviate from the path and achieve this goal. He would like to trust these people who are about to become part of the Palace of the Small Sun and together with them reach the end, whatever it may be. Elharan and her father looked at the young master intently as they agreed with him. Yultak was taken aback and asked the young gentleman if he thought that now was not the time or place for such speeches. Jagalton, in turn, only laughed wildly. Ma Chongso looked at everyone present with puzzlement, for he knew that promises were made to be broken. Sometime later, they were all sitting at the table. Jagalton looked intently at everyone present and said that the inhabitants of the Valley of Scoundrels had finally calmed down. But after his words, there was an awkward pause. He looked at them closely and said that this was good, and everything would be fine, so they should focus on the 7 palaces. Jagalton reported that in a few months there would be a great festival of the skies, and they would need to do one of 2 things. He looked at everyone present and said that they needed to increase their influence. But a moment later he said that they could also weaken the influence of the others. The 7 palaces of the Sun Cult. Each of them possessed a serious-sized force of fighters, and they stood on par with the 10 great orthodox sects. Their leaders held high positions in the Sun Cult. If we assume that they are the elder members of this association, and have reached the highest stage of ascension, then the demonic cult is simply incredibly strong. The young master was furious because he knew that he had a lot to fight against. Yultak, in turn, looked at everyone present in surprise. But a moment later, he asked in bewilderment why they were even sitting and discussing something like this. The young master sighed heavily and told his subordinate that he found it very boring. Yultak was puzzled because it really bored him. The Lord said that it was nothing to worry about, because soon it would be much more interesting. He looked at the old man and told him to continue his story. Jagalton said that from the outside, it seems that the palaces are cooperating, but in reality they are competing with each other, and if it weren't for this, the Sun cult would have been sent away by a new leader long ago. Yulteshik said that if they decided to upset the balance of power, the palaces would be very unhappy. Jagalton said that was correct, because the palaces planned to make a fuss about the absence of the cult leader. He said that during the great festival of heaven, the heads of the palaces would compete for the right to become the next leader. A moment later, they looked closely at the young master and said that he had returned. The man said that this changes the situation dramatically. After all, they understood that there would certainly be those who wanted to kill the young master, and those who would decide to take advantage of him. Yulteshik firmly said that as long as he was alive, no one would dare to harm his master. The old man sighed heavily and said that he would like to believe it. But in turn, he understood that Yulteshik will not be able to cope with everyone alone, and the only suitable option for the young master is to join the confrontation of the palaces. The old man said that the young master could try to become the new head of the cult. Yultak was shocked and did not understand why his master would do something like that. He was sure that the old man was simply offering him to go and die there. Yultak was furious and shouted that this was simply a hopeless case. The young master sighed heavily, since his friend could at least try to support him. Yultak looked intently at the young master and said that he would like to ask him one question. A moment later, he looked at the gentleman and asked if he wanted to just return to the corridor of the higher demons, but the young gentleman quickly covered his mouth with his hand, not letting him finish. A few seconds later, the old man informed everyone that there were currently several candidates for the position of the next leader, the first being the head of the Bloody Arts Palace, Yulchan, and also the head of the Palace of Destruction Guyanren, and the oldest Hongraksan. They were all the strongest masters who had reached the highest stage of development, and they had no intention of giving in to each other. Jagalton said that the trading palace seemed to help both the Palace of Bloody Arts and the Palace of Pleasure and also the Palace of Destruction, but in fact, they were only pretending. Jagalton said that their influence was growing, and it was only a matter of time before some minor pretext would cause conflict and confrontation, and when that happened, the master would have the opportunity to take advantage of the confusion and take the place of the head of the cult. Yulteshik told the old man that he was an ordinary librarian, but he acted as if he knew everything about the cult of the sun. Yulteshik said that they had no need to weave intrigues and come up with strategies, because the master could simply occupy the palace of the sun. The old man sighed heavily and said that this would have worked a few years ago, but now everything has changed, because the moment the young master occupies the palace, several palaces will immediately pounce on them and destroy them. The technician shouted that this simply couldn't happen, but the old man said that he was giving him 20% that this would happen. Uli, the technician, looked at the old man in surprise and bewilderment, as he had not expected this. Jagalton said that this was their chance to win even with the condition that Togo would support them with the Sun Palace. The man thought about his words for a moment. The young gentleman glanced sideways at his subordinate as he was burning with anger. A moment later, the young man shouted to the old man that he seemed to be mistaken, because the Palace of the Sun had weakened considerably in recent years, and the current head of the cult had disappeared a couple of years ago. He did not understand how they planned to fight him. The old man thought about his words for a moment, as he also found it hard to believe. Yulteshik sighed heavily and wondered if they had really become that strong. Jagalton thoughtfully said that everything was exactly like that, and if the Palace of the Sun were to stand against them alone, there would be almost no chance in general. The young man was furious, because he didn't understand who would think of helping them for the sake of a meager increase in chances. The young master sighed heavily because his subordinate was very noisy. Jagalton said that although the power of the masters grew, there was still no one who could competently manage them and the cult as a whole. The result was before their eyes. Ma Chongseo, in turn, understood that the demonic cult and the Central Plains were not too different. He knew that they were in the very epicenter of the storm. For a moment there was dead silence. Ayultak looked intently at everyone present and said that he wanted to tell them something. But the young gentleman pressed again on one of the points on his body, since he was very noisy. Ayultak was furious and asked if they really had to act like that. He said that they could just lie low and wait for the return of the leader. He understood that one small mistake, and they would all be finished. A moment later, the young lady timidly raised her hand as she wanted to say something. She said that they did not understand the situation very well. But in the Valley of Scoundrels, she lived in the shadows for a very long time because she could not change anything, but over time, everything only got worse. She gave them a beaming smile and said that if she had to do it anyway, it would be better to face the problem head-on. A moment later, she asked for forgiveness, as she had spoken completely irrelevantly, but her father said that everything was correct. The young gentleman, in turn, understood that the lady was right, because if they did nothing today to change the situation tomorrow, she would remain the same. He looked at everyone present and said that he wanted to achieve only one thing. He said that he would like to turn this place into a sun cult. Ayultak looked at the gentleman in bewilderment and said that it seemed to be called that. The young master sighed heavily and said that it looked more like a demonic cult. A moment later, he smiled and pointed to one of the points on the map and informed everyone that they would start their journey to this goal with one person. The 12th most powerful person in the Sun Cult, the head of the trading palace of Chan Semin. Sometime later, the young people returned to the small palace of the sun. The young master meditated, gathering all his strength into one. While meditating, he counted his stars, as he knew that 7 would only be enough to reach the peak phase of the ascension stage. He understood that if he had one more star, he would be able to reach the awakening stage and overcome the limitations of the human body. A moment later, he sighed heavily as he realized that he had to be careful with such an art, since he had not yet mastered it. He knew that once he reached 9 stars, his acupuncture point would be overflowing with demonic energy, and a strange feeling would appear developing throughout his entire body. At that moment, he would become a heavenly demon. He himself did not know whether he wanted it or not, but he knew that the whole world would know about it. A moment later, he slowly walked outside and saw beautiful weather and nature. He froze for a moment and stopped, as the young lady asked him with a smile if he was not feeling well. He looked at her in surprise, as he did not expect to see her on his way. A moment later, he looked at her intently and asked if something had happened. The young lady sheepishly asked for forgiveness for not understanding his motives, since he had even given her and her father a separate house. Ma Cheonso smiled because he realized that the man had explained everything to his daughter, so he said that she didn't need to thank him. A moment later, the young lady sighed heavily. A moment later, he turned around and said that from now on, she could live as she wanted, because they lived here in the small palace. The young lady was embarrassed, and looked at him and thanked him, and also said that he could give her some task if he had any, and she would repay him for his kindness. He smiled, because he understood that the father and daughter were very similar, but in turn, he said with a smile that he understood everything. She smiled because she was glad that she could help him. But a moment later, they were informed that the trading palace was asking to meet the young master, and also the Palace of Destruction was asking to meet the master. Ma Cheongseo looked into the distance with a satisfied grin as he realized that they had already arrived. Sometime later, a crowd of people gathered at the southern gate of the small palace. All the people were surprised because they saw the forbidden squad of the trade palace and the phantom squad of the floating pleasure palace. Chonamu said with a grin that he thought it smelled bad here, but now he clearly understood where the unpleasant smell was coming from. He asked the ladies with a grin why they were here. Chihami said with a smirk that in front of her now was a toad that tried to harm the young master, She didn't understand why he was here now. The young man was furious and shouted at her to shut her mouth. He did not understand how she could boldly say that he was trying to harm the young master. He shouted that she should leave immediately, and if everything went well, he would invite her for a drink. Chihami in turn asked with a grin if he had any money, because alcohol was very expensive and such toads could not afford it. For some time, the young people argued among themselves, sorting out their relationship. At the same time, Yahello slowly opened the gate and looked closely at everyone. Chihami looked at the men with a smirk, as she had never seen them before. A few seconds later, the young gentleman came out to them and asked what they were doing there. The young lady smiled and bowed to the young master. He looked at everyone present and said that it was impudent of them. Yahello in turn was furious, because he did not understand what they were doing at all. He asked if they were not going to pay their respects to the young leader. A moment later, everyone knelt before the young master, and in doing so, they paid their respects to the young leader. A moment later, the ladies also bowed to the young master and expressed their respect. Chihami looked at the young man with a smirk as she noticed that he was downright spineless. Yahello sighed and asked what the young lady had forgotten at the palace. She smiled and said that she had no business with him, so he should step aside. She looked at the young gentleman with a grin and said that she was glad to meet him, and also asked if he was feeling well. Yahello looked at her puzzledly and asked why she was acting so flirtatious. Chun-Amu told the young man that today they could be on the same wavelength. Yahello shouted to the young man that if he was going to talk to him, it would be better if he went and talked to the wall. The young gentleman in turn looked intently at everyone present. Memories from his past life came flooding back to him for a moment, and he wondered if his friends were okay. A moment later, he sighed heavily and turned around, telling his subordinate to lead everyone inside. After some time, the young master sat in his palace waiting for each of the guests. Yahello in turn looked intently at the young lady and said that she would enter first. A moment later, the flirtatious young lady entered the room and said with a smirk that she expected nothing less from the young leader, because the pleasure palace was much better than the sweaty merchant's palace. The young gentleman looked at the girl intently, but did not answer. A moment later, he asked if it was hot in there. She looked at him in surprise, but said it wasn't. He looked at her coldly and said that in that case, she should not wave her skirt everywhere, but should have her say and leave. The young lady was surprised at his skill, and later she looked at him with a grin. She noticed that he had recently become interested in literature. Chihami said with a smirk that she was surprised to receive such an exquisite letter from him. The young master looked at her in surprise and said that her words sounded as if she wanted to say that he couldn't write exquisite letters before. She said she wasn't sure about that, but in any case, he interested her very much. She asked dryly if he was as refined at night as in the letters. The inspector looked intently at the lady and told her to stand still. Chihami looked over the man's shoulder with a grin and said that she had long wondered who it was. Smiling, she asked if the young master had hired an employee. Ma Chongseo sighed heavily and asked if the man really looked like a servant. She smiled and said that she had never heard of the young leader hiring bodyguards to accompany him before, and if he had told the pleasure palace about it, they might have sent him young and beautiful girls earlier. Ma Cheon-seo understood that she had forgotten her original commitments and was talking complete nonsense. She had a strong sense of pride, but she was frivolous. Ma Chong-seo looked at his comrade with a sharp gaze and told him to let her pass. She walked past the man and said with a smirk that he was just a simple servant. Coming closer to the young master, she leaned over and looked at him with a grin. A moment later, the young lady touched the young master tenderly. But with lightning speed, he pulled her hand away and pulled her towards him. She gasped with pleasure. He looked at her with fury and asked how long he had to be patient with her. She said with a smirk that if he came to the pleasure palace, he would not have to hold back any longer. He sighed heavily and asked if she was really serious about this now. She said that of course she was, and also asked if he wanted her. A moment later, the young master said angrily that it seemed like he had to kill her. The young lady shuddered, as she did not expect such a thing. A moment later, she pulled away from him and looked at the young gentleman with horror. Chihami looked at the young master with anger, and said that he was really disgusting, and also asked if he was sure that he could kill her. A moment later, she looked away from him and said that she was still not engaged to a partner, so he should be gentle with her. She smiled and said that they must talk about the pleasures between men and women another time, and now they must come to the main topic, but still, she asked him to visit her palace. She said that if he wanted to live a long life, he had to do it, because this way of living life was the only one that would correspond to his status. She said with a smirk that no one knows what could happen to him. Yul Teshik, in turn, looked at the girl with cold fury and asked whether he could kill her. The young master looked at his comrade intently, and with his eyes said that he should simply teach her manners. Yul Teshik looked intently at the girl and said that she was here as a representative of the palace, pleasures, and she should be careful with her words. She looked at the man with fury, but a moment later she grew still, asked what he had just said. She wanted to know if he didn't know who she was. Yul Teshik looked at her intently and said that he thought she was here as an envoy from the Palace of Pleasure who had come to meet the June leader. But a moment later he said that it seemed like she had just come to them to sell her body. She looked at him with fury, asked if he had finished his conversation. He asked if he really needed to continue. She looked at the young master and said that he had disrespected her. She was furious because she didn't know how to take it. Yul Teshik asked the girl if there could be anything more disrespectful than her insolent words. Yul Teshik. He said that she is a serious criminal who went against their cultural laws. Also, she touched the young leader's face without any permission. She dared to threaten his safety. He looked at her intently and said that even if they executed her now, they would still be acquitted. She looked at the man with fierce rage and asked if he really wanted to die so much. With lightning speed, she drew her weapon and looked at the man with cold fury and anger. At the same time, the young master watched them closely but said nothing. A few seconds later, the young lady pointed her weapon at the man and attacked him with lightning speed. Ma Chongso sighed heavily as he understood that they all thought that the small palace really had almost zero power. He was puzzled and wondered if the demonic cult had always been like this as he watched the battle closely. Yul Teshik easily dodged the young lady's blow and looked intently at his master. The young gentleman looked at his comrade and with his eyes told him not to kill her. Chi Hami struck the man with lightning speed, but suddenly froze when she saw that the man was surrounded by a red aura of power. Ayultak shuddered and was taken aback when I heard a crash in the master's room. A moment later he turned around and looked warily at the ladies who surrounded him. He looked at everyone present with cold fury and told them to get out of his way immediately. The young ladies looked at the young man intently and predatorily, but did not take a step back. Ayultak with cold fury shouted for them to leave immediately, but he expressed himself incorrectly. At the same time, the young man assumed what would happen if the young master died here and now. He understood that this would also be a plus for him. A moment later they were told not to understand the noise, as nothing had happened, and the ladies stood frozen in stupor. Everyone present was shocked. At the same time, the young lady fell to the ground with a crash. She did not understand what and how happened. She was shocked because she was sure that she had touched the man. She did not understand how he managed to repel her attack. The young master knew that this was a martial art that temporarily attracted internal energy and then exploded it. Since it came from a divine art, the heavenly demon's strength could not be average. He knew that the longer this went on, the more disadvantageous the situation became for the man, but this only applied if he managed to meet a much stronger opponent. The young lady slowly stood up and looked at the man with fury because she did not understand how he managed to do something like that. She looked at him with a smirk because she knew it was simply impossible, so she wondered if it was some kind of hidden weapon. The young gentleman looked at her intently and asked if this was all that the pleasure palace was all about. She ran away as she had not expected such a question. He sighed heavily and asked how they dared send some brat to him who didn't even know how to wield her sword. He said that he was very disappointed in her. The lady was furious. She didn't have time to say anything as the young gentleman came closer to her. He looked at her intently, pulling her face closer to his. He looked at her with cold fury and asked what he should do with her after everything that had happened. Frozen in shock, she asked what he was going to do with her. He glared at her with cold fury, asking if since she had dared to come for his head, perhaps he should now hang her head in the pleasure palace. A moment later he pushed her away with cold fury, and the lady fell to the ground with a crash. He looked at her intently and asked if he should punish her right now. She was furious and just cursed. As he left, he told her that she should forget about it, as he did not understand why he should waste his time on people like her. My master looked at her with cold fury and said that she must tell the manager of the pleasure palace about this. A moment later he said that she should call the next one. The young lady, sitting on the ground, was burning with rage. Chihami looked at him with cold fury and said that he would regret it if he treated her like that. He looked at her intently and asked what she was going to do with her skills. She stood frozen in a daze and didn't answer his question. A moment later he was calm and said that she should leave quickly. The young gentleman looked after her with a sly smile. Yule. The tech looked at the gentleman intently and said that he had a chance to ask who the gentleman really was. Ma Cheonso smiled, but said nothing. A moment later he froze in place in surprise. He looked at his comrade intently and asked what he was doing and also told him to get up quickly. Well, the inspector knelt down and asked the master for forgiveness if he had offended him in any way. The young master was surprised and also shocked. He told his comrade that everything was fine, he just shouldn't repeat something like that. El Teshik said that he does everything that his master wishes, and also he will not ask about it anymore. Ma Cheonso sighed heavily, since that was not the case at all, but he decided not to dwell on it. El Teshik said to the master that the mistress of the palace was actually cruel and had a more fiery temperament than anyone else, so he was sure that she would not just let it go. The young master said that he had expected so. El Teshik was surprised that his master knew about everything. He told his master that it was not too late and they could call her back. Ma Cheongseo knew perfectly well that this shouldn't be done, because he knew that they would run into each other, and it was only a matter of time. The man looked at his master intently and said angrily that he would get rid of her, because if they left her alive, it would only drag out the matter. He told the gentleman that perhaps it would be better to just do it now and then, take the initiative, and settle the matter with the palace with pleasure. Ma Cheongseo sighed heavily, as he had completely forgotten about something. He looked at his comrade intently, for he knew that this man was a demonic creature, to the core. A moment later he told his comrade that he wanted to make sure he never killed anyone unless he ordered it. The man bowed and said that he would do whatever his master ordered. Ma Cheonso understood perfectly well that there was no point in simply killing and getting rid of someone. Ma Cheongseo said that according to the records, the mistress of the pleasure palace treasures her family very much, but he asked his companion not to make any moves until he makes the first move. For a moment he thought about the owner of the pleasure palace and wondered if he could be changed. The young people froze in shock as they did not expect to see something like this. The ladies ran up to Chihami in shock, as they were shocked by her appearance. With lightning speed, all the ladies surrounded their mistress, as they were worried about her. Ayultak was stunned by what he saw. He did not understand what they themselves had done, because he knew that she was the young leader of the palace. He did not understand how far they had managed to go. Chonamu was furious, as he realized that the young master had somehow seduced the young lady with some kind of witchcraft. Ayultak looked closely at the young man, as he had the impression that there would soon be a funeral if he entered the young master now. A few seconds later, Ayultak heard a noise behind me. The young gentleman looked intently at his comrade and said that it was time for them to go. Yultak asked the gentleman for forgiveness and asked where he was going. The young gentleman looked at everyone present and said that he had smelled enough of the oven, and now it was time to smell the money. He approached the young man and said that they needed to go to the trading palace. The madam was alarmed and asked the young princess if she could raise her voice like that, because if the master heard, there would be trouble. She looked at the princess with concern and asked why she was so angry. The lady sighed heavily and said that she did not know. The madam asked the young princess with a sly grin if she had met the young leader. Dan Yewa sighed heavily and told her nanny not to mention him to her. The madam asked the princess if she was sad that she was separated from the young master. Dan Yewa was shocked and shouted that it was ridiculous. Madame told the princess that it was common for people to marry each other to preserve their bloodline, and she was very lucky that she was able to know in advance who she was marrying. She screamed that she would rather marry someone she had never met before. She said that he was from a respectable family, he was handsome, and he had no flaws, and on top of that, he was better at martial arts than anyone. The princess shouted that she was not going to marry him. Madame told the princess to be quieter so that the master could hear. Dan Yehua was burning with anger and shouted that she didn't care who listened to her. She continued to insist that she would not marry him. She screamed that she didn't want to marry a worthless man. A moment later, they heard a noise from the frozen. The owner of the palace entered the room and, looking menacingly at his daughter, asked who dared to say such a thing. Sometime later, the palace master and his daughter were in the training hall. He looked at her menacingly and said that she should draw her sword. Dan Yehua asked in a rush of rage if he thought she would not dare to draw her sword. She screamed at her father that she was not going to marry him because she did not want to do it. He asked furiously if she would allow simple emotions to ruin the biggest event in her life. She screamed that it was not only because of her emotion, because it was reality, and the young man was worthless at all. She looked at him intently and asked him angrily if he hadn't always said that himself. She screamed that now he was trying to sell her to some weakling. The man screamed that she had sworn an engagement to the leader in the name of the god of the sacred flame. She screamed that the god of the sacred flame said that she didn't have to do it if she didn't want to. The man was furious and screamed that it wasn't true. The princess screamed that she didn't want to marry a brat like him. The master of the palace screamed that if that was really what she wanted, she should try to cut him. He shouted in a gray voice that they would now see if she could still talk about such things after he had defeated her. But a moment later, he froze in shock as the young princess struck him with lightning speed and in the process cut his hand. After her actions, she turned around and shouted to her father that she was not going to do it. A moment later, the young princess threw away the sword and walked away from her father. The man froze in place for a moment as he realized that his daughter had been training hard. He wondered if she had already reached the highest level. A moment later, he glanced over his shoulder and asked if the squad leader was there. The man kneeling asked the gentleman what he needed him for. The man sighed heavily and said that she was still his one and only daughter. He told the squad leader to bring the young leader to him immediately. With the speed of lightning, the young man disappeared, fulfilling his master's order. The man sighed heavily and straightened up, knowing that this was all he could do for her. He wanted to make sure that the young leader's martial arts were at a level that would satisfy her. He knew that this would be his gift to her. At the same time, the young gentleman was slowly walking across the plains to the trade palace. He looked closely at the Fergana horse because he knew that it was very difficult to find even in elections, and he assumed they had gone to great lengths to get it. A moment later, he dismounted from his horse and told everyone that they needed to make camp and rest for a while. Chun Amu So, with suppressed anger, told the young master that they were almost there and that they really didn't have to rest here. Ma Cheonso looked at the young man intently as he still didn't understand where he was. Ma Cheongseo smiled and asked the young man's name, Chun. Amu said that the master still remembered his name. The young master said that of course he remembered his name since he tried to kill him. Chun Amu was taken aback and said that he was not trying to harm him. The young master smiled and said that he would hear the details from the criminal himself, and also asked the young man if he was the heir to the trading palace. Chun Amu was taken aback and asked the young master what he meant, since he had an older brother. Chun Amu said that if he had become the successor, he could have achieved much greater success than his brother, but unfortunately, luck was not on his side, because he was born later. Ma Chongso looked at the young man closely, as he realized that the one who was sent to blame was the one who treated him with disrespect. A moment later, he stood up and asked the young man if he could kill him. Chun Amu asked the young master angrily why he was saying such a thing so suddenly. Ma Cheongso, with a fierce grin and blazing eyes, told the young man that he would die anyway in the end. He asked if it wouldn't be better to use him so that he wouldn't be able to do it out of boredom. The young man ran away and shouted at the young master not to come near him. Ma Cheongseo looked intently at his subordinate and told him to hold the young man. Everyone present looked at the young men intently, but did not move from their place, Chonamu. The Forbidden Squad looked at us in surprise because he did not understand why they were not doing anything. Chonamu looked at everyone present with anger and asked if they were really going to let him kill him. The young master said with a smirk that it seemed like that was what was going on. Ma Chongso came closer to him with a fierce grin and said that he would cut him just a little. Chonamu screamed, but no one took any action to save him. Ma Chongso looked closely at everyone present, as he had guessed that this was exactly how it would be, and he realized that someone else was in charge. He looked at his comrade with a grin. But a moment later, he rushed towards the young man and shouted at him to stop making noise. Because he had done nothing, Chonamu shouted at Brin to do something. The man slowly approached the young gentleman and asked him to calm down. Ma Cheonzo turned around and asked the man who he was. The man bowed and apologized for not introducing himself earlier. Zhong Biran said that he was the man in charge of the Forbidden Squad in the Merchant Palace. A moment later, the young master sheathed his sword with lightning speed. Chonamu involuntarily cried out, as he did not expect this. Ma Chongso looked at the young man intently and said that he should remember once and for all that if he ever crossed the line again, he would be in trouble. The young master said with a smirk that it seemed like the trading palace was very fond of spies. Zhong Biran sighed heavily and said that he just kept quiet to protect the young master in case of an emergency. Ma Cheon-seo asked the man if he was sure he wasn't just spying on him. The man said that he had to make sure that the young master would never show what he was fully capable of, because there were times when it was necessary to fool your allies in order to fool your enemies. The young gentleman asked the man with a grin if he really meant to say that he did all this for him. Chongbiren told the gentleman that if something happened to him, then the Sun cult would really be in big trouble. The young gentleman said that he was grateful, but also asked the men if he was sure that it was not because the situation could become dangerous for the trading palace. Chongbiren said that he just wanted to make sure that the young master was safe. Ma Cheonso sighed heavily and said that he would believe him just this once. Ma Cheonso turned and asked the man his name. The man said his name again. But a moment later, the young gentleman, with cold fury, told the man never to try to deceive him again, as he had no intention of forgiving him a second time. Chongbiran bowed and said that he understood everything. The young gentleman smiled and asked if that was really the case. The man was taken aback, as he had not expected such a thing. He turned around and said he would take his word for it. Chongbiran stood frozen in a daze for a moment. Sometime later, everyone arrived at the Sun Cult, the water peak of the 7 palaces of the Sun Cult, the trading palace. Chongbiran looked at the young master intently and asked him how he liked the trading palace, as it was his first time in such a place. The young master thought for a moment and said that he didn't think that there would be a sea under the heavenly mountain. The man said that it was not a sea, but just a river, and it was formed when the endless snow melted. Chongbiran said that the river is called the Hot Sea, because in the past the river was mistaken for a sea, hence the name. He also said that there is a tribal nation there known as the Oirats. The young lady in turn froze from the beauty. Yul Teschik sighed heavily and said that the trading palace had not changed at all. Ulharan looked at her father in surprise and asked if he had been to the palace before. The man, in turn, did not answer. Chongbiran looked at the man closely and said that he really looked familiar. He asked if he could find out his nickname. A moment later, Yul Teschik said that his nickname is Bloody Asura. The young gentleman thought for a moment with a grin, as he knew that this nickname suited him perfectly. A few minutes later, they drove into the main gates of the trading palace. Ma Chongso drove slowly through the busy streets. Yultak in turn sighed heavily, as he understood that the path was indeed long, but he was glad that they would soon reach the palace. Chongbiran sighed heavily and said that they were almost there, but a moment later he froze in surprise. Yultak, in turn, was taken aback by surprise as I saw Hennim. The young gentleman looked at his comrade in bewilderment, as he did not understand who he was talking about. A few seconds later, the young man came out to them. Jongse Min looked at the milord in surprise and asked why he had come to them. The eldest son of the Bloody Arts Palace, Yayuljin, said that his father was worried. and so he wondered if the head of the trading house had forgotten his promise. Jong Se-min asked Yauljan if he didn't know that the Oirats were currently experiencing a sandstorm, so it wasn't easy to make a living right now. He asked if they expected them to move forward in such a situation. Yauljan said, "I heard that Chunamu had an unpleasant incident that happened at the restaurant, so he wanted to meet him." The man said that he would tell his son to contact him. Yauljan said that, "I heard that a young man went to meet with the young leader, and if he is there and something goes wrong, it may cause misunderstandings between him and the young leader." The man said that he was not sure because the young master already does whatever he wants. I said to Yauljan that he would fly out in that case and go look for him. The man was taken aback and said that there was no need for that. He tried to stop the young man, but all attempts were unsuccessful. The man froze in place as he realized that his vase with the plant was about to fall. With the help of his flexibility, he managed to catch a small vase. Yauljan said that the plant is sick, but it can still survive if the disease is detected early, so you can just cut off the affected leaves. He sighed heavily and said that if the plants had been left alone for too long, it would have to be cut off by the roots. He sighed heavily and said that he would apologize for his rudeness and take care of the problem with the Oirats. Jong Se-min looked at the young man intently as he felt like he was very far from reaching the highest demon realm. He looked with cold fury at the young man who was leaving the hall in a hurry. Teva asked the gentleman if he was really going to leave the trading palace, because she knew that the Oirats were just an excuse, and they were reducing the amount of money they had given them before. He told her to avoid unnecessary questions. She looked at the young master intently and said that she would not pester him with questions anymore. A moment later, a beautiful eagle landed on its owner's hand. He looked closely at his pet and asked if anyone he knew had come to the palace. But a moment later, the young man turned around because he heard a familiar voice. Yultak in turn froze in place in surprise. The young master looked at the young man intently, as he knew that he was his subordinate's older brother. He wondered if he was on his side. "I am Yauljan. Passing by my brother, I said that they had not seen each other for a long time." The young master looked at the young man intently and asked with a smile, "What business was there? Perhaps in the Palace of Bloody Arts?" Yauljan asked in bewilderment if there was any reason why he shouldn't be here, and he also asked the young master why he was here. Ma Cheongzeo said with a grin that he had no reason not to be in the palace. Yauljan sighed heavily and said that since they did not intend to explain their reasons to each other, then it would be better for him to leave. I, Yultak, looked at my brother in shock and quietly called him. Yauljan sighed heavily, and without turning around, told my brother that he was still just as pathetic. Yauljan said Chun Amu, that they need to talk. Chun Amu, in turn, sighed heavily. Ma Keonso looked at his subordinate intently, as his brother was the eldest son of the master of the bloody arts. Sometime later, the young people thoroughly studied the information about Yauljan. Yul Teshik was impressed by the young man's skills. Yul Heron noticed that the Palace of Bloody Arts had the most powerful power among the palaces of the Sun Cult. The young master glanced sideways at his subordinate and asked if he was hungry. Yultak looked at him with bewilderment and asked why he was asking this of him. He sighed heavily and said that he had no reason. Yultak sighed heavily and said that this atmosphere was making him tense and they should stop right now. The young master noticed that only his subordinate was tense now. Yultak said that there was nothing special about this. After all, the person who was the master of the Bloody Arts Palace was indeed his father, but since he was the son of a concubine, he never received any recognition from him. Yultak said that his family was known to be callous, but his elder brother never treated him as if he was the son of a concubine. He even taught him martial arts and showed concern for him. Yultak said that he was not so cold to him only because he was disappointed in him since he began to waste his life hanging around with the young leader, visiting brothels and other shelters. Yultak sighed and said that he was sure that soon his brother would look at him from a different perspective. Ma Cheongseo thought about the Palace of Bloody Arts for a moment. Yultak asked the master if he was really going to go there. He said that everyone knows that the Palace of Bloody Arts has connections in the escort establishments of the Trade Palace. Ma Cheongso knew that the fact that they had influence in the Trading Palace meant that they were on the same side. Macheonso told everyone that they should go and get information, as they had to check if there were any signs of that one being against them. Yultak said that they would rest today and do it tomorrow, but the young master said that they needed to do it right now. Yultak was shocked by such a statement. But the father and daughter seized him with lightning speed and made a great escape. The young master looked closely at the information about Zhong Sai-min. He thought about the trading palace and the pleasure palace, two places he had to visit, so that their group could move on, because they needed capital and transportation. That's why the Murim alliance was not only fighting sects. Inside they also had many banks, trading and escort establishments. But that's not all. When they went out on business, they noticed most of the drinking establishments and inns were closely connected to each other. But in the demonic cult, the merchant and pleasure palace monopolized all of these. The problem was that the only card he held in his hands was the title of young leader. He knew that for Zhong Sai-min to want to be on his side instead of going over to the Bloody Arts Palace Master who was being considered to be the next cult leader, he had to have his own ambitions. But since the young master had nothing to offer, it would be difficult for him to make a deal. Although this time he managed to get a lot easily, it would not always be like this. He wanted to find a way to completely isolate the trading palace from the rest to begin with. Biran entered the room and announced that the palace master had finished everything he needed to do and was now waiting to meet the young master. The young master looked at the young man closely and said that the face he saw now was very different from the one he saw before. Chongbiran bowed and said that he was very sorry that he had shown disrespect to the master, and therefore he asked for forgiveness. Macheonso realized that the young man was indeed using a mask made of human skin. Macheonseo said with a smirk that he had already told him before to never deceive him again. He asked for forgiveness since the situation was out of his control. Macheonso looked at the young man with cold fury and asked if he really thought he was joking. Ma Chongso grinned and told the young man what he thought. He thought his words were a joke since he was looking down on him. Chongbiran, in turn, shouted that this was not the case. The young master stood up and said that he had come to the palace because the father wanted to pay for all the sins that his son had committed, but it seemed that he should not have come. The young man, with the speed of lightning, said that he would lower his head and apologize to him, and now he appeared before the master in his true form. Macheonso said that he could not trust the young man. He sighed heavily and asked how he could trust them and meet with their palace master. A moment later, the young master said that he was going back to the small sun palace. Chongbiran froze in shock on the spot, as he did not expect this. Chongbiran. With lightning speed, he knelt before the young master and asked him to reconsider his decision, as he wanted to make sure that nothing like this happened again. Leaving Ma Chongseo told the young man that he had already deceived him several times and that it would be difficult for him to trust his words, and he also told him to tell the palace master that he would never hold any business meetings with him again. The young man was taken aback and asked the gentleman what he needed to do to earn his trust. Ma Cheon-seo knew that the young man was not usually the type of person to allow such treatment towards him. The reason why he showed this side so easily was because he was good for nothing and could go off to who knows where. So the young gentleman wanted to drive him even more crazy. He put a piece of paper on the table and told him that he should write something down. Chongbiren looked at the young master in surprise and asked what he should write. Ma Cheonso said with a grin that no one knows, and maybe he will sing a song later. Ma Chongso said that the young man should write everything as dictated. The young man slowly began to write everything down, but stopped in the middle. He looked menacingly at the young master and asked if he was really going to ask him to protect him and feel him. The young master, in turn, looked at Chongbiran with a grin. Ma Cheongso looked at the young man intently and said that he was going to destroy the entire palace with the small sun. Chongbiran froze in shock on the spot after the master's words. Chongbiran shouted that this was simply absurd, since many people wanted to harm him, and they were just trying to protect him. Ma Cheonso looked at the young man menacingly and said that it seemed that this was the reason he hid his true identity from him, and it was only for Togo to test him. Ma Cheonso asked why the son of the merchant palace tried to kill him. He looked at the young man closely and said that in his opinion he was the more dangerous person. Zhong Biran shouted in confusion that this was not the case. Ma Cheonso looked at him intently and said that if it wasn't so, he could just write it down. Ma Cheonso said with a grin that if his thoughts were correct, then even if the young man did not die, he still would not be able to survive in the end. The young man in turn stood there trembling. A moment later, the young gentleman told him to forget everything, and turning around as he left, said that he should not have come and that it was such a dangerous place, because instead, he should have just gone to the pleasure palace. Chongbiran froze in place for a moment, holding back his anger. A few seconds later, he shouted that he would write everything down right now and also asked if that was enough. A moment later, the young gentleman turned around and said with a satisfied smile that the young man should write down the rest too. Ma Cheongseo said with a fierce grin that the evidence of this would be the palace of the small sun, and if he broke this promise, he could be considered a traitor. Chonbiran froze in place for a moment in shock. Sun plaque, memorial plaque issued by the Sun cult to the imperial family, identification of the demon cult. It can be said that this is something as important as someone's life, since it is the only way that people in a demonic cult can identify each other. The only reason he would agree to such a ridiculous idea was definitely one of two things. Either he was very confident in what he was doing, or they thought the small sun palace was just a joke. Ma Cheongso knew very well that the young man must protect the palace of the small sun, no matter what. Sometime later, the young people were walking towards the meeting. Jung Se-min looked at the young master intently and said that he asked to meet him later because he was afraid that he might be too tired. Jung Se-min he smiled and asked the young master if he didn't mind. Jung Se-min said that he had prepared a gift for the young master ever since he heard that he had returned to the world, but he had not been able to find it before because he had been busy with his own affairs. Ma Cheonso said that he had been to the Heavenly Demon Gallery a few days ago, but small gifts would not be enough for him. The man smiled and said that they could just share a lot of little things to make up for the lack. Ma Cheonseo said he wasn't sure about it because he had never really shared his things with anyone before. The man smiled and said that it was because he hadn't tried it yet, but after he tried it, he would understand, since they just needed to share things once. The man smiled and told the young master that he seemed to need a lot of things. He said with a grin that he could give him anything he wanted. Ma Cheongseo said with a smile that it turned out that he had been wrong about the owner of the trading palace all this time. He smiled and said that if he knew the man was so generous, he would come more often. The man smiled and told the young master that he could just stay here forever. Ma Cheonso looked at the man closely and said that he seemed to be living a very happy life. Jong Se-min asked the young master in confusion what he meant. The young gentleman said that there is a saying that says that sometimes parents are so preoccupied with loving their children that they don't even notice their own actions. He said that since a man has such a precious son, it is impossible for him to live an unhappy life. Ma Cheongseo looked at the man intently and asked if he had become too ignorant if he did not even know about his own actions. He told the man that he should have thrown himself down and begged for forgiveness, but instead, he had ordered his subordinates to lock him in the guest room, and now he was sitting in a higher place, talking to him. Ma Cheonso asked the man with a smirk if he was involved in a conspiracy against treason or something like that. The man was shocked because he didn't expect to hear such a thing. He looked at the man intently and asked with a grin if he confessed to plotting against high treason. The man froze in place in rage for a moment. His face changed and said that he expected nothing else from the young master. Considering how much he had grown, the future of the cult would undoubtedly be bright. He smiled and told the young master that since he had made up for his immature son's mistake, he would be very happy if he stayed with them. A moment later, he rose and indicated to the young master where he should sit down. Ma Cheongseo said with a satisfied grin that it would be better this way. With lightning speed, he rose and walked to his place, across the table, while placing his feet on the book. The man froze in place from shock, but did not say a word. He was burning with rage and anger, but in turn he restrained himself. A few seconds later, the young gentleman sat down on the ground with a thud. He looked closely at the man, but he only sighed heavily and smiled. Ma Cheongseo, in turn, had already dealt with people like him. The leader of the richest organization in the Central Plains, the leader of the Full Moon Trading Group, and the sect leader. One day he asked the leader of the beggar sect why they were both so similar despite the fact that they were on completely opposite ends of the spectrum, but he said that the offspring were all the same, the one who had everything and the one who didn't need it at all. He looked at the man closely. Strangely enough, this man looked like both of them. He knew that when he dealt with people like them, you just needed to scratch and they were where they wanted to be scratched. He looked at the man closely and said with a smirk that he hated to complicate things, because after he finished his isolated training, his father disappeared, and after that, he had no other family. He sighed heavily and said that it just wasn't like what it had been in the past, and that his head was hurting just thinking about it. Ma Chung-seo said that he doesn't really care what they want, because he's just the one sitting in the cult leader's seat, since that position has been vacant for a long time. He looked at the man closely and asked if he understood what he was talking about, because he thought they might be on the same wavelength, so he came to him. He sighed heavily and said that they, unfortunately, had set their sights on his life, but they were also very rude in their greetings, so he was very disappointed in them. The young master looked at the man closely as he wanted to see his reaction. At the same time, the head of the trading house looked at the young master with a fierce grin, but a moment later, he said that it seemed like he had shown disrespect to the young master because you had been bothering him a lot lately. Jong Se-min said with a grin that he really hoped the young master would generously forgive him. Jong Se-min said that he was also worried about what he should do because of his son's ignorance, because he really thought about it because he was a loyal servant of the young master. Ma Cheonso asked if this was really so. Ma Cheonso told the man to tell him what conclusion he had come to after much thought and worry. The man smiled and said that he had prepared a good gift for him. He said with a satisfied smile that it was a very special and precious gift, and he was sure that the young master would like it. A moment later, a young man entered the room and brought a small chest. Ma Cheonso looked at the small chest in surprise. Ma Cheonso was a little puzzled as he saw the daggers. He looked at them intently and in surprise. Jong Se-min asked if the gentleman had heard of the 5 sacred weapons. The young master froze in shock and wondered if this was the same one of the 5 divine weapons. Jong Se-min smiled and said that it was exactly like that, and he had prepared this gift especially for him, and it was the demonic daggers of the sacred fire. He asked the young master if he liked the gift. He looked at the gentleman intently and said that this was something he could not have, but he was going to give it to him. Jong Se-min looked at the young master with a smile and said that this was not all, because he had made sure that tons of gold bars were sent to the young master at the Palace of the Small Sun every month. Jong Se-min said that he would build the young master a palace that would be much larger than the merchant's palace. Jong Se-min asked the young master what he thought about making a deal, but naturally, he had to take the place of the cult leader, and the merchant palace would support him. He looked closely at the young master and said that he would help him ascend to the throne. The young master looked at the man intently and asked if he was asking him to become the leader of the cult. Jong Se-min asked with a fierce grin, "Isn't it natural?" He was saying that it would be meaningless if someone other than him took this position. He said that it would definitely be treason and the gods would be angry. Ma Cheong-seo knew that it was very ridiculous to talk about the imperial family in a demonic cult, but this was what they called treason. He smiled and said that he thought it made a lot of sense. The man said with a smile that he expected nothing less from the young leader, and he could see where he was going with this. Ma Cheong-seo told the man with a fierce grin that he was amazing, but based only on the fact that he knew the man supported the blood arts master. He asked the man what he could get by doing something like this. The man hesitated, not knowing how to answer the question. He thought for a while, not knowing what to answer, sighing heavily. He said that it was a very interesting question. The young gentleman looked at him with a grin and asked what had happened. The man sighed heavily and said that it was an interesting fact that the young master was interested in such a matter, but he knew that the young man was not the type to think so much. Ma Cheong-seo looked at the man in bewilderment and asked if he was really a corpse that was unable to think. Jong Sai-min said it wasn't that he couldn't tell him. It was just that there were some things he didn't understand. Jong Sai-min said that he heard that the young master had a new bodyguard that no one had ever seen before, and that he had also been absent from the palace for a long time. He asked if the young master had visited one of the other palaces of the Sun cult before coming to him. He said that perhaps the young master had made a deal with them, and they had given him a bodyguard to turn a blind eye to him, and if that was the case, then that was truly amazing news. He said it was very strange that the young master had come all this way just to visit him in person, but if someone had sent him to him, it would have made sense. Jong Se-min said that it was a place suitable for organizing such a plan, a fighting palace or a pleasure palace, but a moment later, he asked in surprise if it was really a palace of bloody arts. The young master sighed heavily and said that he had no idea what he was talking about, Jong Sai-min. The man told the master not to pretend that he didn't know anything and also asked why he was looking for him. The young gentleman looked at him intently and said that he had already told him the reason. With lightning speed, the man turned around and said that he simply could not believe such a thing. Ma Cheong-so looked at the man closely, not realizing how much he had eaten, since he had a huge amount of internal energy. Ma Cheong-so raised that since the man used money to increase his internal energy, then naturally he put it above martial arts. For some time, the man walked with the corner to the corner and thought about everything. Ma Cheong-so sighed heavily, because he was telling the truth, but the man did not believe him and did not want to listen. Jong Se-min looked at the young master with a smirk and asked if they shouldn't decide who the owner of the boat was. The gentleman smiled and said that the merchant palace was not the only place where there was money. Jong Se-min, holding back his anger, asked the gentleman if he was really going to go to the pleasure palace. He said that the pleasure palace was probably the best place to collect information. He knew that each of the Sun cult palaces had their own martial arts powers, and they had a powerful influence, but he knew that it would be a different story if they looked at the roles they played. The Palace of Sacred Fire was responsible for governance. The Palace of Arts was responsible for military affairs. The Palace of Fighters and the Palace of Swords were responsible for punishment. The Poison Palace acted as a large drug warehouse. The problem was with the Merchant Palace and the Pleasure Palace, as they were responsible for finance and diplomacy. He understood that now that war was looming, the others were probably trying to join forces with the two palaces, as they wanted to get money and information, but since the roles of the two palaces overlapped, they would also be at each other's throats. He knew he had no choice but to meet the ladies, because it was all for the sake of real information that would come from the brothel. Ma Cheong-so told the man that he had many boats that he could board, but depending on which boat he boarded, his future would be determined, since it would already be decided whether the boat would be able to move or not. He understood that the owner of the trading palace still could not trust him, but he wanted to let him believe what he wanted to believe. Ma Cheong-so looked at the man with a smirk and said that this is what the man told him to say. The man sighed heavily and said that this time he would believe him, but now was not the time, because first he needed to meet this man and then make a decision. The young man smiled and told the man that there was no need to rush. He smiled and said that since the man had already put so much effort into the gift, he would accept it. As he left, the young man said that the price for the boat would be 30% of the assets of the merchant's palace, and that it was very cheap. He said that he would give him a month to send everything to the small palace. But still, the man had to think about the boat that would offer him a better deal. Ma Cheong-so said with a grin that he was leaving now because he had some business with the mistress of the pleasure palace. The man stood there holding back his rage. But a moment later, he shouted to the young master that he must rest before setting out, and he would take it upon himself to prepare for the fact that he would remain in the palace today. Ma Cheong-so smiled and said that he would stay here for a few days, just for everything he had done back then, and so the man could sort out his affairs. Jong Se-min froze in place for a moment as he was in shock. But a moment later, he called his subordinate. He was furious as the young man told him to prepare a lot of things. The young man asked the master of the palace to remain calm. Jong Se-min didn't understand how he could remain calm since he was so angry at the young master's behavior. Chongbiran said with a grin that perhaps this was not one of the palaces either. The man looked at him in bewilderment and asked what he meant. He was puzzled because he did not understand who else, except the palaces, could do such a thing. He said that he did not know about the Central Plains, but here such a thing was impossible because the palaces would try to avoid such a thing. He looked at the man intently and asked if the young leader hadn't mentioned that person. John Se-min froze in anger for a moment. But a few seconds later, he asked angrily if the Elders Association had already done this. Chonbiran said he felt there was a high possibility that it was them, but it wasn't necessarily something bad for them. Chongbiran said that if they left things as they were, they would end up supporting the Bloody Arts Palace. He asked if the Oyat's requests and abuses of power weren't getting worse, since he heard that they had even jailed their accompanying bodyguards recently. He asked if the young man hadn't said a while ago that he would take care of it. The man sighed heavily and said that they just needed to let him go. Chongbiran said that if these things happen every day, then they might get even more requests when the Bloody Arts Palace Master becomes the cult leader. He said that the Oirats kidnapped this man last year, when even the powers of the Northern Plains were growing. He said that the Master of the Fighter Palace probably joined forces with the Master of the Pleasure Palace. And the Elders Association would join hands with the young leader, and this meant that a big war was coming. He asked, wouldn't it be great if they just profited from all this? Jong Sai-min said that they still have something to lose since they just gave away the demonic dagger of the sacred fire. Jong Biran said that this is just a game played by the young leader, who is himself a puppet. Chongbiran said that before coming here, it seemed like he had already laid his hands on Chi-Hami. The man was shocked, not understanding why the young man was only talking about this now. Jongbiran said that they know exactly how and what happened in the room, but the young leader is known as a lustful pervert. He said he was sure that something indecent had happened in the room. The man froze in shock as he could not believe what he heard. A moment later he burst out laughing, because he knew that the mistress of the palace would not let this go unpunished. Jong Se-min understood that the young master, even without knowing what he was getting into, was getting involved. Jong Se-min said with a grin that the young master had said earlier that the merchant's palace was the only place where there was decent finance. He said that he would only save him if he knelt down and begged for forgiveness. Jong Biran sighed heavily and said that he didn't think that would be the right decision since they had to save him and bring him back at the right time. Chongbiran said that they have no reason to let this all go to hell, and in his opinion, this is completely the wrong decision. Jong Se-min looked at the young man intently, but said nothing. The young man, in turn, understood that if the palace of the small sun was destroyed, it would be the end for him too. Jong Se-min told the young man that he should secretly enter the pleasure palace and bring him back at the right time. Jong Se-min said that he shouldn't die because their goods need to be in the best condition to get a good price for them. Jong Se-min said with a grin that since he would have to pay for the boat anyway, he would give in first. A moment later, he told his subordinate to send the ingots to the palace from the small sun. At the same time, the young master slowly returned to the guest room. In turn, he looked into the distance with a grin, because he knew that if the head of the trading house saw a mountain of gold, he would undoubtedly drop everything he was holding in his hands. At the same time, the young master's companions were slowly and leisurely walking towards the palace, and suddenly they came across some merchants. The man sighed heavily and said that he thought he would die on the way to the horse market. They stopped for a moment and listened to the conversation. The man asked his comrade if he had met any Shaolin monks on his way. The man said that if they had met him on his way, he would have died. He said it didn't matter because he was going to the brothel, and on the way, he saw that the whole top of the hill was pitch black. He initially thought that he was just tired because his wife was bothering him. He closed his eyes and opened them again. But when he opened his eyes, he froze in place. He was shocked because he saw the 10,000 army. The man was shocked because he could not believe his own eyes. They did not believe him, but he shouted that he saw them and claimed that the Minister of War was there. He blocked the horse market and the outskirts of the city, and it seemed to him that because the emperor was not around, his brother decided to take his place. The man pushed his friend away and told him to stop saying such things as it was all untrue. Ayultak sighed heavily and said that a man cannot become an emperor, just a back in the throne. Lady said that what is happening in the tribe now seems quite serious. Ayultak looked at his companion in surprise and asked if she really believed what the man had said. He did not understand that the tribe could need anything from the cult of the sun. She said that everyone was talking about the recent attack of the Yorats. Yultak sighed and said that they were all lying and that what the guys from the brothel said could not be believed. A moment later, the young lady looked around as she heard someone groan. She looked at the man with concern and asked if he was okay. He sighed heavily and said that he was okay. A moment later, he asked angrily if it looked like he was okay. Teshik told his daughter with cold fury that she should not pay attention to people like that man. Ayultak told the girl that she could not afford to show compassion within the sun cult. And besides, the man looked like a member of a nameless squad that had retired, and most likely he was wounded because he allowed himself too much. The man angrily told the young man to shut his mouth. As if it weren't for Yorata, nothing like this would have happened to him. Ayultak told the man to be more careful with his expressions and also asked what about the tribe. The man sighed heavily and said that the people of the tribe block the Silk Road and kill anyone they don't like. He shouted furiously that before they wouldn't have dared to raise their heads, but now they were behaving like this only because the head of the cult was not there. He was furious because he didn't understand what the Bloody Palace was doing at all. He shouted that the tribesmen were the first to swing their swords, and they hit him just because he looked at them. Yultak was in shock and asked the man why they needed all this. The man shouted with rage that he himself did not know. A moment later, the man stood up and slowly walked away. Ayultak looked at the old man in surprise and asked where he was going. The old man stopped and said that all the warriors who had recently turned 30 had said that those at the top would listen to the brothel dwellers rather than to them. He reported with cold fury that he had been told to simply run. He shouted that those upstairs were not paying attention to the old cripple who had come out of the brothel. He shouted that he had to do something, even if he went alone, and he was going to save those who had been captured. The young people were stunned for a moment and were unable to say anything. A moment later, they turned around as they heard a familiar voice. They looked in surprise at the young gentleman who had just come up to them. He said that he had already learned about the situation on the way to them. Sometime later, they visited the hotel. He sighed heavily and said that the tribesmen had killed more than a couple of people. Ayultak was shocked and said that they could not do such a thing. The young master looked at him intently and asked if he could guarantee it. He said they wouldn't do something like that, and that's it, Yul. Heron sighed heavily and asked if he really had no evidence. He was furious and shouted that this was madness and asked if she herself believed in it. Yul Heron shouted that everyone was talking about it, and he himself heard it. Ayultak with rage asked the girl, "How is it that what he says?" Yulteshchik looked at the young man with cold fury and asked what he thought he was doing. The young gentleman sighed heavily because they were arguing and he did not like it at all. A moment later, the young people accidentally let it slip, and everyone present froze in place because they did not expect to see the young master. He sighed heavily and, looking at everyone present, told them to sit down immediately. For a moment, the young people froze in place and everyone else sat down in their places. He looked around in surprise and wondered if they weren't going to leave. Ayultak shouted that even if the people of the tribe allowed themselves a lot, they were not so bad. The young lady was furious and asked how he knew this. A moment later, he shouted that he had grown up among them. She froze for a moment in surprise. He sighed heavily and, looking away from everyone, said that he was illegitimate, and he knew this because his mother was from the Oirats, but still, he did not say that the tribe was wonderful. He sighed heavily and asked why the Oirats and the Palace of Bloody Arts would suddenly get involved with the cult of the sun. The young gentleman, in turn, thought about everything for a moment. He understood that the head of the trading house did not seek to become the leader of the cult, so he did not try to harm him, but he wanted them to be at odds with the Palace of Bloody Arts. He understood that if they were feuding and the tribe was involved in it, then the tribe was most likely collecting prisoners on the orders of the Palace of Bloody Arts. He looked closely at everyone present as he understood that they had to save the captives. He knew that even though they were a demonic cult, he still did not want war and intrigue. A moment later, he told his friends that they had to leave. A moment later, they leisurely left the hall. They left, but everyone present sat quietly and motionless, not knowing when they could get up and leave. They whispered that he was probably hiding outside and was going to cut off their heads as soon as they got up. The next day, the young man slowly entered the master's room. He looked around the room in bewilderment, but did not find the gentleman. Yultak sighed heavily because I did not know where his master had disappeared to again. But a moment later he was taken aback as he saw a small note on the table. He looked at the small parchment in surprise. He was shocked because he read the note, but in turn he wondered if his master was going to go there alone. Oilharan looked at the young man closely and asked if the young master had woken up already. He sighed heavily and said that he thought the master had become calmer, but it seemed like he was still a psycho. A moment later, he handed the young lady a note that the gentleman had left for them. They began to read slowly. He wrote to them that he had understood a lot during the night, and they should not worry, so they had better return to the small palace, because a storm of criticism could fall on them if they did not return periodically. So he apologized for his sudden disappearance and asked them to take care of themselves. The young man sighed heavily, as he did not understand what was being discussed. He was furious, as he knew that their master was missing. The father and daughter in turn did not listen to the young man because they admired the work of art that their master had left them. Yultak shouted that now was not the time to admire the inscription since their master had disappeared. Ul the technician looked intently at everyone present and said that there was no need to worry about the gentleman. Yultak was furious and did not understand how the man could say such a thing, and he could not guarantee that the master would return safe and sound. Ul. The inspector held the parchment paper to the young man's face and said that this was the master's order. He looked at the young man intently and said that they would return to the small palace of the sun immediately. A moment later, the parchment of paper caught fire. Yultak froze in place for a moment in shock. I am Yultak. He wondered if the master had used the purifying fire. He was shocked and wondered if he had regained all of his internal energy, and that was why he had acted so defiantly. The man looked intently at the young man and asked if he was coming. I bowed to Yultak and said that he would immediately follow him. For some time the young master leisurely looked around the mountains. He was surprised how huge they really were, and someone could actually die searching for the demonic cult. He looked into the distance, as he had heard that the tribe was located in the northwest of the hot sea. He thought he would find out when he got there. At the same time, on the Oirat Great Plains, everything was quiet and calm. Yuljin slowly approached the tent with my legion. The man looked at him angrily and told him to stop, because he did not understand what a man from the Khan clan was doing here. With lightning speed, the young lady raised her weapon and told the menacing men to let them pass. The men were furious because they did not understand how she dared to openly threaten them. She looked at them with fury and said that if they wanted to live, they had to let them through. A moment later, she attacked them with fury. The men were shocked, but in turn defended themselves. The lady struck the man with lightning speed. A moment later, she glared at the other man who was about to strike her. She managed to defend herself, but still trembled under the onslaught of the man's strength. But a moment later, Tewa easily struck him. Everyone present froze in shock as they saw that she had defeated everyone. A moment later, they drew their bows. She looked at them with fury, for she knew that they were mere fools. A moment later, the men took aim at the uninvited guests. A moment later, a man from the tent told his subordinates to let the guests through. Yuljin, looking into the distance, told his subordinate to raise her head. A moment later, they walked proudly into the tent. They saw the leader of the tribe, Grand Master Jason, standing in front of them. Yuljin looked closely at the man and said that he was worried that something had happened to him, but it seemed that he was okay. Jason chapter. Numerous tribes with impressive strength, comparable to the Tang dynasty and the northern plains. A moment later, the man rose and looked at the guests with cold fury. He looked at them intently and asked if the young man thought the title of Grand Master suited him. Yuljin froze for a moment and looked intently at the leader. Yuljin looked intently at the chieftain and said that it sounded to him as if he was going to become a Khan. A moment later, Jason said that nothing was impossible for him now. Yuljin looked at the man and said that now that he had stated what he really wanted, he should stop making all the noise that was useless. Jason looked at him in surprise and asked if Thoth was really talking about the trading end now. He said with a grin that he thought he should pretend he didn't know anything. The young man looked intently at the leader but said nothing. Moments later, he sighed heavily and asked menacingly if this was really what his father wanted. The tribal chief looked closely at the young man and asked if he knew how to use a bow. The man looked closely at the small bow and thoughtfully said that he had heard that the commander had made a bow out of ivory and used it just like this one. Taking aim at the young man, he asked with a grin, as a man with the blood of the Khan in his veins, whether he thought this bow suited him best. In turn, the leader was puzzled and did not understand what the difference was between them, living far away in the mountains, but with the blood of the Northern Imperial dynasty in their veins. And to those who are not able to continue the great Yian family. A moment later, Jason turned and told the young man to return to his father. Yuljin, with the speed of lightning, drew my dagger and threw it at the chieftain's bow. In the blink of an eye, he easily tore the bowstring apart. Yuljin looked at the man intently and said that if someone is unable to take hold of something, then he should know when to let go. He said that he heard the Minister of Military Affairs had set up a line of defense, as he was going to block all the exits to Beijing, and as the Grand Master, he had captured their emperor and given them a reason to increase the size of their army. Yuljin looked at the man intently and asked if he was really going to become the Khan of the Northern Plains, but a moment later he sighed heavily and told the man that he could do whatever he wanted because the Sun Cult would take care of the Central Plains. As he left, the young man said that this would be on the condition that he release the followers who were in captivity, and he also promised that he would tell his father about this. Turning around, he said that he would also like to discuss the rudeness they had shown today. With lightning speed, he inflicted one wound on the young lady and, looking sideways at the chief, said that he proposed to stop there. The man looked at the young man with cold fury but said nothing. As I was leaving, I told Yuljin that they were now returning back. The leader looked closely at the young people. He knew that the young man was just a tiger cub who did not obey anyone. He understood that his life was not sweet. A moment later, the man called his subordinate. The young man approached his master with lightning speed and bowed. Jason looked at his man with a grin and said that he would plunge the whole world into horror as soon as he became Khan. He said that first they had to use the emperor as an offering, so they had to go to prison. Sometime later, the young man and his comrades stood at the edge of the cliff and gazed into the distance. Yuljin sighed heavily and said that he was going back to the palace. The lady said that she would definitely accompany him. He sighed heavily and said that she should sit down because she was still bleeding. She was surprised, but in turn said that she was fine. I asked Yuljin if she was trying to show everyone where they were. He said that she should sit down and stop the bleeding. Tehua sighed heavily and bit her lower lip. But a moment later she thanked the young man. He said that it was for the good of the emperor's family and there was no need to thank him. Passing on crimes is a curse and a foolish way to preserve the bloodline of the Northern Leo imperial family, a family that would rather have their subordinates take punishment in their stead. Yuljin, in turn, was puzzled, because I didn't know how far he and his father would go. A moment later, the young man shouted to everyone present that someone was nearby. Yuljin turned around and froze for a moment because I saw a man. Yuljin wondered if the man was lost. Because of all the places on Earth, he was on the hidden path of the heavenly mountain located on the borders of western China. He was still dressed in a set of unique clothes. Ma Cheongso looked at everyone present and asked if he could rest here for a while before heading out. The man looked at him angrily and said that he should take off his mask and show them his identity. He smiled and said that he was just an ordinary wanderer who had gone on a long journey. Ma Cheongso was surprised because he did not expect to see a young man on his way. The man shouted at the young man that he looked very suspicious and they could not trust his words. Ma Cheongso smiled and said that he just had a big scar on his face and he couldn't do it. Yahyuljin looked at the young man intently, but didn't say anything. Yahyuljin sighed heavily and said that the young man could stay. The young master thanked him. A moment later, the young gentleman turned his attention to the lady. She sat quietly on a small rock, but her wounds were bleeding. Young master knew that Yahyuljin, the phantom assassin, was someone who would kill anyone without hesitation, even if his opponent was an old, dying, senile man. But now such a person allowed his subordinate to rest and recuperate. He thought that this was very strange. A moment later, he smiled and asked the young men where they came from. Yahyuljin did not answer the wanderer. Ma Chongso looked at the young man with a smile, as he saw that he was a man of few words, but in turn he wondered if the young man was with the Oirats. Ma Chongso smiled and asked if they liked this river. The young lady looked angrily at the young traveler and told him to shut his mouth if he didn't want his tongue cut out. Ma Cheonso looked at the girl with a smirk and asked if she could do such a thing in such a state. She asked with fury if he really had a death wish. A moment later, the young man slowly approached her. She shuddered in a way she had not expected. With lightning speed, she reached for her swords, experiencing excruciating pain as she did so. He grabbed her hand and she groaned in pain. A few seconds later, all the swords were pointed at him. Yahyuljin. He sighed heavily and asked the young master, "Didn't he say that he was just a wanderer?" He asked him if he thought about what he was doing. The young master looked at everyone present and said that he had quite impatient subordinates, and he also noticed that the young lady had very deep wounds, and on top of that, yellow sand had gotten inside and caused her to become infected with tetanus. He said that her skin had become necrotic and had begun to rot, and if this continued, she would not be able to hold a knife, let alone a sword, and even if a doctor were here now, he would not be able to do anything. She was furious and screamed at him to shut his mouth. As she was fine, Yahyuljin sighed heavily and asked the young man what he wanted. The young master said that he needed clean water and a cicada stem, as well as needles to stitch the wound. He looked at everyone closely and said with a smile that he would start the treatment right now, and they would decide about payment later. Sometime later, they sat quietly watching the sunset. The young lady was furious, but he still treated her wounds. Yahyuljin looked closely at the young man and asked if he was from the Orthodox sect. The young master asked him in surprise why he thought so. Yahyuljin said that only the people from the sect were so hypocritical that they would save someone for the sake of dried meat. The young master looked at the youth with a puzzled expression, as he was adamant when it came to his subordinates. Yahyuljin looked at the young man and said that he had nothing to worry about. He said that he had not yet reached the point where he could start killing his benefactors, and he sighed heavily and wondered what the central plane was like. Ma Chongso looked at the young man closely because he thought that the demonic cult would have no business in the central plains if it weren't for the war, the invasion, and the massacres. Ma Chongso smiled with the corners of his lips and told the young man that if he went out and walked along the river to the southeast, then soon a huge lake like this one would appear in front of him. He told the young man that if he looked at the order from the pavilion, he would find that in these places it was truly beautiful. There were people there who were different from the martial artists here, who came from all over, and they talked to each other and asked each other about their affairs. Ma Cheongseo said with a smile that sometimes they shared stories about how they lived and drank wine together, and the stories they shared could cross the river and spread throughout the continent. He looked into the distance with a smile and said that this is what the Central Plains are like. He knew it was a place where people gathered and shared their own stories. The young gentleman looked closely at his companion and wondered if he could change. Yahyuljin sighed heavily and told his benefactor that he should tell him when he needed anything. Even though this conversation was absurd, it was quite interesting, so he wanted to reward the young man for it. The young man smiled, and as he left, told his companion that he should someday fulfill his request. Ma Cheongseo sighed heavily and told the young man that he was truly an absurd person. Yahyuljin turned around and asked the traveler what his name was. Ma Cheonso said with a grin that he would tell his name next time. Ma Cheongso had assumed when he left that they might drink beer or fight next time. But it made no difference now, since he knew that there was no way to know what would happen in the future. A moment later, he sighed heavily and looked into the distance, puzzled. Ma Cheonso was puzzled, because he knew that he should have at least asked for directions. Looking around, he realized that if it weren't for the tracks left by the oirats, he would have definitely gotten lost long ago. A moment later, he noticed Lug and was glad, because he knew he was on the right track. The young man slowly made his way through the forest. But after a few seconds, he froze in place as he saw a small tent that was surrounded by guards. He was surprised as he noticed the warriors of the tribe, who surrounded the yurt in the middle of the forest. He wondered who was inside. He looked closely at the men as he saw one of them turn around and slowly walk into the tent. Ma Cheonso was a little puzzled, and it all seemed very strange to him. He wondered if they were trying to protect one person who was in the yurt. Why would the guards also go inside? For a moment, he froze in shock as he realized they were holding someone captive. He sighed heavily and stepped aside, as he knew he needed to check everything to make sure he was right. The man looked at the girl with a smirk and said that the ladies from the Central Plains certainly had good skin, and it would be a shame to just kill her. Bursting into tears, the girl begged them to spare her. The man approached her with a grin and said that the Grandmaster would soon arrive to them, and then there would be no need for her because she would soon die. But if she gave him pleasure, then he would give her a painless death. Ma Cheonso looked at the man with fury as he realized that he should learn their language. He looked closely at everyone present and wondered if they were really from the Khan. He was puzzled because he saw that the young lady was trembling and bursting into tears. But a moment later, the young gentleman froze in place in shock. The men cursed angrily as they realized that the girl had stabbed herself with a hairpin. She apologized, saying that she really couldn't do it. She couldn't serve him to the very end. Ma Cheonso was shocked by everything that was happening. The men looked at the girl's corpse with disdain and did not say that she had stained them with her blood. At the same time, the young master was burning with rage and anger. Ma Cheonso smiled and said that all sorts of people gathered and sometimes quarreled. But in this place, everyone understood each other's situations and enjoyed the time they spent, despite knowing how short life could be. Ma Cheonso, looking into the distance, he said with a smile that these were the Central Plains he had heard about. Yuljin looked intently at the traveler but did not answer. Yuljin sighed heavily and asked the young man if they were people who claimed to live by loyalty or chivalry, or if they agreed to live in such a world once they were faced with the miserable reality. Ma Cheonso told the young man not to come to that conclusion on his own, but to simply look at the Central Plains, talk to the people there, and try to get along with them. The young man sighed heavily and asked if this was possible. Ma Cheonso looked at him intently and said that even if not, he himself must make it possible. Many people sacrificed their lives, and in order to overthrow the Yuan dynasty by uniting with the Ming dynasty, at that time it did not matter whether a person was from an orthodox or unorthodox sect, since as long as a person could hold his sword, he had to fight with everyone equally. A world where scholars would despise martial artists and masters, then gathered in their own world known as Murim, and then as the Murim Alliance and the Unorthodox Assembly gained strength, they began to endlessly fight each other. The young man was puzzled, because he understood that the same thing applies to the demonic cult. As the number of people with the same thinking increases, the same thing will soon happen, because everyone will try to force the other to belong to him. Ma Cheonso looked at the young man closely, as he hoped that they would get along in the future. Ma Cheonso looked at all the atrocities with cold fury. He was burning with anger, because he did not understand how they could be so cruel. The man was furious and shouted, "There was a girl who had stained his pants. His friend said that he was an idiot because he should have lied and said that he would save her life." The young gentleman looked at the men with cold fury and asked if they were even human. The men froze for a moment, not understanding who was in front of them. Ma Cheonso, burning with anger and fury, asked the men why they had gone so far. The men noticed that the young man did not look like a person of the Sun cult. The man asked with a grin where the young man was from. Ma Cheonso, contain your anger, asked if it was really that important. The man said with a grin that there was no particular need for it, since he had seen everything. A moment later, the men rushed into battle. They were furious, and they knew they would have to kill him. He looked at them with fury, as he did not understand how they dared to do anything after all the atrocities they had committed. The man stood frozen in shock for a moment when he saw the young man and his strength. He attacked the man and all his followers with fury as he saw their angry grins. The man fell to the ground with a thud and began to scream in furious pain. They looked at the young man intently, for they knew that they had to kill him, but still he was not as simple as he seemed at first glance. They froze for a moment when they saw the young man floating. Ma Cheongso looked at everyone closely. He was furious. The men in turn hesitated, not knowing what to do. A moment later, one man took aim at him. But with the speed of lightning, Ma Cheongso attacked everyone. He used a series of supreme imperial martial strikes, the secret claw art, and the absolute heavenly wolf claw. With the speed of lightning, the man disappeared, and his followers froze in stupor, as they had not seen anything before. They whispered to each other and said that he was an evil spirit, namely the devil. Ma Cheongso looked at everyone with rage and shouted that they would all die. With lightning speed, he advanced towards the men and dealt each one a fierce blow. They screamed, but he did not stop pursuing them. The man stood frozen in shock as he saw that all his friends were dead. With tears in his eyes, he asked the young man for mercy. Bursting into tears, he begged him, but all was in vain. Ma Cheongso stared at the man as he touched his head. He had no intention of sparing anyone, and a moment later, with his eyes burning, he furiously told the man to disappear. Using his power, he made the man disappear forever, but at the same time he heard a cry of despair. Ma Cheongso, with fierce fury and ease, destroyed all his opponents. He was shocked because he lost control of his emotions and committed a massacre. He understood that the heavenly demon was the incarnation of the devil himself. But after all, he realized that he needed to improve his skill, since it was dangerous for him to use this power until he mastered it. He slowly approached the tent. A moment later, he entered the tent and looked intently at the young man. The young man looked at him in bewilderment and asked who he was. The young man looked at the guest in bewilderment and asked whether he had come to kill him or to save him. Ma Cheongso sighed heavily and said that he was not going to do either. He asked the young man how long he had been there, and he also wanted to know if he had already been captured. The young man looked at him in bewilderment and asked if he didn't know better. Ma Cheongso was puzzled by this question, because he was just passing by and accidentally wandered into the yurt. The young man was surprised by his words and asked if he really thought he would believe him. Ma Cheongso was surprised and did not understand what was wrong in his words. He was puzzled, since he had spent a lot of effort to find just a child in a yurt. The young man was furious because the traveler treated him disrespectfully. Ma Cheongso sighed heavily and said that he had only wasted time and now he had to leave. The young man was puzzled and shouted at the traveler that he had not let him go. Ma Cheongso turned around and looked at the young man with bewilderment, since he was burning with Ognev, and a little more, and he would have burst into tears. Ma Cheongso wondered if the young man was a very important prisoner. He knew that he needed to find out more about the young man. Ma Cheongso said he would only ask him one question. Ma Cheongso looked closely at the young man and asked if there were any other captives, for he had heard that the tribe had taken many people with them. He asked him to tell him everything he knew, but the young man sighed heavily and looked away. Ma Cheongso looked at the young man intently and said that he could admit the thought that he trusted him. A moment later, the young man shouted that they were all in the north. Ma Cheongso thanked the young man with a smile and said that it was time for him to go. The young man was in shock. He shouted at the traveler to stop because he did not allow him to leave. Ma Cheongso was puzzled by his words. He said that he needed to go as he had a lot of things to do. The young man looked intently at his savior and said that if he really was there by accident, then he should take him to Beijing. Ma Cheongso said with a smile that he needed to go north, and it was time for him to run away. The young man was shocked and shouted that in that case he would go with him. Ma Cheongso was shocked by the young man's impudence. He said that he was in no position to make conditions. The young man said he was Zhu Qizhen, but Ma Cheongso, not taking his word for it, said that he was a black meteor. But a moment later he froze in place because he knew that in the Ming Kingdom it was forbidden to use the surname Zhu or even mention it in any way. because this surname could only be used by a member of the imperial family. He froze in shock and wondered if this was the emperor of the Ming kingdom himself. Zhu Qijin looked at the young man closely and said that seeing his confusion, he dared to assume that he had realized who he really was. He sighed heavily and said that everything was correct and he was the emperor of this country. Ma Chongso was taken aback for a moment and stood frozen in shock. But after a few seconds, he turned around and told the young man not to make him laugh. The emperor looked at the young man with bewilderment and asked if he really didn't know that he was being held captive here. Ma Chongso, in turn, was irritated by such a question. He asked the young man how much more he had to repeat this, since he really didn't know anything. The emperor sat down at the table for a moment. But after a few seconds, he asked the young man to save him. Zhu Qijin trembled and told the young man that it was okay if he didn't believe him. Holding back tears, he said that he had to survive no matter what. He looked closely at his savior and said that he absolutely had to meet one person, Ma. As he left, Chongso said that he had completely different priorities. Ma Chongzhou told the emperor that if he could follow him until he sorted out his affairs, he would help him. The emperor looked at the young man in surprise and asked if there were no soldiers outside. Ma Chongso sighed heavily and said that it was indeed so, but a moment later they slowly walked out of the tent, and the emperor froze in place. The emperor looked at the man closely and sighed heavily, saying that he had met the end he deserved. Ma Chongso looked at the emperor in surprise and asked if he really knew that man. The emperor sighed heavily and said that he knew, but now he would have to forget him. Ma Chongso answered the emperor casually, and the emperor in turn became angry because he had already asked the young man not to speak to him so dismissively. A moment later, the young man threw the shoes to the emperor. The emperor looked at him in bewilderment and asked what they were. Ma Chongso sighed heavily and asked the emperor if he was really going to climb the mountain barefoot, especially since it was raining and he had to wear shoes. The emperor sighed heavily and looked closely at little shoes. Ma Chongso looked at the emperor with bewilderment and asked if he really didn't want to wear the shoes of a dead man. The emperor sighed heavily and said that this was not so. Moments later, he looked closely at his savior and said that they could go now. Ma Chongso, in turn, said that it was still too early. Ma Chongso slowly bowed to the ground. He realized that they could not have walked and there must have been horses nearby. Ma Chongso slowly rose up and said that he had one good news and one bad news, and he also reported that he had found horses. The emperor looked at him in surprise and said that this was good, and also asked what the bad news was. Ma Chongso, frozen in shock for a moment, said that a herd of war horses was rushing towards them. Zhu Qijin froze in surprise, as he didn't expect to hear something like that. Ma Chongso, with the speed of lightning, grabbed the young emperor by the hand and said that if he wanted to live, he had to run. The emperor, in turn, only managed to shout loudly. The young master, with the speed of lightning, shut the emperor's mouth, as he did not want him to make a noise. They quickly ran to the place where the horses were. Ma Chongzhou looked at the emperor with a joyful smile and said that he should quickly mount his horse, since they had to leave quickly. Ma Chongzhou looked at the emperor with bewilderment, because he did not understand why he was standing there and doing nothing. He shouted at him to quickly get on his horse. The emperor looked away and said that he did not know how to ride a horse, and that he should bring him a palanquin. Ma Chongzhou looked at the emperor in shock and asked if he had really gone completely mad. The emperor was puzzled and did not understand why he had to ride on horseback if this was the lot of miserable savages. Ma Chongzhou was shocked by his words and shouted that he should then walk on his own feet. But a moment later, they were taken aback as they heard the cry of strangers. The men were shouting that the emperor had disappeared and they needed to find him quickly. Ma Chongzhou grabbed the emperor by the clothes with lightning speed and pulled him towards himself. The emperor was shocked. A moment later, the man shouted to his followers that the emperor was riding away on horseback. The young men rode their horses with lightning speed wherever their eyes looked. Ma Chongzhou was worried because he knew that the archers of Yuan and Joseon were considered the best, but the weather was on their side. But turning around, he was taken aback for a moment and wondered how many forces had been thrown into pursuit of them. He understood that this simply could not be, and they were not chasing him at all. He angrily asked the young man who he really was. The young man shouted that he had already told him that he was the emperor of the great empire, Mini. Ma Cheon-seo was confused by this situation, since he was going to save his people and ended up trying to escape from pursuit with a random guy. He was furious, since he knew he was in deep trouble. Ma Cheong-seo shouted at his companion to hold on tighter. Ma Cheong-seo was furious and asked the young man if he could stop twitching, but the emperor in turn shouted that he did not know how to ride a horse. Ma Cheong-seo turned around and, looking at the young man, shouted what he needed to do so that he could stay in the saddle. They moved and moved at the speed of light, but there was still a terrible chase behind them. Ma Cheong-seo looked askance at his companion, for he saw that not all was lost with him, and that he was holding up well. The emperor turned around and, looking at the pursuit, shouted. He was shocked, because a fierce warrior was advancing on them. The man looked at them with cold fury and asked the emperor, "Did you really think you could escape from them?" Ma Cheong-seo looked at the man closely, as he knew that he was no ordinary warrior, and it seemed to him that he was a general or higher. Ma Cheong-seo looked intently at the emperor and shouted that he should hold the reins. With the speed of lightning, he jumped off his horse and spun in the air. A moment later, he mounted his horse with a crash. The emperor was in shock, because he did not understand what had just happened and where his companion, Ma, had gone. Cheong-seo shouted to the emperor that he was behind him and that he should hold the reins tighter. A moment later, the young man noticed that the man was aiming a bow at him. Jason looked at them with cold fury and pulled back his bowstring. Ma Cheong-seo, in turn, accumulated his strength and looked intently at the man. Moments later, Jason released the arrow and it flew towards the enemy with the speed of lightning. The young master saw that the man was radiating a powerful force, and if he messed up, they would die. With the speed of lightning, he caught the arrow that was aimed at the emperor. He understood that he would not be able to catch the arrow completely, and in that case, he decided that it was better to change direction. Ma Cheong-seo, in turn, added Yang's energy with lightning speed, and a moment later he launched the arrow at his opponent. But the young gentleman was taken aback and froze in surprise when he saw that his opponent had dodged the arrow. He was shocked by what he saw and could not understand how he managed to dodge. Ma Cheong-seo understood that he could be content with the fact that they had at least managed to break away from them. With lightning speed, he rushed towards the emperor. The man was surprised and wondered if there were still people who wanted to save the abandoned emperor. He thought for a moment, and since the young man parried the blow of the elephant tusk with his bare hands, he realized that the young man was very strong. The man hurriedly asked the great master if he was okay. Jason Iscosa looked at his subordinate and said that the young men were heading towards the prison. He shouted that they would move there and wait for them there. At the same time, the emperor was riding on a horse. He was very excited because he did not know what to do now. But a moment later he screamed, as he was stunned by the cliff that appeared in his path. He screamed with all his might and asked the horse to stop. Ma Cheong-seo shouted at the emperor to pull himself together. The emperor looked at the young man in surprise, as he did not expect him to return quickly. He was excited and did not know what to do. Ma Cheong-seo was furious because he knew that if he were alone, he would have simply jumped over the cliff. But the situation was complicated because the emperor was with him. He knew that it was too late for them to stop. But a moment later he pulled the reins. The emperor was in shock. He did not understand what the young man was doing and was very worried because they were accelerating. A moment later he cried out as they were riding on horseback and jumping over the cliff. Bursting into tears, the emperor shouted at the young man that he was simply a murderer. Ma Cheong-seo, in turn, shouted at the emperor not to speak such nonsense. The emperor was in shock as they fell down with a roar. Ma Cheong-seo charged himself with sacred fire with the speed of lightning and flew down. A moment later, the horse landed on the edge of the cliff, and a few seconds later, the emperor and his horse fell over the cliff. But the young man, with the speed of lightning, pushed the horse, but unfortunately, he himself fell down. The emperor turned around and saw his savior falling over the edge. He was in shock and screaming, bursting into tears, but unfortunately he could not help in any way. The emperor quickly got off his horse and ran to the cliff. He did not understand why the young man did this, because he was pathetic and did not need to be saved. Sitting by the cliff, he cried and wondered what he could do to bring the young man back alive. He was furious because he had not only neglected his duties to the throne. He screamed that he survived because the common man he was supposed to protect sacrificed his life, so he was no different from a beast. He screamed that he would not make such a mistake again. Shedding tears, he said that the death of the young man would not be forgotten, but a moment later he froze in place as he saw his savior clearly before him. He froze, not knowing what to answer, but at the same time he burst into tears. A moment later he realized the fact that the young man in front of him was alive, so he screamed out in fear to the emperor. Ma Cheongseo looked at the emperor in bewilderment and asked why he was so surprised. Ma Cheongseo thanked the horse for its help and said that now it could go its own way. At the same time, the emperor froze in shock and asked the young man if it was really a ghost, since he was sure that it would crash. The emperor was puzzled because he did not understand how the young man managed to survive. Ma Cheongseo told the emperor to finish speaking and quickly approached him. The emperor sighed heavily. The young man looked at him in bewilderment. The emperor, bursting into tears and smiling joyfully, said that he was very glad that he had survived. Ma Cheongseo sighed heavily, as he could not understand the emperor, although he sometimes acted arrogant and selfish, but at the same time, he was truly innocent and naive. Ma Cheongseo looked closely at the young man and wondered if it was because he was still a child or if it was something he had learned from the previous emperor. After a short journey, Ma Cheongseo froze for a moment, as the emperor had driven him to his limit, as he was always complaining because he didn't like walking and there was dirt everywhere. The emperor told the young man that he should not have let go of the horse. Zhu Qizhen sighed heavily, as the young man had shown mercy to the animal, and now he was forced to walk. Ma Cheongseo shouted to the emperor that if it were not for the miserable animal, as he had previously expressed it, he would have long ago lost the life of which he was so proud. Ma Cheongseo shouted that the horse was not at all to blame for what its master was like. Even a sword cast from iron can only rely on its master. But a moment later, the young man froze in place, mid-sentence. The emperor looked at him in bewilderment and asked why he had suddenly stopped talking. Ma Cheongseo was taken aback and wondered if his forgivable actions towards the demonic cult were somehow better than what the savages had done. As the son of the leader of the Murim Alliance and the head of the Steel Corps Squadron, the demonic cult was an enemy he had to kill. That was the knowledge he had been taught and had grown up with. But he wondered if the followers of the demonic cult deserved to die just because they belonged to the cult. The demonic cult that he had the chance to see and know was completely different from what one could learn about it from rumors. Just because they had mastered the art of hymnology did not make them bad, and just because they did not follow the highest laws of the empire did not mean that they did not have spirituality. The 7 palaces of the Ming cult were like martial arts sects, and the believers were like family members. He wondered if it wasn't because their lifestyles were different, but they were still similar. A moment later, the emperor told his companion that if he did not want to talk, then there was no need, and in the meantime he would just sit down and rest a little. He also said that he would like to drink some water, but the young man should try the water first, as it could be poisoned. Ma Cheongseo sighed heavily and told the emperor that he had always lived in such a way that he talked to himself and could not drink water on his own. The emperor was surprised and did not understand what was strange about this. He asked the young man what was wrong with him, since in the end he turned out to be uncouth and rude. Ma Cheongseo was surprised, but in turn he said that he was perfectly suited to all Murim standards. The emperor beamed at his words and asked if he was really a Murim martial artist, as he really wanted to know more about it. He said that he heard that there were a lot of eccentric guys in that place, like monks and Taoists, who practiced martial arts. Ma Cheongseo told the emperor that he had just spoken of a sect of vagabonds who belonged to a movement known as the Murim Alliance. The emperor smiled and said that he heard that they had a lot of freedom and could travel with other martial artists in the Central Plains. Ma Cheongseo understood that this was not entirely true, because they had to recognize the rules of the Union, but also follow the rules of their own sects and cults, and there were a lot of them, if you go into detail. He sighed heavily and said that as long as they were part of such a group of complete freedom, they would not see more choice from the martial artists, since they had mastered this very martial art. He smiled and said that perhaps this is precisely why they needed politicians and an emperor in order to expand their field of choice. The emperor thought for a moment, but after a few seconds, asked the young man why he was there. Ma Chongseo said that he had already informed him earlier that he was looking for those who had been taken into custody. He himself wondered if he did this out of nobility or just habit. He was puzzled and wondered if he was really that different from a demon who went crazy at the sight of blood. The emperor looked closely at the young man and asked if he was part of the Murim alliance. The young man froze for a moment and, looking away, said that he was a believer. The emperor looked at him in surprise and asked if he was really a Muslim. Ma Chongseo sighed heavily and said that he was from a demonic cult. He said that he was part of a demonic cult that was located on the heavenly mountain. The emperor froze in place from shock. A moment later, the emperor flinched and pulled away from the young man. He knew the demonic cult were traitors, but he didn't understand why the young man was here. Ma Chongseo stood up with lightning speed and, looking at the emperor, asked who he saw in him. He asked the emperor if, in his opinion, he looked like a demon who thirsted for blood. Ma Chongseo looked at the emperor with cold fury and said that he could call him whatever he wanted, but he had to save those who had been captured, as well as the emperor who had been captured. He looked at the young emperor and said that this was the reason he was here. Zhu Qizhen froze in shock for a moment, as he didn't expect to hear anything like this. Sometime after sunset, they sat quietly by the fire, the atmosphere between them tense, but no one said a word. The next day, they walked the path in silence. A moment later, the young gentleman told his companion that they had already arrived. The emperor looked at the young man in surprise, but did not answer. Sometime later, they came closer and, pushing the bushes aside in my direction, looked around. The young people froze for a moment when they saw the large cages and the people in them. The emperor was shocked, and after looking closely, he asked if the royal military leaders were already there. He was shocked because they were wearing royal uniforms. With lightning speed, the emperor rose up, as he was surprised by the fact that they were all really alive. Ma Chongseo pulled the young emperor towards him and told him to stop. The emperor was shocked and did not understand what the young man was doing since they had to save them. Ma Chongseo said, alarmed, that something was wrong here. For a moment, the emperor froze in place. Ma Chongseo sighed heavily and wondered if there was no one guarding them. A moment later, he used detection energy. He saw before him the men who were sitting locked up. But a few seconds later, he also discovered the ambush. He was shocked because he found the same man who had been chasing them recently. He was furious because he knew he had been stupid, and it was too easy for them to figure out which way they were headed. The emperor looked sideways at the young man and asked if something was wrong. Ma Chongseo said in confusion that it was a trap. The emperor was puzzled, as he realized that his daughter had reached the point. A moment later, the emperor straightened up and asked with a smile if he looked like an emperor now. He smiled and said that he was not wearing dragon clothes, but he was still the emperor of this country. He smiled and told the young man that although he was a traitor, he was a good man, because he saved his life. Zhu Qizhen said that when he was 9 years old, he became emperor, although he knew nothing about politics, and under the influence of a eunuch, he sentenced people to death whom he did not even know. Zhu Qizhen also led a large army to repel the Oirat's attack, but unfortunately they lost with heavy losses. Ma Chongseo thought for a moment, as he had heard about a eunuch whose legs were broken because of his abuse of authority. He sighed heavily and said that many months had passed since these people had kidnapped him. Looking into the distance, he asked his savior if he knew what he had been doing all this time. Zhu Qizhen said that he fed their horses and looked after them. Several times he tried to escape, but eventually gave up. Then he wondered who he really was, an emperor or a groom. He sighed heavily and said that he never wanted to become an emperor even once in his life. He was confused because he was just made that way one day and had no freedom or choice. He looked intently at his savior and said that this was why he had always wanted to give up the throne. He smiled and said that now that things had gone so far, he wanted to be an emperor, and that was very funny, Ma. Chongseo looked at the young emperor with excitement and asked what he intended to do. He sighed heavily and said that even if he could go back, there was no place for him there. Now he was most likely just a discarded emperor, and he was sure that Zhu was now Qiyu sat on the throne as he had always dreamed of. He smiled and said that he just wanted to go back because he believed that there was someone who was desperately waiting for his return. He sincerely hoped that the young lady was still waiting for him. Zhu Qijin smiled tenderly and said that now he knew the path he should take. He saw his subjects whom he should protect. He sighed heavily and said that it didn't matter at all whether he was sitting on the throne or not. What was much more important now was who he really was. He turned around and, looking at his savior, said with a smile that he would show everyone who he was. Ma Chongso froze in place for a moment in surprise. The emperor looked at the young man closely and asked if he could tell him his name. Ma Chongso hesitated, not knowing what to answer. The emperor smiled tenderly and asked the savior if he could show him his face. Ma Chongso stood frozen in place, confused and unable to do anything. As he left, the emperor let go of his savior's hand and said that he was very sorry that he could not do anything, but still he told the savior that if he had a chance, he should tell the empress that he was very sorry that he could not return. A moment later, the young emperor stepped onto the field. The men were surprised and at the same time excited because they did not expect to see the emperor himself. A moment later, the emperor shouted and let everyone know that he was there. A few seconds later, the tribe's people came out, aiming their bows at the emperor. Jason looked at the emperor with a grin since he had come to them after all. He told the emperor that he was very stupid to come straight to meet his death. Jason sighed heavily and asked the emperor if he had really gone completely mad. The emperor looked at the man closely and said that you must consider that activity is much more important than profit, and in case of danger, he will sacrifice his life. Zhu Qijin looked at everyone present and said that he should have followed what he thought was right for himself and given his life if duty required it. He looked at his enemies with fury and shouted that he had been made a fool of for many years, but now no one needed to be afraid, because he was next to his people. The men were shocked. They didn't expect this. Jason looked at the emperor with a smirk and said that they had no reason to refuse him if he himself offered them his life. A few seconds later, he told his men to kill the emperor immediately. The men rushed at the emperor with lightning speed as they wanted to carry out their master's order. The emperor, in turn, froze for a moment as he saw fierce warriors rushing towards him. But a moment later, he closed his eyes and said goodbye to his wife with a smile. But a few seconds later, an explosion thundered near the emperor, and everyone froze in shock for a moment. Ma Chongso looked at the emperor intently and asked if he really thought he could stand alone against everyone. Ma Chongso asked the emperor with a grin if he really thought he could forgive himself for this. The emperor was shocked, and since he did not expect this, Ma Chongso looked at the emperor intently because he knew that once they killed him, they would immediately leave this place. He knew that in that case he would be able to calmly release all the prisoners. He understood perfectly well that all he had to do was leave the emperor. He was furious because he understood that the young man was now just a former emperor who was betrayed by his own brother and vassals. No one would save him. He knew that the emperor was just a stupid child who was asking for trouble, and in general, he was nothing special. But the young man was furious because he could not just watch such a thing. With lightning speed, he flew up to the emperor, and after some of his actions, a loud explosion thundered. Ma Chongso looked intently at the enemies, shielding the emperor with his body. The emperor looked at the young man in surprise and asked if he had come to save him. He was puzzled and did not understand why he was acting like that. Ma Chongso asked with a smirk why he wouldn't do it since he promised to save him. Jason looked at the warrior with a smirk, and a moment later with a fierce grin asked if they could see how good he was. A few seconds later, he shouted to his archers, and they prepared for battle. Ma Chongso was furious because he knew they were going to shoot arrows from such a distance. A moment later, the man gave the command to his subordinates, after which the arrows flew at the young people with lightning speed. Ma Chongso, in turn, used his strength with lightning speed and rushed to meet the arrows. He used the Sky Demon Legion strike. The arrows fell to the ground with a roar after using his power. The man looked at the young man with a grin and said that he was really very strong. He was wondering who the young man really was, because with the help of this technique, the young man could create several versions of himself. The emperor looked at the young savior with bewilderment and shock and asked who he was. Because even the commander of the royal warriors was not as strong as his savior, Ma Cheonso sighed heavily and said that he was a traitor, martial artist Murim, or something like that. Ma Cheonso looked at the man with fury and told him not to ask unnecessary questions in vain, and if he surrendered, he would spare his life. Jason said with a grin that he was still interested in finding out who was hiding behind the mask, because he could not have thought that he would meet such a warrior on his way and in such a wilderness. He said with a fierce grin that he would like to exchange greetings with him. Ma Cheonso, for his part, had no idea what the man was muttering, but he understood that he had no intention of backing down. He was furious, and since he knew that he had no choice anyway and had to fight, a moment later he used his power. He looked closely at the man who was approaching him with a fierce grin on his face. The man slowly approached the young man and gave a signal to his warriors. Ma Cheonso was shocked because he saw that they were surrounded. He was furious because he knew that arrows would be flying towards them, and he wouldn't even be able to tell which side they were coming from. He knew that the prisoners could be caught in the crossfire. The man looked at them and said that the young man was no longer an emperor, and for him, he was nothing more than another victim. Ma Cheonso looked at the man with cold fury and a smirk and said that he really did talk a lot. A moment later, he rushed into battle. He was furious, as he knew he had to deal with the troublesome archers first, and with lightning speed he unleashed the Sky Demon Legion strike. The man sighed heavily and said that the young man had decided to forget about him and take up archery. He shouted angrily that the young man was looking down on him. With lightning speed, he struck the young man. Ma Cheonso was taken aback for a moment and stopped, as all his projections were destroyed. He froze in shock, and looking at the man, he wondered if he had really reached the highest realm of development. He was furious because he knew that this was not his internal energy at all. He understood that she came from brute force. Ma Cheonso was shocked and did not understand how this could be achieved with only internal energy. He knew that the Demon Lord's supreme art used internal energy to transform the devilish flames to demonstrate demonic might. That is why it was called demonic art. Man could use his internal energy and physical body to the limit of his capabilities. He froze for a moment, as he had heard something like this before. Among the 5 emperors in the top 10 of the Central Plains, there was a general from the Yuan dynasty who led a squad of devil flame archers. He looked at the man closely and said that it seemed like he was the High Flame Emperor's archer, Jason. The man looked at the young man with a smirk and asked if he really knew him. Ma Cheonso looked at the man with a cold rage and a smirk on his face, since judging by his reaction, he was right. He said that he didn't plan to fight him in the first place. The man said with a smirk that they could then focus on their battle, but if it was difficult for him, he could help him focus. A moment later, using his strength, the man jumped up and headed towards the young man in order to deliver a crushing blow. Jason, with a fierce grin, told his opponent that he just needed to turn all his attention to him. Jason struck the young man with lightning speed and fury, but he managed to dodge. Ma Cheonso quickly jumped away from the man's axe. Ma Cheonso was puzzled, as he did not understand how a martial artist of external energy could directly use the enhancing art of internal energy. Ma Cheonso, he was well aware that if things continued at this pace, it would become a big problem for him. He knew he had to defeat the man with one blow, so he used a series of supreme imperial combat strikes. The man was taken aback for a moment and froze in place in surprise. Ma Cheonso used the first of the 3 palms, the destroying palm. A moment later, the man received a strong blow and recoiled, but still managed to stay on his feet. A few seconds later, he fell to the ground with a thud. Yan Chagak has spent his entire life studying the highest martial strikes. Since these are not the real imperial martial strikes, he uses demonic art to create a semblance of them. But unfortunately, his powers were limited, but the strike should still be strong enough. A moment later, he was taken aback and froze in place from the slag as he heard the laughter of his opponent, who said that the world was indeed big and unknown. Ma Cheonso froze in shock as he did not understand how the man managed to get up and stand. He looked at his opponent in confusion as he took his blow with a crushing palm, but his strength only increased after the crushing blow. The man looked at his opponent with a grin and said that he seemed very surprised. He said that even a battering ram would not be able to defeat him. Ma Cheonso looked at his opponent in confusion and wondered if he could really withstand his attack. Jason looked at the flames that surrounded him in bewilderment and wondered if the flames were not going to die out. He thought that was very interesting. Jason looked at his opponent closely and said that he assumed that the young man was in his heavenly mountain, but he still did not think that he came from the Palace of Bloody Art. He asked his opponent if he was from the Palace of Sacred Fire. A moment later, he looked at him with a fierce grin and said that it didn't matter. Burning with anger and fury, he said they could try again. Ma Cheongso froze for a moment as he realized that he had a strong opponent. A few seconds later, they entered into a fight. Ma Cheongseo easily jumped back when his opponent struck him. With lightning speed, he jumped up and did several somersaults in the air. A few seconds later, he struck his opponent. Everyone present was in shock, because they did not know who this man was. They were surprised, and did not understand how he managed to fight back against the leader of the barbarians. Jason looked at the young man with a grin and said that he was truly incredible. But a moment later, he looked at him with a grin, and preparing for the blow, asked how he felt about it. With the speed of lightning, the man struck his opponent with fury. Ma Cheongso managed to block his blow, but in turn, he screamed loudly. A moment later, Ma Cheongso quickly flew back. He hit a tree and screamed loudly. In a hurry, he flew further and further as the blow was very strong. The emperor was shocked, as he did not expect that his savior would fall at the hands of the barbarian. Ma Cheongso was taken aback and froze in place as he realized several things. He realized that his new body had a certain limit to using the supreme imperial combat strikes. Although he remembered all the techniques in his head, they were not suitable for his current body, and if he tried to use proper combat art through demonic art, he would not be able to use even 30% of that power for his own benefit. If the demon lord's supreme art does not manifest in the heavenly demon, it means that the incredibly powerful internal energy is simply using the yang energy. He looked at his opponent closely, as he knew that he was different from an ordinary martial artist, and with this level of strength, he would not even leave a scratch on him. The man looked at his opponent with a grin and asked if he was really out of breath. Because it all happened so quickly, Ma Cheonso was puzzled, because he understood that if things continued like this, he would die. The man said with a grin that it was a good fight. A moment later, he raised his axe. As he wanted to deliver the finishing blow, Ma Cheongseo sighed heavily and admitted that he had been too arrogant. He tried to hide his mastery of demonic arts so as not to reveal the young master within him, but he hadn't even thought of any methods to equalize powers, so he knew that he had no choice but to do something now. Gathering his strength, he decided to use a series of supreme imperial combat strikes. He used the 6th-rank secret technique Wind Dragon Strike. The enemy was shocked, as he did not expect anything like this. He looked at his opponent with fury and asked if he really thought he could be defeated with some additional technique. Ma Cheongso screamed and rushed towards his opponent with lightning speed. But unfortunately, the man was quicker, and he easily parried the blow. A moment later, the young man fell to the ground again with a crash. He was taken aback for a moment, as he saw that his opponent was catching up with him. But in turn, he flew up with lightning speed, not allowing the enemy to strike. Jason screamed with cold fury and anger as he did not understand where his opponent had disappeared to. Moments later, the young gentleman landed and froze in place. Jason looked at his opponent with mockery and said that he was running away like the last rat. He did not understand why the young man was luring him into the forest. Jason asked his opponent with fury whether he was trying to save his life or did not want everyone to see his death. Gathering his strength, the man shouted with cold fury that the outcome of the fight had already been decided, and he would undoubtedly put an end to it. When the man struck, Ma Cheongso wrapped himself in his own power, and thus the blow did not affect him. But unfortunately, his opponent kept throwing punch after punch, and he found it difficult to withstand them. Ma Cheongseo was puzzled, because he knew that it was too dangerous. He was surprised, because his opponent was able to create a blow of such power only through external energy. He looked closely at his opponent, for he saw that he was striking blow after blow with cold fury. Ma Chionsobayo sighed as he knew that there were no other cult members here, so everything was fine. He slowly reached out to his gift. He wanted to use the demonic balls of sacred fire, as it was the weapon of the demon lord. He knew that this weapon would definitely be repaired by the supreme art of the demons. A few seconds later, he parried his enemy's attack and struck. The man was in shock. He did not understand how this could happen. But he still managed to repel all the attacks of his enemy. Ma Cheongseo looked at his weapon with a surprised expression. Since the name of the sword under the article was valid, he knew that this weapon was capable of absorbing the demon lord's art. But in turn, he knew that he shouldn't rely too much on a weapon he didn't know well, but in the end, it was all he could rely on. A moment later, he transformed into the supreme power of the demon lord. The man froze for a moment in surprise and shock as the dark force came at him with lightning speed. He froze and was taken aback as he was amazed by what he saw. A moment later, he looked at his opponent with a grin and asked if this was his last attempt, but a few seconds later he rushed into battle and shouted that he would kill his adversary immediately. With lightning speed, he jumped up to deliver a crushing blow, but a few seconds later, an explosion of unprecedented force thundered. At the same time, the man, out of breath, sat next to the corpse. A moment later, he turned around because he saw something strange. A few seconds after the explosion, everyone scattered in different directions. The emperor, in turn, fell to his knees, as he understood that after such an explosion, his benefactor could not survive. He was in shock because he knew it was all over. The man sighed heavily and said with his last bit of strength that he was clearly out of luck. He looked at his opponent with cold fury and said that he should simply kill him. But in turn, the young gentleman looked intently at his opponent. A moment later, he used his magic and darkness enveloped his enemy. He looked at the man with cold fury and said that he would ask him only one question. While the destruction reigned around, he looked at his opponent in bewilderment and asked why he had not dodged the blow. The young master was taken aback as he heard the men calling for their grandmaster. He saw them running in haste to their master. The men ran to the master with lightning speed because they were worried about him and asked if he was okay. Ma Cheonso looked closely at everyone present as he realized that the problem was with them. He was furious because he knew that they had all seen the demon lord, and if he left them alive, there would be no problems. He was furious because he knew he had to kill them all. But a moment later, he simply walked past his enemy. The man turned around and, looking at the young man with bewilderment, asked what he was up to. At the same time, the young master looked intently at the men as they aimed their guns at him. He stood quietly for a while, lost in thought. The man shouted with cold fury at his enemy that if he did not kill him now, he would regret it greatly. Ma Cheongseo looked sideways at the man but did not answer. With lightning speed, he turned and walked forward. The man in turn froze for a moment in shock, as he did not expect such a thing. But after a few seconds, he burst out laughing and shouted that it was all very exciting. He looked into the distance and wondered if this was a sign that it was too early for him to become a Khan. He shouted with a fierce grin that, unfortunately, he could no longer retreat, and he must definitely become the master of the Yuan Empire. A moment later, he signaled to his subordinates. The men intercepted his sign with lightning speed and took up their stance. But after a few seconds, the young gentleman turned around as he heard some noise. He looked in surprise at the small piece of metal. Jason told the young man to take this thing because it was the payment for saving his life. Jason looked at the young man intently and said that he no longer wanted to deal with him, since with the appearance of the demon lord, the outcome was obvious. As he left, he told the young man to be careful, because this was all the work of the master of the Bloody Palace. He warned the young man that he was very dangerous. Ma Cheongseo was surprised that the man knew his language, but more importantly, he had just spoken about the master of the Bloody Palace. The man, in turn, was not going to tell him more. With lightning speed, he approached his horse. Ma Cheongseo thought for a moment, as he knew who the Bloody Palace master really was. But he was confused, as he didn't know what was wrong with him. A moment later, the young man was taken aback as the emperor ran up to him and hugged him. The emperor, with a joyful smile, thanked his benefactor for saving his life, as well as the lives of his subordinates. He was sincerely grateful to the man. Ma Cheongseo looked at the emperor with a gentle smile, as he did not understand how he could be such a crybaby. Ma Cheongseo smiled and said that he even got to see such rare tears, and it was probably all worth it. To intervene and save them all, the emperor smiled and told the young man that he was as mischievous as before. He said with a smile that he was his friend, and he could see his tears. The young master in turn looked at his companion with a joyful smile. A moment later, he used his power and said that it was time for them to return. With his magic, he opened all the cells in the blink of an eye. Following the teachings of the cult, he freed everyone with the black sun. At the same time, an old man was slowly walking towards the young man. He cried out, bursting into tears as he saw with his own eyes the black sun. Everyone present was happy and shouting. The freed captives fled in different directions. He told the remaining soldiers of the empire that he had fought with the leader of the Oirats, but the situation with the emperor was quite unfortunate, because he had nowhere to return to since he had been exiled. Ma Cheongseo told the emperor that he could go with him to the heavenly mountain. The emperor smiled and said that there was still one person who was still waiting for him, so he was going to meet the empress. He smiled and said that although he had lost his status as emperor, he still had other duties, and even if he was sent into exile, he still had to do something. The young gentleman smiled and said that it was indeed so. The emperor, in turn, looked intently at his benefactor and asked if they would ever meet again. The emperor looked at the young man with a gentle smile and said that next time he should take off his mask. Ma Cheongseo smiled and told the emperor that he would judge his behavior. The young man looked tenderly at his benefactor but said nothing, but a moment later he thanked him for everything he had done for him. Ma Cheongseo looked at him with a smile, turned around a moment later, and walked silently. Finally, he turned around and looked at the emperor with a smile. But after a few seconds, everyone saw the ghost trail, which dissolved into thin air. After returning to the Forbidden City, the young emperor could not enter the Hall of Supreme Harmony, nor could he pass through the Southern Gate and the Gate of Heavenly Peace. He had to come alone through the Eastern Gate. Since everyone had abandoned him and his brother had taken the throne, there was not a single person who was happy to see him return. Now the palace of heavenly purity was replaced by a modest and unpleasant dwelling. But perhaps for him it was a new beginning. His brother set him up, exposing him as a traitor to the country. That is why he ended up in a new prison for himself. But the young man did not give up because he had a goal, and the person he wanted to see, so he went towards the goal. Opening the door, he saw a young lady. She stood frozen in surprise for a moment, and tears came into her eyes. The young man looked at the lady with a gentle smile and said that he was finally back. The young lady was taken aback, and for a moment was speechless. Zhu Qizhen looked at her intently and timidly, but with a smile asked how she had been doing all this time. The young lady froze for a moment and burst into even more tears. But after a few seconds, she came to her senses, and with the speed of lightning ran to her husband and hugged him tightly. She kissed him tenderly. Zhu Qizhen said with a happy smile that he missed her very much, and all his thoughts were directed only to her. She cried and said that she felt like she was in a dream. She said that she was waiting for the moment when he would return to her, so she did not want to wake up now. Zhu Qizhen smiled and said that he didn't care if people thought he was a useless ruler or called him a pathetic emperor. Zhu Qizhen looked at the young lady intently and said that she was his everything. Even if he were to look for her after death, he would only return for her. She touched her husband tenderly, and they both began to cry. As an abdicated emperor, he retired to the southern palace and lived a miserable existence. But at that very moment he was happy. At the same time, the man was in no hurry, but was walking towards the cult of the Palace of Bloody Art. He walked slowly through the main gate and saw the guards. The guards became alert, and looking at the uninvited visitor, drew their bows. A moment later, the man entered the bright pavilion. He looked around with a grin because he couldn't get used to such a place. Master of the Bloody Art Palace, Yahello. Without looking up from his book, asked the man what happened. The man sighed heavily and said that, according to the master's order, He had completed all the preparations for the highest heavenly festival of the Ming cult. Yahello said that as he heard, the young master had completed his recluse training and was released. The man said with a grin that he was not a problem for them at the moment, and they could deal with him at any time. However, an unpleasant incident had arisen with Jason. Apparently he had proclaimed himself the Khan of Northern Yuan. Yahello sighed heavily and said that it was high time to do this. The man looked at the gentleman with anger and said that it turned out that he had taken it too calmly, but everything was not so simple. He looked at the gentleman intently and said that he had received the heavenly dragon plate. Yahello kicked the ground with fury. Yahello looked at the man with restrained rage. The man told the master that a certain man nicknamed the Black Sun had appeared. He had appeared out of nowhere in the camp and had saved the emperor and had also defeated Jason. Yahello said with rage that handing over the heavenly dragon plate meant that he was cutting off his connection with them all. Yahello was furious because I realized what the man's answer would be. Yahello. The man looked closely and said that he should call everyone to a general meeting between the palaces. The man said with a grin that he would organize everything. After a few seconds, he used his power and began to gradually disappear from his master's sight. Yahello for a moment froze in place thinking yes, but her situation. He was furious because he had no intention of letting the man get away with it. At the same time, the young master was slowly returning to his palace. Walking along a small path, he noticed his companion, who was training. Yahello turned around because he heard some noise behind him. At that very moment, he stopped and greeted the young gentleman. Machianso smiled and asked the man how he was doing. A moment later, they turned around because they heard some noise. At the same time, the young people were arguing among themselves. Yahello shouted at his girlfriend because she woke him up very early. Yahello didn't want to hear anything from the young man, because she knew that he shouldn't be idle all day. He screamed furiously that he would hit her right now. She was in shock. Ma Chongseo looked at the young men closely and asked with a smile what they were making so much noise about so early in the morning. The young men froze for a moment, as they did not expect to see the young master. They looked at him with bewilderment and joy. Yahello rushed to meet the gentleman in a hurry. He did not understand what was wrong with his appearance and asked if someone had dared to throw stones at him. He told the young gentleman that she should have gone out there alone. Yahello, with tears in my eyes, asked the gentleman if he had really reached puberty, or if it was because he had nothing like that he behaved in such a way. The young gentleman sighed heavily, as he understood that his comrade was incorrigible. The lady looked at the young gentleman intently and asked what had happened to him, and she also wanted to know if he was okay. Ma Cheonso sighed heavily and said that nothing special had happened to him and that he was fine. They were shocked by their master's answer, but he firmly said that everything was fine with him. Olthetech looked at the gentleman intently and said that he should just give the order and he would deal with them. Ma Cheongseo sighed heavily and said that he was fine. He walked slowly back to his room, knowing that he still had a lot to sort out and a lot to change. But for a moment he froze in place and turned around. He looked intently at his comrades, who did not take their eyes off him. Ma Cheonso sighed heavily, because he knew that he had to tell them at least something. A moment later he smiled tenderly and said that he was already back. After his words, the young people beamed with happiness. That same evening, in the lunar brothel of mines, a lively bustle reigned. Shival, the leader of the floating ghosts team, visited the palace master and reported that it was her. The palace master called the young lady and asked if she could convey a message to the third room, as they had to take a walk to the small palace. She sighed heavily and said that she had heard that the ice flower was truly beautiful. Shival froze for a moment because she knew that the third room was currently inhabited by 3 merciless steel demons. They were hired killers in the slaughter palace. They had no names, only numbers that they were addressed by in the slaughter palace. They were truly strong individuals. She understood that to question them, to take a walk, literally meant to kill everyone, and for a moment she thought about the lady who lived next to them. A moment later the palace master called the girl. She sighed heavily and asked the girl if she was scared. Shival was puzzled by this question, but still answered that she was not. She was afraid, because the palace master would only be satisfied when he took revenge on everyone who had once wronged her. But she knew that she still shouldn't have chosen the Min Min Palace as her target, because if she did, the other nobles and the Council of Elders would not let it go so easily. She understood that she had to stop the master, and the master, in turn, said that in her place she would have done exactly the same. Even if the girl was a simple prostitute, there were still boundaries in her life that could not be crossed. Shivel bowed and said that everything was exactly like that. She knew perfectly well that she should have been the one who went to the small palace. A moment later, the palace master asked how the girl was feeling. Shivel said, puzzled, that it was probably because of the shock she had experienced, but she had not left her room at all yet. The lady thought for a moment and said that the young lady should also go for a walk with them. Shivel was surprised by this statement. The lady said that if she continued to retreat in the face of adversity, she would never be able to change her life. Shivel bowed and said that she would pass on everything. A moment later, the palace master asked, what about the rest of the girls? Shivel said that there were 32 people in total who had arrived. The master said that it must be difficult for them now, as they had to go through a lot. She told the girl to feed them and send them to bed. Sometime later, the young people went out for an evening walk. The young lady was puzzled, as she felt an unpleasant smell from her companions. She was shocked, wondering if the demons of the merciless steel in general had not heard of a shower. She sighed in confusion, knowing that she should have admitted the truth. Things were getting completely out of control. She decided to throw away all her thoughts more simply. Since there was no lie in her words, she simply understood that she would again get a beating from the young master and that annoying man. At the same time, the man was closely watching the young people. Chi-Hammy with them. He heard that they were among the top 20 best art masters in the Slaughter Palace, but they ran away after breaking certain rules. He was surprised that they had been hiding in the Pleasure Palace all this time. He was surprised and did not understand where they were heading, leaving the palace through the window and not through the door. He was taken aback for a moment, as he realized that he was in this direction. He wondered in confusion if they were heading towards the small palace. He froze for a moment and walked on, as he remembered his note, which he had written under the dictation of the young gentleman. He was puzzled, because he knew what would happen to him if he did not keep his word. Chong Biran knew that the master of the Carpet Palace should not wield power. The palace master said that the current Palace of Trade needed to take over the Palace of the Small Sun at all costs. That was why he obeyed the stupid orders of the young master. He was furious because he knew that if those guys found out about the secret letter, then all the blame would definitely fall on him. A moment later he whistled, thus signaling to his subordinates that they should move out. With lightning speed, the young men looked around, for they heard a signal from their master. A few seconds later, they were rushing to the palace. Chong Biran understood perfectly well that he had to send it at any cost to save the palace. At the same time, the young master was in the library of the Mins. Jagalton said that he knew a man, the leader of the Oirats, the Grand Master of the Northern Yuan, but he held this title yesterday, and today he proclaimed himself the Supreme Khan and ruler of the Northern Yuan. Jagalton looked closely at the small tablet and asked the young gentleman if he had really received it from the Khan, and the old man thought it was very strange. He saw that the tablet was in a language that did not resemble Yuan, and he assumed that the inventory was in Western Chinese. The man was surprised because he handed him the tablet even though it was skillfully broken. Ma Cheonso looked at his comrade in surprise and asked if the man was not the only one. He sighed heavily and said that it seemed so. Ma Cheongseo was taken aback for a moment and stood frozen in place. He remembered how the man told him to be careful with the Blood Palace master, as he was involved in everything and he was very dangerous. Jagalton thought for a moment, for he knew that this was a very interesting story. He knew that the Bloody Palace was very closely connected with the Oirats, but Jason told him to be wary of them. Ma Cheongso looked at the old man and asked him to help him find out what this thing meant and why the Khan warned him. The man said that he would fulfill his request, but now that he had become the Supreme Khan of the Northern Yuan, it would not be easy. Ma Cheongseo sighed heavily and said that he did not have much hope. Ma Cheong-seo looked at the man closely and said that he needed martial arts techniques, and as many as possible, he asked the man if he could help him with this. He looked at the young man with bewilderment and asked if he was not satisfied with the supreme art of the demon lord. Ma Cheong-seo was puzzled, because he knew that he was destroying everything around him when he used the supreme art of the demon. He asked the man if he could help him, and also said that he did not need the orthodox techniques, demonic ones would do as well. Jagalton looked at the young gentleman with bewilderment and asked if he needed to do this. The young gentleman asked the man if he really refused. Jagalton said that he just wanted to let you know that the Ming Palace was full of books on martial arts. He asked the young master if they should go somewhere else to master them. The young man was taken aback for a moment because he didn't understand why he himself hadn't thought of this before. He knew that the mind cult was a place where demons were concentrated, and of course, they kept the knowledge of all the highest combat techniques. Jagalton, looking at the young man, said that since he was going there anyway, he could look into the library of the Supreme Ruler. Jagalton said they must now move on to another pressing topic. Jagalton said that even the Hao clan would not be able to find out what the young master was talking about with the master of the trading palace. Ma Cheong-seo looked at his old friend with a smile. Jagalton laughed hysterically, as he knew they would get 30% of their assets, sighed heavily, and said that the palace master apparently had no choice but to team up with them. The young gentleman smiled and said that everything was correct, because such a greedy person as he would definitely not miss the chance to grab gold, being right under his nose. He assumed that even then, the walls of their relationship with the bloody palace had cracked. Jagalton said that the palaces truly have country-like relationships with each other, the Silk Road being the main artery of life for the Palace of Trade. That's why they were already cautious with the palace blood art, which had connections with the Oirats. The bloody palace has the highest martial art techniques. So they keep the Palace of the Sacred Fire in check, which enforces the law. Pleasure has allied itself with the Palace of Slaughter to provide its brothel with protection in its territory of the Central Plains. The Bloody Palace and the Slaughter Palace tried to get rid of the Opera Sword Palace, which consisted of a small group of elites, but the Ming Palace and the Sacred Fire Palace prevented them from doing so. The Palace of Commerce and the Palace of Pleasure were always waiting for an opportunity to devour each other, and the Palace of Poison always remained neutral, so the palaces entered into an alliance, competed, and complicated their relationship. Jagalton said that although the amount of funds poured into the Palace of Bloody Arts by the Palace of Commerce was quite large now that their own warriors had been captured, they would most likely have to revolt. They would not refuse additional support from the archers. But how did they know that now that Jason had become the supreme Khan of the Northern Yuan Trade Palace, they needed to behave wisely? Moreover, if the Bloody Palace attacked them, they would definitely not help them. So the trading palace wasn't just throwing money around, and most likely they were investing it so that you could make a bigger deal in the future. Ma Cheong-seo thought about it and said that they still wouldn't completely accept their side. The man said that if they tried to subdue him by force, he would immediately run away and come up with something else. The methods of the Bloody Palace and the Fighting Palace were no different from each other. He looked at the young master intently and said that he seemed to be the one who was aware of what was happening now, but at the same time, he knew nothing, and he looked as if he did not understand anything at all. And then suddenly, a brilliant idea came out. Ma Cheong-seo sighed heavily and told the man to stop teasing him. Ma Cheong-seo said that it was quite obvious what the master of the Palace of Trade was pursuing, but one could not expect much from him, because he was not that brave, and the only reason he was able to come to power was because of his eldest son and the leader of the team. Ma Cheong-seo said that he heard that Jung Jae-sung is currently on a mission, but they still need to get Jung Jae-sung and Jung Biran together. The young master, in turn, wondered if Chung Biran was a big shot. Jagalton said that his skills were not so important, and that what was more important was that the master of the trading palace trusted his words. Jagalton said that Chon Biran was one of those who valued the current reality, and if they showed him the power of the small palace, they could win him over to their side. The young gentleman knew that he had already somehow tied the man to himself, and he assumed that everything had turned out much easier. He froze for a moment as he thought of the palace of merchants. A moment later, he looked closely at his gift. He showed the gift to his friend and said that the head of the trading house had provided him with a sword and informed him that he was giving him the sword of sacred fire. Ma Qianso wondered if he had his own reason for giving him such an important item, or if the man was confident that everything would work out since he had the palace on the hook. A moment later, the old man could not stand it and burst out laughing wildly. Ma Qianso looked at him in bewilderment. The man said with a smirk that it was all because the 5 sacred weapons were useless to him. Ma Qianso looked at his friend with bewilderment. The man said with a smile that the sacred weapons could only be used by those who had mastered the art of the demon lord, and he would not give it to anyone, but he knew that a massacre would break out if others discovered that he had the weapon. Jigalton said with a smile that his only option was to give the blade to the young master, and the reason he told him about the weapon was because he simply wanted to become his friend. Jigalton was surprised and could not imagine that thanks to pure knowledge the young master had mastered 2 consecrated weapons at once. Ma Qianso was puzzled. Because of all the weapons he had only a dagger. He had never learned to use such a weapon even in time, practice of the highest combat strikes. Moreover, he used it for other purposes, Jigalton. Distracting the young master from his thoughts, said that the 3rd elder had knowledge of the martial art techniques of Western China. Jigalton looked closely at the young master and asked if he would like to go in search of him, because he had always shared his knowledge quite carefully, so now he could teach his followers the technique, even for the rest of his life. And now he lived on the fiery peak. Ma Qianso said that he understood everything and therefore would look into the matter, and he also asked the man that he should tell him how to find the Hao clan, since he could not return here every time for information. The man said with a grin that the clan house was nowhere and at the same time everywhere. He said that he should just throw the plate on the ground when he needed help and they would immediately find him. The young gentleman was surprised, but still agreed and accepted the small gift. Jigalton asked the young master if he was heading to the Ming Palace. He sighed heavily and said that he didn't know yet. Jigalton said that unflattering rumors had recently surfaced regarding Qi Hami. Ma Qianso said with a grin that it was nothing like that. He just needed to talk to her, but he knew it was time for the pleasure palace to give him an answer. The man looked at the young gentleman in surprise and asked if he had done it on purpose. Ma Qianso said with a grin that this could be called a strategy for meeting the palace master. The man froze for a moment in shock, as he did not expect this. But a moment later he opened the book and read the information, as he was informed that 4 people had left the pleasure palace a long time ago. The man looked at the young master intently and said that it seemed like they had already received an answer. Ma Qianso asked if they were heading to the Min Palace. The man said that the master of the pleasure palace was capable of such a thing. Ma Qianso said that perhaps this was how they were seeking reconciliation or bringing an invitation to the palace. The man knew that it was more likely that they were preparing to kill him since he had declined their offer. Ma Qianso sighed heavily and hurriedly walked towards the exit because he knew that the pleasure palace had sent hired killers to him. The man looked intently at the young master and asked if he was already going to the small palace. Without turning around, he stood frozen in place and said that he was heading to the pleasure palace. Jigalton looked at the young gentleman intently and said that in that case, he would prepare himself. Ma Qianso, in turn, was burning with rage and anger. For now, he understood what the pleasure palace master's answer really was. The next day, the young people found a note from their master. Yahello sighed heavily and said that the master had left again. The young lady was worried because she did not understand why he always acted like this. She assumed that he did not trust them. Yahello said that the young gentleman was simply going through adolescence, since he did not see any other reason. Teschik, in turn, looked closely at the note, but did not answer. He understood perfectly well that if he followed the master, his daughter would be left alone in the palace, and he understood that the master did not want to put him before a choice, but still he could not drag his daughter with him everywhere. He looked at the young man intently But a moment later, Yahello sighed heavily and said that it was better for them. He smiled and said that they could have fun and told her Naledi that she should bring drinks. She was taken aback and asked in surprise if he had gone crazy. Yahello saw that the young man was completely useless as a warrior, and he could not cover him constantly. But he still had an idea about the young man. Yahello was taken aback and looked at the team leader in surprise. He smiled and said that he knew that he would understand him and want to drink with him. Yahello looked at the young man with shining eyes as he was intent on having a little fun. He said that starting today, the young man would train with him, Yahello. With a puzzled smile, said that it was all nonsense. Yahello looked at the young man intently and said that he was completely incapable of protecting either the young leader or his daughter, so he would train with him. Yahello perplexedly shouted that he came to the palace only in order to avoid training. The man, in turn, not listening to him, said that refusal to him meant certain death. That same evening, there was a commotion in the summer brothel of Min. The young people whispered among themselves, as they knew that ever since the young leader had ended his seclusion and returned to the heavenly mountain, there had not been a single quiet day. The man sighed heavily and said that he heard that the young master had caused a commotion in the spring pavilion. He said that he also saw the lady from the pleasure palace there. The man said that she most likely came to greet the young leader, but after she left, he decided to wait for her near the small palace to see her again, and after some time, she appeared again. The man sighed heavily and said with puzzlement that the young lady had changed completely. Clearing his throat, he said that all her clothes were in disarray. The man said that he later heard from a friend of his at the Palace of Commerce that the young leader had done something to her in the reception hall. A moment later, a young lady approached them and said to the war with a smirk that it seemed he believed he had several lives. The men stood frozen in place for a moment, stunned. At the same time, the man turned around and froze when he saw behind him the master of the Pleasure Palace flower, the white snake, Hansoso. With the speed of lightning, all those present knelt before the master and expressed their respect. Hansoso smiled and asked them to stand up. She looked at them intently and said that they would not pay for their misdeeds by bowing their heads, and so they would pay for them with their lives. The man was taken aback and trembling with fear, saying that he had only repeated the rumors that had reached him. Hansoso looked at the man with a smirk and said that in that case they could talk. He looked at her with bewilderment. Hansoso said with a grin that he should tell her what she wanted to hear. Hansoso looked at the man intently and said with suppressed fury that he should do it now. Kneeling, the man shouted that he had committed an act worthy of death. She looked at him with cold fury and said that in that case he must die. A few seconds later, she threw her fan, which contained a knife, at him. The man froze for a moment as he was prepared to die. But a moment later, someone threw a small vase at him. He fell to the ground with a thud, and the knife thus flew past. The young man looked closely at the lady and asked if they really brewed their own swill in such an establishment. He sighed heavily and said that he got drunk very quickly. Everyone looked at the young man warily. The young gentleman, in turn, looked at everyone present with a grin and asked what they were doing here. The young people were taken aback for a moment and froze in place. After a few seconds, everyone bowed to the young master and expressed their respect. Hansoso looked at the young master with a fierce grin. Ma Cheongso, in turn, looked at Madam with a grin and sparkling eyes. A moment later, he took off his hat and slowly rose from the table. He walked slowly around the room, and a moment later sat down next to the man. About 10 years ago, an unusual incident occurred when you, in the Tai King Pavilion, which is located in Shengxi, bodies were found. The commanders who were sent and all the people who were there were found dead. At that moment, the Murim Alliance was shocked that one of the elders of the Hua Mountain clan was one of the dead, so they deployed a heavenly net, that is, a kind of trap. Unfortunately, they never managed to catch the criminal. Only after some time, everyone learned that the killer was a girl named Hansoso. This was the information that Cheongseo had obtained, but now the young master understood that his acquaintance had only been digging up information about the lady because she was pretty. A moment later, the young gentleman slowly drank the contents of the small glass. He looked at the lady with a grin and said that he could not even imagine that the lady of the Palace of Pleasures herself would be here. She smiled and told the young master that he should have notified them of his visit, since she could have met him personally. He looked at her with a smirk and said that the girl she sent to him was not his type. Han Soso looked at the young master with a grin, but did not answer. But a moment later, she asked with a smile how he was feeling now. Han Soso asked the young master with a smirk if his anger had subsided even a little, now that he had met her in person. The young master looked at her intently with a smirk on his face, as he found it difficult to contain his anger since she had sent assassins after him. He sighed heavily, as he knew that saving the life of the person who was next to him was much more important. He looked at her with a smirk and said that this could change now that he was in her abode. Han Soso said with a fierce grin that when a girl prepares to meet a young master, the preparations always take the proper amount of time, so she asked him to wait a little. He looked at her with cold fury and asked what if he didn't want to wait. Han Soso looked at the young master intently and said that in that case they would start right away. Gathering her strength, she easily struck the man. The man, with tears in his eyes, begged her to spare him, but it was all in vain as she used her magic, and he began to slowly freeze. Ma Cheonso froze in rage for a moment as he looked at the man who was frozen. Ma Cheonso looked at the lady intently and said that he didn't know that her power allowed her to kill cult members that weren't hers, and to do so in the presence of the young leader. She looked at him with a smirk and said that he had become much cuter and more talkative since his return, so she was genuinely proud of him. He looked at her with fury and said that she should not change the subject, but should answer his question. Han Soso looked at the young master with a grin but did not answer. A moment later, she sat down next to the young master and said that in that case, she would also ask questions. She asked with a smirk why he thought the palace master was not allowed to touch the cult members. He looked at her in surprise and asked if she had really forgotten the teachings of the Ming cult. She asked with a grin if he really thought that was the case. She didn't think at all that he was pure and innocent. The young gentleman looked at her with fury, but said nothing. She looked at him with a fierce grin and asked if she should say a few words to him already. A moment later, she said it was about pride. He looked at her in surprise because he didn't understand what she was talking about. She said with a smirk that it was all because if he had treated her people badly, it meant that he had treated her badly too. She looked at the young master intently and said that it was not a matter of protecting the cult members, but of respect for the palace master. She looked at the man with a smirk and informed the young master that he had dared to insult her, much to his regret. Han Soso looked at the young master with a fierce grin and said that if she thought about it, there was someone else who had also insulted her and broken her heart. She asked the master if he knew who it was. He looked at her in bewilderment and asked how he knew such a thing. With suppressed fury, the young lady looked at him intently and said that he definitely knew who it was. The young gentleman, in turn, looked away from her and stared at the man. He was puzzled because he saw that the man was completely covered in ice. But a moment later he was taken aback as he realized that the man was still alive. Han Soso looked at the young master with fury and asked with a smirk if he wanted to make a bet. He stood frozen in place for a moment, looking at her silently as her power surrounded him. He looked closely at all the objects that stood on the table, completely covered in ice. He noticed that she had achieved more. He sighed heavily and said that he noticed that the title of young leader meant nothing to her. She was surprised, looked at him, and said that of course it was not so, but following the commandments, everyone should be equal and act fairly. He looked at her with anger because he understood that she was different from the head of the trading house, and she did not care at all about the opinions of others because she only cared about herself and the palace of pleasures. He looked at her with a smirk and said that he would place a bet if she wanted. She said with a smirk that she liked the fact that he hadn't changed at all. A moment later, she called out to her subordinate. A few seconds later, he noticed the girls descending the stairs one after another. Chivol looked at Madame intently and asked if she had called her. She said with a grin that they were closed for the day and asked all customers to leave. Shivel bowed and said that she would do everything. A moment later, the girls politely asked the men to leave. They looked at everyone present and seemed to have a look that suggested they needed to leave. The men were taken aback and hurried to leave the palace. A moment later, the young lady came up, looked at the withered young gentleman, and said that it was not often that one saw him in the palace. She smiled and said that they could let him go that easily, so she offered him to spend some time in comfort in the palace. He looked at her in surprise and asked if this was really her bet. She smiled and said that it was exactly like that. He looked at her intently and asked what if he refused. She glared at him with a fierce grin on her face as her ladies-in-waiting surrounded him and readied their weapons. He said with a smirk that he had already received her answer and did not realize that it would change in a few days. She smiled and said that perhaps he would enjoy staying here and he would leave the palace alive. She would still remind him of what happened in the past. He looked at her intently and said that in that case he would stay longer. A moment later, the young gentleman looked at her with a predatory grin and said that since she mentioned it first, he would also suggest something. Hansoso looked at the young master intently and said that she agreed and he could continue. He looked at her with cold fury, for he knew that in a few days he would destroy everyone. He looked at her with a fierce grin and said that in a few days he would subjugate them all. She froze for a moment because she didn't expect anything like this. A moment later, she told the young master that he was going too far with his jokes. He sighed heavily and said that she should just wait. But a moment later, he looked at her with cold fury and told her that she must wait for his arrival. In a hurry, the young lady said that she was looking forward to this moment, so she would wait for him like a spouse and prepare a bath for him. She looked at her subordinates with a smirk and told the young master that she would wait for him only if he managed to get to her chambers. As she left, she said with a smile that she hoped he would have a good rest. The gentleman looked after her in surprise and asked if she would really just leave the man like that. He said that he would not at all like to spend the night in a place where someone had been buried. She looked at him sideways and asked what she needed to do. A moment later, she turned around and directed all her strength at the man with fury. The young gentleman was taken aback as he saw that the man was frozen in ice. She looked at him intently and said that he should come as soon as he had finished his drink. She also said that he should go straight to the 6th floor. She would prepare a room for him. The young master sighed heavily but did not answer. He was holding back all his rage. A moment later, she was gone and he was left alone. He knew she should enjoy herself for now, but he would come for her soon. At the same time, in the small palace, Yahello was suffering from training. The man was furious, as he did not understand how the young man could protect the young master with such strength. The teacher beat his student and showed him his weak points. Yahello angrily asked the man why he suddenly had to protect his daughter. A moment later, the man looked at the young man with fury and shouted that his head was exposed. Yahello in turn covered my head, but received a blow in another place. He was taken aback and asked the man why he hit him in a different place, since he shouted that his head was open. The man looked at him with fury and asked him if he really thought that the killer would tell him where he would hit. A moment later, the young lady approached her father and with a smile offered him a drink, some tea with ins. He looked at his daughter intently, not daring to accept the treat. But he still approached her and with a smile accepted everything that she brought him. Yahello. At the same time, he was angry because he saw that the man loved only his daughter. But a moment later he cursed as he remembered his father. Heir came closer to him and said that he should eat a little before training. He screamed, but did not understand why he needed training, and also asked if she really brought him his last meal before death. Heir looked at him with a smile and said that he should just keep quiet and slowly start eating his snack. He sighed heavily and, puzzled, said that he felt like he had internal injuries because his whole body hurt. He sighed heavily and said that if she was so worried about him, she should give him a massage. A moment later, she hit him on the back and he cried out. He was shocked and asked if she had gone completely crazy. Heir screamed at the young man to stop acting like a child. She didn't understand how a man could be such a weakling. He was shocked and shouted that he was old enough. She shouted that he was a loser, and so she suggested that he eat something better. A moment later, she was taken aback and looked at her father intently. She was surprised and did not understand where he was going. Iltashik told his daughter that he was going to visit the forge. He asked them to train. Ayoltak was furious and shouted that he could barely lift a stick, and the old man was still going to buy something. He shouted at the man not to dare buy anything. But the man did not listen to him and left them with the speed of lightning. The young man fell to the ground with a crash and begged the young master to come back, as he was ready to follow him to the ends of the earth. He screamed and, bursting into tears, asked the young gentleman to return to them as soon as possible. At the same time, the young people approached the palace. They looked intently at the palace, which was empty. At the same time, the young gentleman tried to save the man. Using the heavenly blood art and the demon lord art, he felt a slight reaction. He really hoped that luck had not abandoned the man. A moment later, he saw that the ice was slowly melting. With lightning speed, he caught the man, but he was still covered in ice. He slowly and carefully sat the man down next to him, and a moment later began the next stage. With lightning speed, he used his power and the man flinched. Pouring his strength into the man, he saw glimmers of hope. A moment later, the man took a breath of fresh air. The young gentleman looked at the man intently, as he thought he was very lucky. The man sighed heavily, but in turn, he was puzzled. But a moment later, he was taken aback as the young master covered his mouth with his hand. The young master told the man that if he wanted to remain a liar, he should remain silent and hide, and if possible, run away from the palace. The man looked at the young gentleman intently and nodded in puzzled agreement. Sometime later, the young gentleman left the man and went to the upper floor. The summer pavilion is also known as the Pleasure Palace, but to be precise, the pavilion up to the 5th floor is considered a summer pavilion, and only from the 6th floor it is already a pleasure palace. A moment later, the young gentleman opened the door and entered the hall. There he was met by beautiful ladies who greeted him with predatory grins. He looked at them in bewilderment, as he did not understand what kind of jokes these were. A moment later, he saw smoke slowly wrapping itself around them. The smoke rose with lightning speed, while the young ladies danced merrily and sang to the young gentleman. They lured him and told him to play with them, as they had been waiting for him for a very long time. They circled around the young gentleman, and he froze in place, as he was in a trance. He walked past them slowly, smiling with pleasure, but a moment later, he froze in place. Chunga said to his comrade with a smile that the girls of the demon cult were much more dangerous than the gumiho. He smiled and asked his brother if he had heard of the charm technique, because in his dreams the maidens from the demon cult used this technique. It gave him such a pleasant feeling that he gave in. A moment later, the young master was taken aback and froze in place, as he realized that a charm technique had been used on him. The purer a person's inner energy, the easier it is for him to fall into a trap. He understood that if he were in his own body, it would not be easy for him to get out of this trap, but now he was a demon lord. The smiley girls told the young gentleman that he had been gone for a long time and they missed him. He looked at them with cold fury and disdain, since there were only 5 floors available for the gustle of the small palace, but they spoke as if he had been here often. He wondered if this was not the first time the previous owner of the body had been to such a place. He looked closely at all the girls and noticed that he was surrounded by 12 girls. A moment later, he glanced in his direction and noticed a small partition with someone behind it. He froze for a moment as he noticed that the girl was playing a musical instrument behind a small screen. He realized that the girl was the heart of the charm technique. She played the melody slowly as they charmed the young gentleman. The young ladies surrounded him, and with tenderness and whispered pleasant words to him. But a moment later, the girl was taken aback as she saw some bright light. She stopped and screamed as she felt the presence of a person behind her. At the same time, in the summer brothel, on the very top floor, Han Soso-Tiho was meditating. A moment later, she called her to the lady on the top. Turning around, she asked what she thought of the young gentleman. Shivel sighed heavily and said that the young master had always been difficult to understand. Han Soso knew about this because a lot of time had passed. Han Soso thought for a moment and said that this was all very strange. The young lady looked at her in surprise and asked what she meant. Hansoso looked at the girl intently and asked why he was acting as if he was in a brothel for the first time. Hansoso said that maybe the cult leader did something to him when he sent him to the Greater Demon Corridor. The young ladies were taken aback and stood frozen in place for a moment when they heard about the cult leader. They were forbidden to talk about the cult leader because it was an unspoken rule. She was puzzled and at the same time scared because she didn't know why the lady suddenly started talking about him. Hansoso said with a smirk that she thought it didn't matter since the young leader had come to them himself and they should serve him with the highest level of service. Hansoso said that now that Yuval has entered the picture, it won't take magnetic time. Hansoso said with a grin that it was very good because she was sure that they were happy to see each other after so long. She also asked the girl how things were in the small palace. Shival sighed heavily and said that she was thinking about her. They would soon hear about it from themselves. Hansoso sighed heavily and told the young lady that she could go free. Hansoso thought for a moment and said with a grin that the young leader was powerless to change anything, since everything had been decided on his birthday. She had already prepared a gift for him, so all that was left was to wait for it. At the same time, the young man was watching the girl closely. He thought for a moment, as he found this very strange, since he was sure that the girls from the Pleasure Palace had originally studied the demon ice art. Thus, he overcame them with ease. And after some of his actions, the atmosphere of charm disappeared. He looked closely at the girl who was trembling with fear and asked if she had used the charm technique. Trembling with fear, she turned and called the young master by name. Ma Hyunso looked at the girl with anger and asked if she really knew him. Trembling with fear, she said that he had been gone for a long time. He looked at her in surprise because he didn't understand why she was so red, because he had only immobilized her slightly. Ma Chongseo asked the girl how she knew him. She was surprised and didn't understand how she could not know, since they had spent a lot of time together. He sighed heavily as he realized that the previous owner of the business had led a very dissolute lifestyle. He looked at her closely and said he had one more question. A moment later, he asked if she had done this to him before. She sighed heavily and said that she had, and they had had a lot of fun. Ma Cheongso sighed heavily and thought for a moment as he knew that something had happened a few years ago, before the young man had gone into the corridor of the higher demons. He understood that this meant that a girl who wasn't even 16 could use a charm technique on him. He was furious because he realized that the previous owner of the body was a sexual maniac. At the same time, the young people arrived at the small palace. I, Yultak, looked into the distance with joy because I thought that the young master had returned. But a moment later he was taken aback and froze in bewilderment. He looked at the young people in surprise and asked who they were. He noticed a short weakling standing in front of him, also the fat man and the young lady unknown to him. But a moment later, he was taken aback and asked in bewilderment if it was Chihami in front of him. The girl was taken aback and said that it was not so. I asked Yultak what was wrong with her voice, and also said that there was no other crazy person like her, because no one would have thought of choosing such shoes for a completely black outfit. She said that it wasn't her, and he apparently mistook her for someone else. He looked at them in bewilderment and said that they were not in their right minds anyway. He was puzzled. He did not understand what they were planning again, since not only did they cross the walls of their palace under cover of night, but they also hid their faces under masks. Heron looked at her friend and asked why they were here. He sighed heavily and said that he was not sure he knew the reason. The last time the girl was here in her eyes, there was an evil glint. He sighed heavily and said that he now understood what they had planned. Chihami looked at him in surprise and asked what he was getting at. Ayultak looked intently at the girl and said that she had looked at him with such a look from the very beginning he noticed that she had always wanted him. She looked at him in surprise and asked with fury if he had really gone crazy. Ayultak looked intently at the girl and said that he knew perfectly well that he was very dazzling and she would like to possess him, but he could not reciprocate her feelings. He said that it was all because his main mission in life was to stay by the young master's side and protect him. He said that she should forgive him. Chihami was furious and shouted at him to shut his mouth immediately, as he looked like a frog. He looked at her furiously and asked what she said. Chi screamed that neither now nor later would she have anything to do with him, so he had to disappear from her sight. She screamed that she didn't know the girl he was talking about. Ayultak, with a grin, told my friend that the young lady gets embarrassed very easily, which is why she behaves in this way. He looked at the girl intently and said that if she wanted to get his attention, then she succeeded, and now she should stop all this. A moment later, they froze in place as they saw numerous weapons pointed at them. They were shocked as they saw young men looking at them with cold fury. Ayultak turned around puzzled and, looking at his friend, said that it seemed that she was not here for him today. A moment later, the girl turned to Yul. Haren. She looked at her with fury and said that she had to kill her. Haren looked at her with bewilderment, as she had not raised why she should die. Chi was furious and could not understand how a person without a family dared to live in such a place. She said that with her presence, the girl insulted the honor of this place. Haren looked at the girl with fury and said that they were in the small palace. She also asked if she really thought she could get away with this. Chi looked at the girl with a fierce grin and said that it seemed like she had already established her connections here. The man sighed heavily and said that they should kill her quickly and leave because he was very hungry. The other man looked at the girl intently and said that they had never met before, but he would give her a sacred gift, an eternal night of pleasure. The young lady, in turn, froze in place from shock. She screamed that they should leave immediately. Chi looked at the girl with fury and asked how she dared to threaten her, and also asked if she knew who she really was. The young man looked at him intently and said that she was Chi. Chi was furious and asked the young man if he really wanted to die. He sighed heavily and asked for forgiveness. Chi turned around with lightning speed and looked at the young men with fury and asked why they were hesitating. A moment later, she ordered that she be killed immediately. The man looked at the girl with cold fury and gave orders to his subordinates. A moment later, everyone flew towards the young, defenseless lady. Haren closed her eyes in fear. But a moment later, she heard a crash as someone threw a flower pot at the mercenary. The man was taken aback and turned around, as he did not expect this. Everyone was taken aback and looked in surprise at the young man who, by pure accident, threw the flower pot. Looking away, the young man sighed heavily and said that unfortunately his hand slipped and he dropped the pot. The young lady, in turn, looked at the young man with fury. He sighed heavily and said that since the young master had returned, there had not been a single quiet day, and in turn, he already regretted living in the small palace. A moment later, he turned around and called his girlfriend. She looked at him in surprise, not understanding what he wanted from her. He sighed heavily and puzzled, but said that this would be the last time. She looked at him in bewilderment, as she did not understand what he was talking about. He looked at everyone present and said that this was the last time she was being saved. She was taken aback as she didn't expect to hear something like that from him. He looked at the girl intently and said that he tried to understand her after that incident, but he still thought that she had gone too far. He asked the girl what bad thing his friend had done to her. A moment later, he looked closely at the men and introduced himself. Chi looked at the young man with cold fury and shouted at her colleagues to kill them. A few seconds later, the men rushed towards the young man as they wanted to deal with him quickly. Yultak looked at them with anger and asked whose sons they were. He shouted that his father was the master of the bloody palace. Everyone froze in place for a moment and looked at him with puzzlement. But at the same time, the mercenaries stopped and looked intently at the young man. Chi looked at her companions in surprise and asked why they were hesitating. She shouted that they should kill them quickly. Ayultak shouted furiously at the girl to calm down and not look down on his friend, since she had a very influential father. Chi looked at him with cold fury and asked why she needed to know the entire family tree of a mere girl. He sighed heavily and said that it would be better for her to know. She sighed heavily and wondered if the girl was really the palace master's daughter. Ayultak looked intently at everyone present and said with a grin that her damn scary daddy had just returned to the palace. Everyone froze for a moment, as they did not understand what he was talking about. The young lady turned around with lightning speed, but a moment later they were all taken aback as a loud explosion thundered and splinters flew in all directions. She froze in place for a moment. Ul entered the hall. Teshik looked at everyone present with cold fury and asked what they were allowing themselves to do. At the same time, the young gentleman slowly climbed up to the 7th floor of the summer brothel. The girls who were training froze for a moment in shock. Ma Cheonso looked at the girls intently and asked if there really was a team of ghost brewers living here. The young ladies were shocked and did not understand why the young master was in such a place. He looked at them in bewilderment and asked why they were so surprised, since they themselves asked him to get up. Coming closer to them, he asked with a grin if they were scared of something. The young lady was taken aback and asked the young gentleman to wait a little on the floor, in this room. He looked at her with a grin and agreed. A moment later, the young ladies turned and walked away. He looked closely at the name of the trail, because he understood that they had gone to find out what had really happened, but he knew clearly that they would not be able to find out anything, because below them only the kingdom of sleeping maidens awaited them. Ma Cheongso, in turn, decided to look around, but a moment later he froze in place as he saw little girls. He glanced at them sideways and wondered if these were the children of the pleasure palace. He stopped for a moment as a little girl grabbed his sleeve and pulled him towards her, greeting him. He looked at her with bewilderment, but also greeted her in return. She smiled a radiant smile and introduced herself. He looked at her with a smile and slowly stroked her head, and he also noticed that she was fearless. She smiled and said that she would be 9 years old this year. He looked at her intently and introduced himself, saying that he was 19 years old. She said her name again with a smile. He looked at her with bewilderment because he thought that she was somehow strange. A moment later, the girl approached the young gentleman and asked him to come upstairs. The young girl looked intently at the young gentleman and said goodbye with a smile. Ma Cheonso looked at the girl with bewilderment, as he thought that she was very strange. At the same time, the girl shouted to her friend that the young gentleman had reached the 7th floor, and the 6th floor had been defeated, and that he would soon reach the 8th floor. Shivel, in turn, froze in place from shock, as she did not expect to hear anything like this. She was puzzled and did not understand how he managed to do this. She knew that when there was pleasure in the palace, someone was defeated. It meant that the harlot had surrendered to the enemy. She was shocked, wondering if the corridors of the higher demons really contained knowledge about the art of lovemaking. Shivel pushed all thoughts away, as she knew that this was some kind of nonsense, and the reason why the pleasure palace was weaker than the other palaces in terms of strength was because in addition to the art of combat, they had to rely on the art of lovemaking and use a whole range of other tricks. She knew that there was no tail spirit among the girls they had sent out. She knew who exactly was there, and she understood that the young master could not have escaped from captivity so easily. She was furious because she knew that he definitely wouldn't be able to hold out this time. But a moment later, she was taken aback and turned around as the girl was running towards her at full speed. Shivel looked at the girl with cold fury and asked where her manners were. With lightning speed, the girl asked for forgiveness, but she had an urgent message. Shivel looked closely at the girl, as if something had happened. A moment later, the girl shouted that the 8th floor had also fallen, and unfortunately, they had failed. Shivel was shocked by this news, as she understood that this question could not be. She sighed heavily and was taken aback. The girl screamed and, alarmed, called the lady. She was taken aback and trembling. Shivel, trembling, asked the girl how this could happen. She was shocked, as he managed to defeat them in less than a few hours. Shivel looked closely at the girl and interrupted his wife, asking if she had really seen it with her own eyes. The girl said that she had gone to look because she did not believe what she had heard, but neither of them was able to stand on their feet. Taken aback, she said that there was something that should be noted. Shivel looked at the girl in surprise and asked what she was talking about. The girl informed her mistress that they had not been able to find a single trace of the young leader. The young gentleman dealt with all the girls with ease. Controlled ejaculation is the highest level for any man, a legendary level that was created when Emperor Yang of the Sui dynasty spent 12 but whose with his 80 concubines, an unheard of limit of the art of lovemaking. Shivel was puzzled because she assumed that the young master had studied everything. She was sure that he had mastered the art of lovemaking, so he had passed all the floors in one breath. She was puzzled, because she understood that if they could not capture the young master this time, then the bloody palace would mercilessly deal with the pleasure palace. She remembered him grinning and saying that he would have them all fixed in a few days. Shivel was aware of the fact that if things continued like this, her mistress might also be dragged into it. She knew that she had to quickly prevent this in order to protect the inhabitants of the palace. She always had to do everything alone. She was furious and knew that she couldn't let the young master get to the lady. Shivel shouted at the girl to send the male perfume to the young master, because no matter how skilled a lover he was, he couldn't fix a man. She screamed that they needed to do something to prevent him from rising to a higher level. The girl, gritting her teeth, said that she understood everything and would do everything immediately. Shivel understood that if he climbed one floor, nothing would reach her level. Shivel knew full well that she would risk her life to protect her mistress. At the same time, in the small palace, everyone froze in place as they saw the terrible man. He looked at everyone present with anger, as they wanted to harm his family. The young lady was taken aback and looked at the man with fear. He looked at them with cold fury and anger and said that he had been informed to expect guests, but he did not think that they would come from the pleasure palace. White Snake Flower Han Soso, as soon as she became the palace master, she got rid of all those who supported the former master under the pretext of creating a new generation. He was furious because he couldn't imagine that she would get involved with the small palace. While walking around the city on his business, the man casually informed him that very soon guests might come to their palace, so he should be ready for anything. The man delivered the message and disappeared into the crowd with lightning speed. The technician was burning with anger and was shrouded in a murderous aura. Chihami, in turn, looked at the man warily. The man looked sideways at his friends and informed them that the man had a completely different aura and that he could be dangerous. Chihami looked at her companions with fury and asked if they really thought they would be safe if they failed the missions and returned back. She said that 2 of them could deal with the warrior while the 3rd killed the girl. A moment later, the men prepared for battle. Old Teshik looked at them with cold fury and said that no matter what they did, they would die at his hands. A moment later, the men headed towards their enemy. With lightning speed, the man pounced on Yul Teshika. Yul Teshik did not lose his head, and with lightning speed dealt his enemy a crushing blow. The man froze in place from shock as he received a very strong blow. Yul Teshik, with fury, quickly threw his enemy against the wall. But after a few seconds, another man was already approaching him. A few seconds later, Yul Teshik was surrounded by enemies. The man turned around with lightning speed, but at that moment, small daggers were flying at him. He easily dodged the enemy's blade, but on the other hand, small daggers were waiting for him. But a moment later, he easily captured the enemies in his hands with his power. The men were shaking as if they couldn't move. They were in shock because they knew it was simply impossible. But at the same time, Yul Teshik easily held his enemies back. A moment later, he looked at his daughter and told her to close her eyes. The young lady obeyed her father's order with lightning speed. Everyone else stared at the man. At the same time, the man, out of breath, asked his enemy for space, but it was all in vain. A crushing aura enveloped them, and a moment later, their heads exploded. The young people froze in shock, as they did not expect to see anything like this. The man looked at his enemy with anger and asked how he dared to do such a thing to his brothers. He turned around and ran towards the girl with lightning speed because he knew that he would have time to kill her. But a moment later, Ayultak stood up to protect my friend and did not allow the man to strike her. Ayultak looked at his teacher and said that he himself could have dealt with him. He did not understand why he forced him to do this. Yultashik told the young man that for him this was a real training battle. The man was furious because they were having a casual small talk. He angrily asked if he was disturbing them. A moment later, the man began to hit the young man. Yul Teshik, in turn, told his student where his enemy would strike. Ayultak shouted in a hurry that he knew everything. Yultak, with lightning speed, dodged the blows. The man dealt blow after blow, but all the while dodging and avoiding injury. But a moment later, he parried the blow and dealt his own hard blow to the enemy. After some actions, Yultak, left my enemy without pants. The young lady was shocked. She screamed, I Yultak shouted to my friend to close her eyes if you want to live. Yulteshchik looked intently at his student and said that it was too early for him to relax. A moment later, the man dodged the blow and delivered his own. Ayultak was taken aback for a moment and cried out. At this moment, the man attacked with fury, no matter what. Ayultak was in shock, but I knew that he had to win no matter what. Ayultak, in turn, smoothly and easily dodged the man's blows, and he, striking another blow, missed. The man, breathing heavily, looked at the young man in surprise and asked if during the day you were really a demon who was hidden inside. A moment later, Ayultak dealt a crushing blow to my enemy. Ayultak screamed as blood splashed on him. He was in shock and running around in circles, shouting to his girlfriend that he was bleeding and dying. She sighed heavily and shouted that the man had barely touched him and he should stop crying. Ilteshik looked at the young man closely, as he was indeed difficult to figure out. He understood that although the young man acted like a treble warrior, he still managed to defeat a top-level mercenary with ease. The master noticed that the young man reacted as the situation developed and stepped on the opponent's feet after seeing how he moved. He knew that this could not be learned by simply studying martial arts, and it could only be done if the person had a lot of experience in killing. He knew that he would learn more about this when he trained him. Eulteshik turned around and looked intently at the girl. Trembling with fear, she screamed that he should not come near her. He looked at her with cold fury and said that if she took even one step, she would die. Chai Hami, trembling with fear, begged the man not to kill her. She said that she would do whatever he said. He looked at her with rage and said that in that case, she should kill herself. The young lady was taken aback and froze in place in shock, as she did not expect such a thing. She was confused and didn't understand when everything went wrong. Chihami wondered if inviting the merciless demons had been a mistake, or if the young man who had bought the man time was to blame. A moment later, she turned around as she heard the voice of a young man. Ayultak looked at the man with a smile and said that they could take pity on her. She looked at him in surprise, as she had not expected this. He sighed heavily and said that he had told her earlier not to go so far. He did not understand why she had made things so complicated, but in turn, he admitted that she was indeed crazy. She looked at him in bewilderment, as she did not understand why he was doing something like that. At the same time, the young leader slowly climbed up to the floor. A moment later, he froze in place as the men greeted him. He looked at them with bewilderment. Ma Chongso looked at the men in surprise, as he did not know that they were in the palace, but he assumed that they were needed for Togo to carry out various assignments. The men looked at the young master and said that it was an honor for them to serve him. With lightning speed, they showed their respect to the young leader. He ironed, sighed, and said with a smile that he had not expected the men to be so happy to see him. A moment later, the man smiled and introduced himself. He looked at the young master with a grin, as he was ready to serve him. The young master froze in place in shock, but a moment later he saw a little smoke around the men. The man smiled and said that today they, the male spirit squad, will make sure to satisfy every single one of the young master's bodies. Ma Qianso froze in shock as he didn't expect anything like this. He was taken aback and wondered if they were errand boys. A moment later, he couldn't bear it any longer and used the art of a supreme demon lord. He looked at everyone present with cold fury and enveloped them in his power. A moment later, a very strong explosion thundered in the building. After a strong explosion, young people lay on the ground, and devastation reigned all around. And at the same time, the young lady sat quietly on the ground in the hall. She was taken aback and turned around because she heard some noise. She looked at the young gentleman in bewilderment and asked how he ended up in the hall. She was shocked because she realized that he had managed to defeat the men as well. Ma Cheongso, with suppressed anger, looked at the young lady and said that if this was all that the Pleasure Palace could do, then it was a little depressing to him. Shivel was shocked and couldn't believe that he had dealt with them so quickly. She looked at the young leader and asked what he had done to them. He looked at her and said that now that he thought about it, a few days seemed like too long a time. He looked closely at the young lady and asked where the palace master was now. She sighed heavily and said that she saw that he had come prepared for them. He looked at her with fury and said that she must call the palace master immediately. She sighed heavily and said that, unfortunately, she couldn't do that. He looked at her with bewilderment in a way he had not expected. She sighed heavily and said that she would not ask how he managed to get to her, but she only asked him to leave the palace after a few days. He sighed heavily and said that he was not at all happy with this. She sighed heavily and said that she was the one who was asking him to do this, and she was only advising him. He looked at her in surprise and asked why she tried to kill him. She said that if there was a way to stop him from making a mistake, then she would definitely try to do it. A moment later, the young gentleman sighed heavily, but did not answer. He looked at her with a smirk and asked how she was going to stop him. She sighed heavily and asked what they could offer him so that they couldn't defeat him. A moment later, she slowly moved her weapon towards the young master. He looked at her with a grin and asked if she was confident in her abilities. Shivel said she didn't know where he learned the art of lovemaking, but even if he knew martial arts, it would be difficult for him to defeat her. He looked at her intently and asked what would happen if he did advance. She sighed heavily and said that she would have to stop him, but she strongly advised him not to do so. The young gentleman thought for a moment and looked away. A moment later, he looked at her closely and asked if the space was too much for her alone. She looked at him in bewilderment and asked if there was something that didn't suit him. The young leader thought for a moment, knowing that there were 4 hours left before the 2 days would be up. A moment later, he lay down on a rock and said he would wait until the 2 days were up. Machionso sighed heavily, knowing that he could use some sleep. At the same time, the young master was being watched by mercenaries preparing to strike. Ayul-Teshik looked at them intently and said that he would count to 3 and they would go inside. Ayultak asked in surprise if the man had really offered to marry him. He shouted that he was not talking about that at all. Ayultak shouted to the man that marriage is an important event in life, and he agreed to marry, only he did not want her to be his companion. The young lady was shocked, but he turned around and told her to keep quiet. At the same time, the man was burning with anger. Ayultak froze for a moment as I saw the murderous aura. A moment later, he turned to the girl and said that he couldn't do this, and that she would have to die. She was in shock and screamed at him. A moment later, the man looked at them with cold fury, as he had already counted to 3. But a moment later, he heard a noise and turned around and froze for a moment in surprise as he saw men. He was shocked because he unexpectedly saw the Forbidden Squad. Ayultak looked at them in surprise and asked if they had come to kill the girl. Chongbiran was shocked and shouted that they had come to save her. Ayultak looked at the man with bewilderment and asked where he managed to fight, since he looked kind of shabby. Chongbiran froze for a moment, not knowing what to answer. They arrived at the scene some time ago. Ayul-Teshik looked at the young people with anger and asked if they were really the guests they were expecting. He looked at them with cold fury and shouted that he would first neutralize them. After some time, he dealt with everyone. Chongbiran was shocked and shouted at the man, but he did not respond to his words. Ayul-Teshik, leaving, told the young people to wait for him at the place. Chongbiran was shocked because he knew that they should have left back then, and it would have been the right decision. They could have used all the remaining strength they had to escape to the trading palace and report the situation. But he was very interested in the man, and he wanted to know who he really was. But when he saw how easily the man dealt with the enemies, he was taken aback. He was shocked because he felt the highest art of blood. He was shocked because the man easily removed 3 merciless steel demons with the highest cultivation realm, and the only one who was capable of such a thing in their time was the leader of the Supreme Demon Squad, Minbi, Sake. He was furious because he knew that he would definitely recognize him, because he had previously heard that the man had become crippled. He did not understand how he had managed to return. He knew that now was not the time for recklessness, and he needed to get away from the battlefield as soon as possible. But as he left, he froze in place and began to tremble. He felt a murderous aura enveloping him. He was in shock because he understood that he could easily die on the spot. He knew that if he moved even a millimeter, he would die. Ayultak looked at the young people in surprise and asked if they had really come to save them. He asked with a grin if they had really eaten something wrong and decided to do something like that. Chongbiran said that they were worried that the young leader might be in danger. The young man looked at them in surprise and asked if they knew that he was in danger. Chonbiran was taken aback as he realized that he had said too much. Il-Tashik approached the man with lightning speed and asked him with cold fury why he was so scared. Trembling with fear, the man asked for forgiveness and said that he was not scared at all. The inspector told the man to look at him. Il-Tashik looked at the man with cold fury and asked if he knew who he really was. Chonbiran, in turn, was trembling with fear and unfortunately could not say a word. Chonbiran breathing heavily, he said that he had no idea who the man really was. The technician asked threateningly if this was true. The inspector looked at the man and said that he was asking again and that he should think carefully before giving an answer. Il-Tashik asked Chonbiran if he knew who he really was. Chonbiran knew that this was a disaster. He wondered what he was, the highest Ming demon squad. A group of martial arts warriors who guarded the cult leader and could kill people inside the cult, each member of the warrior squad with the highest cultivation faith. At that time, a set of warrior squad with the highest level of skill proficiency. This was especially true when it came to Il-Tashik, the former Lidera. No matter how many days he fought, his energy was exhausted. He was incredibly cruel and always seemed to share his likes and dislikes. He remembered the letter he had written to the young leader. A moment later, he sighed heavily and said that he knew who the man really was. Il-Tashik looked at the young man with murderous fury and said that in that case he should die. The young man was taken aback and said that he did not know. With the speed of lightning, he fell on his knees and said that he would forget about it for the rest of his life, and he swore an oath on his life. The technician looked intently at the young man, but said nothing. A moment later, he slowly raised his hand and everyone froze. But after a few seconds, he used his power on everyone gathered. The inspector looked intently at the man and shouted that he was a simple layman who no longer belonged to anyone. Il-Tashik looked at the young man with cold fury and asked if he understood him. Chonbiran was shocked and shouted that he remembered it. A moment later, the man calmed down and removed his power, but after a few seconds, everyone fell to the ground with a roar. A moment later, he turned and looked at the young lady without looking closely. She stood there in shock, not knowing what to do. He looked at the young men and said that they should take the child into custody while he would go to the young leader. With lightning speed, the men ran up to the young lady. She was furious and screaming to be let go. Chonbiran looked at her people closely and shouted what they should do. The technician looked at the young man with a grin and said that they would make some minor adjustments, and then she would be of some use. At the same time, the young leader was quietly dozing on a rock, but a moment later he was taken aback and opened his eyes. He realized that she was already here. He stood up and stretched slowly, but a moment later he said with a grin that it seemed like it had already been 2 days. Shivel sighed heavily and said that he could now leave. He looked intently at the girl and said that after all, some business kept him here. She sighed heavily, leaning against him, wondering if he was still insisting. She said that he couldn't get through her. He sighed heavily and asked why she had given him a few days. She thought, not knowing what to answer. He looked at her intently and said that he would ask differently. Ma Cheong-seo looked at the young lady intently and asked if she knew why he had been waiting for her for these past few days. She looked at him in surprise and asked if he had really been waiting for her. She sighed heavily and said that it was amazing. A moment later, she was taken aback as he rose up with lightning speed. She looked intently at the young master, as she did not know what he was going to do. A moment later, the young lady stood up with lightning speed and looked warily at the young master. Ma Cheong-seo looked at her intently and called out. A few seconds later, there was a loud explosion. The young lady was shocked and confused. The young leader looked at her with a fierce grin and said that they could place bets. A few minutes later, his faithful comrade appeared behind his shoulder. She was in shock because she did not understand how something like this could happen. The young lady looked intently at her friend and called out to her with tears in her eyes. Shivel was shocked because she didn't understand how they could have grabbed her. The young leader looked at her with cold fury and anger. A moment later, he said with a fierce grin that whoever moved from the spot would die. Shivel froze in shock and stared at the man. She was shocked because she saw that his hands were covered in blood. The young gentleman asked his friend if he had killed them all. The man informed the gentleman that he had only killed one and no one else was harmed. Ma Chong-seo sighed heavily and asked if he should praise him. The man informed the gentleman that he had done all he could. Shivel was furious and did not understand what the young master had done. He looked at her with a fierce grin and, coming closer, asked if she was asking because she knew. He looked at her intently and said with a grin that that was the bet. She was shocked and screamed that in that case he had lost since he had moved first. He looked at her in bewilderment, but a moment later he asked if she really wanted him to be able to do it. A few seconds later, the young leader called his subordinate. He said that there were several people above the ceiling now. There were people in the bushes. He told his subordinate to kill everyone on the spot if anyone moved. The young lady froze in place for a moment, as she did not expect to hear such a thing. She was shocked and wondered how he knew the location of the floating ghost squad on the 10th floor. The young gentleman slowly approached the young league and said that he had been waiting for several days. At the same time, Chi-hami looked at everyone with tears in her eyes. Ma Chong-seo looked at the young lady with cold fury and anger and said that he wanted them to understand who they were dealing with. The young lady, in turn, did not listen to him any longer as I rushed towards the young gentleman with lightning speed. The young leader stood quietly and watched the young lady intently. He looked at her with cold fury and said that she would immediately see everything for herself and feel all his power. But a moment later she stopped as the head of the house gave her a sign. Han So-so told the young master that from now on he should conduct all conversations only with her. Ma Cheon-so looked up with a grin because he was pleased. The young lady shouted at the lady of the palace that she could not allow this to happen. A moment later the young lady promised, for the mistress said that the young master must pass. She was furious but still allowed him to go to his mistress. At the same time, the young gentleman was slowly climbing upstairs. Han So-so looked at the young leader with a smirk. He looked at her intently and with a fierce grin said that he had previously told her that they would see each other again. She looked at him intently, but did not answer. She asked if he really had come to her alone. He said that he had come to the palace master's abode and therefore saw no need for anyone outside to be present. She said that in that case he would not mind if she closed the door. A moment later he said he didn't mind, and a few seconds later the door closed. Han So-so looked at the young master with a fierce grin and said that she thought he was just wandering around mindlessly. He looked at her with bewilderment and asked if it was really him, and he had behaved like that before. He was puzzled, since the path to her had caused him a lot of problems. She smiled and said that it was so, but she did not expect that he would come to her harboring his anger. She looked at him with cold fury and asked if someone had ordered him to destroy the pleasure palace. He knew that she thought the same as the master of the palace of trade. She said that she heard that he had dealt with all her people. She knew that it was impossible to achieve this only through the art of lovemaking. She asked if he had really learned the art of passion. She really wanted to know who taught him this. She asked if it was the cult leader who did it. He wondered if she was talking about a higher demon now. He didn't understand how she came to this conclusion, but he asked her to continue the conversation. She said that at first she thought that he was full of them, with the support of the rats from the Palace of Trade, since his behavior since the events in the Spring Pavilion was strange, but now she realized that she was wrong. She said that there was a warrior with such power in January with Trade, then one of them would already be dead. He looked at her intently, as he noticed that she was really straightforward and smart. She asked him with a smirk if he knew something. He looked at her with bewilderment, asked what she was talking about. She looked at him with a smirk and said that she was talking about the exact number of people in the cult who had reached the highest demonic realm. He knew that the highest demonic realm was the same as the realm of cultivation of the faithful above it. As is known, in the Central Plains, only 10 supreme worlds and 3 supremes had reached the highest realm of cultivation. You added to this number 5 border emperors, and in total there were no more than 20 people. She looked at him intently and said there were only 8 of them. She looked at him with a fierce grin and said that since she was the last one to reach this level, she thought she would be more accurate. The total number of true believers non-believers and masters from the borders, is only half of the total number of masters with the highest sphere of the cult of Min. And if they just look at the masters with the highest level of mastery, the faithful and non-faithful bugs, even the mind of the cult of minds, more than 20 warriors with the highest art of mastery, will not dare to utter a peep in their direction. So, as more than 10 had reached the highest evolutionary realm, which was also known as the Immortal Ascension level, there was no one stronger than the Ming cult. This fact was very shocking, and if the cult decided to go to the Central Plains, it would undoubtedly retain the victory. She said with a grin that this number had grown because a new member had appeared. Ma Chionso looked at the girl and said that he didn't expect that she would be able to reach the highest demonic realm. He thought that this was very good news for the cult. She looked at him with a smirk and said that this was bad news for him. He said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and she should talk to him again. She asked the young leader if they had been his target from the start, since he had brought a strong fighter. He sighed heavily and said that they had started first. She was furious and couldn't believe that he dared to lie in such a situation. She screamed furiously that she really hoped that he wasn't trying to make her believe such nonsense. She screamed that he had disappointed her. He wondered if she really believed that he had harmed a young lady. He was shocked and knew that these were unfounded rumors. He sighed heavily because he knew that this is exactly what the previous owner of the body would have done. He looked at him closely and said that she would know it when she saw it, and now it was his turn to ask questions. He asked why she thought the cult leader had taught him the art of passion. She froze in surprise for a moment, but after a few seconds the young lady burst into wild laughter. Hansoso asked with a smile if he had lost his memory in the corridor of the higher demons. He was surprised by such a question. She said that this was the only option that came to her mind, based on the fact that it was the leader of the cult who brought him to them. Hansoso said that that was not all. As far as she knew, the cult leader also ordered him to be sent to the high demon corridor. The young leader froze in shock on the spot, but said that he understood everything. Ma Chongseo lived a life of idleness in a pleasure palace. But after the cult leader saw this, he ordered the young man to be sent to the corridor of the higher demons for self-development, where he, unfortunately, met his death. After which the young man was reborn in a new body, and it was at this time that the cult leader left the palace. He looked at her with a gray expression and asked if she had any other suspicions. For example, that he had mastered the highest art of the demon, but she sighed heavily and said that his joke was very stupid. He looked at her in bewilderment and asked if she was so sure of it. From her reaction, he realized that the previous owner of the body was very untalented. She said that it was obvious to her. She said with a smirk that he was a hopeless successor from the start. Ma Cheonso said that she really does say whatever she wants. She smiled and said that he told her so himself. Ma Chongso looked at her with bewilderment as he did not understand why he needed to do this. The young leader looked at the young lady intently, as he did not understand why she was looking at him like that. He did not understand why he had to say about himself that he was a hopeless successor. She sighed and said that she agreed that he had lost his memory, but it didn't change anything, Ma. Chianso looked at her intently and said that as time goes by, everything definitely changes, and she can also become different. Looking away from the young leader, she said that there were people who should not change. He asked in bewilderment if she really considered herself one of them. She turned and looked at the young master with cold fury, but did not answer. She knew it was a very long story and asked if they could change the subject. She said he had made some mistakes and asked if he knew about them. Directing her power at the young master, she said that he dared to contact her people, and if she disregarded this once, it could happen again, but she had to repay him for what he had done, whoever he was. She looked at him with fury and said that this was the world they lived in, and after all, this was the only way a woman could survive in a cult. She looked at the young master with a fierce grin and said that he had made a mistake because he had come to her alone, but she did not stop and did not pass her power on him, and the young master began to freeze little by little. Hansoso looked at the young master with a fierce grin and said that he had previously said that he would get her, mocking him, She said that he could try to do so. Han Soso looked at him with cold fury and said that he could have done it if only he had managed to survive. A moment later, the young master called out to her with cold fury. She sighed heavily and said that he shouldn't even dare to beg her for mercy, but she also told him that she was impressed by the changes that had come over him. She looked at him with cold fury and anger and said that, unfortunately, she was not capable of such a thing. He sighed and asked if she really wanted to say that all this was just for the sake of protecting the palace. He said that this was exactly why she killed her guest on the first floor, only he thought that he dared to blab about her and about her comrades. She said that it was supposed to be a science for others. The young master said that it was contradictory. She said with a grin that the one who is stronger is always right, and also asked if this is not the teaching and cult. Holding back his rage, he said that of course it was only because of the teachings they had created that many people had lost their lives. He was furious and did not understand how long this would continue. She looked at him with cold fury and said that it was not his nature to say such things. A moment later, she shouted that their conversation was over, and with fury, she turned her power on him. After her actions, the young master froze in place as he was covered in ice. But after a few seconds, she was taken aback and looked at him in bewilderment as she heard the cracking of ice. Demonic ice art, another variation of the demonic art that was created for women. It was for this reason that the maidens who had learned the art of ice had close bonds of submission to their master. This is a martial art created for their master, the supreme demon. But he knew that they fell easily before him. A few seconds later, the ice began to crack with lightning speed. The young lady covered herself with her fan for a moment as all the ice began to fly towards her. She froze in shock when she saw the young leader standing over her. She was very surprised and impressed by his strength, as she did not expect such a thing. He looked at her intently and asked if she had said earlier that only 9 people had reached the highest realm of cultivation. He said with cold fury that she was wrong, and also that she had asked earlier why he had come alone. He said that he simply had no reason to bring anyone else. The young lady looked at the gentleman with cold fury and screamed that this simply could not be, but she saw that he was burning with anger and saw his crushing strength. He said that if she couldn't change, then he would destroy her with his own hands. She was shocked because she saw the supreme art of the demon lord. Using his power, he moved furiously towards the young lady. She froze in place for a moment, but after a few seconds she responded with her power. Using her power, she erected a wall of ice between them, but a few seconds later, the wall collapsed under the force of the young leader, while he furiously grabbed her head and throat. She froze for a moment from the silk when she saw his eyes blazing with anger. With lightning speed, he lifted her into the air with ease. She was shocked because she realized that he was a greater demon. Trembling with fear, she asked them if they had no chance to defeat him from the start. Ma Cheongso looked at her with cold fury and asked who the pleasure palace was for. She sighed heavily and said that of course it existed for the higher demon. He looked at her intently and said that it did. He looked at her with cold fury and said that her gaze had not changed at all. She looked at him in surprise and said that she had thought everything was the same. She looked at him intently and said that if he became a better lord, he could take over the cult. He looked at her with fury and asked how they would be different then. He asked if she felt injustice. She said, what was it worth? And asked the young leader why a woman should have to drag out such a miserable existence. Ma Cheongso, holding back his anger, said that she was a martial artist first and a woman second. He asked if she had any reason to kill. She said with a grin that that's what he told her. Ma Cheongso looked at her with cold fury and anger, knowing that she was a very dangerous woman. A moment later, the young lady asked the young leader to spare the others. He froze for a moment in shock, as he had not expected to hear anything like that. But a moment later, he asked why he should spare them. She said that all the people in the pleasure palace had previously been sold to someone, or kidnapped by someone. He looked at her in surprise, as he did not expect to live like this. She said that she was also a child who was born in the North Sea, not in a cult. He thought for a moment and remembered the girl, since judging by her appearance, she was of mixed blood, and it seemed to him then that his something was also terrestrial. He froze in rage as he realized that the children he had seen earlier had been sold. He looked at her with fury as he realized what a pleasure palace the place was. He said that children who found themselves in similar situations taught and perverted each other. He was furious and shouted that yes, but her place was like hell. She sighed heavily and said that she had done everything possible to break this cycle. She sighed heavily and said that he had called them evil, and in that he was right. She asked with fury if it were not for them, then who could have endured all that they had been through? He was furious because he knew it was all wrong. He was sure it was all for the sake of a pleasure palace. He asked if she wanted to save them. She sighed heavily and said that if he was going to throw some pathetic offer at her, then she better refrain, because he already knew his answer. He knew perfectly well that she hated her, despised the cult more than anyone else. Ma Chong-seo looked at her with cold fury and said that he was going to change this place. He intended to create a place where everyone could burn together without violating the higher and lower commandments. Ma Cheonso looked at her intently and said that he wanted to turn the demon cult into a Min cult. She was shocked and said that it was very stupid and asked him if he really thought it was possible. He laughed furiously at her throat and said that even if it was impossible, he had to do it, even if he had to destroy the heavenly mountain. She was shocked and asked if he was serious. She didn't understand why he had to go so far. Ma Cheonso looked at her intently and said that he was giving her a chance. He asked if she wanted to break the vicious circle of the pleasure palace. Ma Cheonso told the young lady that if she wanted to do this, then she should help him, because this was her only chance. He intended to rescue her from this hell. She was puzzled. She didn't understand why she should do this. If she believed in him, then the strained relationship between the cult of minds and the pleasure palace would be in the past. She looked away from him and asked what would happen if she didn't believe him. He looked at her with fury and asked if he could explain it more clearly to her. Han Soso told the young master that she remembered the first time he came to them. She looked at him with a smirk and said that his eyes were the same as they were then. He sighed heavily and said that this was not so because the past him had died. Reaching out to the young leader, she said that she would trust him and keep her promise. She smiled and greeted the higher demon. At that time, the young people were chained to the spot by the power of Yul Teshika. They were furious because they didn't understand what had happened. Yul Teshik turned around, looked at everyone present with cold fury and said that if they moved from their place, they would certainly die. They were shocked because they didn't know who the man really was, because his energy prevented them from moving. Yultak slowly entered their floor and said that they had already dealt with the lower floors, but a moment later he sighed in confusion, since they had caused quite a stir. Shivel was taken aback and froze in surprise. A moment later she looked at the young men with fury and asked why he was here. Yultak looked at her in surprise, and I asked if she was talking about him. She looked at the leader of the Forbidden Squad with cold fury and anger and asked why he came. The man froze in shock as he did not expect to be discovered so quickly. A moment later he looked away and said that she was mistaken. She asked furiously if he really thought that even though he had put on a human mask, she would still not recognize him. She asked furiously if this was all the work of the trading palace. Yultak sighed heavily as he noticed that they had a very depressing atmosphere. A moment later, he asked where the young master was now. The ladies froze in place and looked up intently. The young lady sighed heavily and asked the young gentleman if he could turn away for a moment. A moment later, he turned away. She looked at the young master intently and said that he had previously said that he wanted to free the pleasure palace. He said that he would do so when he had completed his plan. She sighed heavily and said that she would take a risk and trust him. He was taken aback. But a moment later he froze in confusion and wondered what she was doing, since the sound reminded him of the sound of a girl undressing. A moment later he turned and shouted at the lady to stop, for he had earlier informed her that the questions were that he was dead. But she looked at him with bewilderment. He sighed heavily because he noticed that she was just changing clothes. She said that it seemed that he was upset. The young leader said that this was not true. A moment later, he looked away from her confused gaze and said that he had another omission besides that. He said that she had said earlier that he had been to the palace before. She looked at him in surprise and said that he really had lost his memory. She had heard rumors before, but she didn't believe them. He said that the rumors were not far from the truth. That's why he asked. He asked if they had already used the charm technique on him. She looked at him in confusion. He said that on one of the floors there was a female musician who looked like a foreigner. She was surprised and asked if the girl had used a charm technique. He thought for a moment and said that it seemed like that was the case. She looked at the young leader with anger and said that the girl couldn't do such a thing because the charming technique was a forbidden demonic art. He said that he couldn't say for sure, but it seemed that not everyone followed the rules. She said that there was no charm technique in the pleasure palace because the art of demonic ice was already enough for them, and they didn't need another technique. He looked at her closely and asked if they had ever used this technique on him. She sighed heavily and said that he was just a pervert, and they didn't need to do that. He sighed heavily and said that they should leave the past in the past, and also asked how she related to his slaughterhouse palace. He said that he didn't care which palace, but if they refused to change, they would end badly. She said that the master of the He-Slaughter Palace was Guyan Ren, and if he wanted to change the cult, then he needed to get rid of him. Hansoso looked at the young master intently and asked if she could still speak like that. He looked at her in surprise and asked why she was asking him. She said that the Blood Palace Master, the Slaughter Palace Master, and the Chief Elder all had the same desire to become the next cult leader, but each had their own ways of achieving their goals. He sighed heavily, as he knew that this was expected, since even in the Muram Union opinions differed. Hansoso said that Guyan Ren did not want to be the leader. The young master looked at her in surprise and asked what he wanted then. She sighed heavily and said that he was eager to wipe the cult off the face of the earth. He was just a psychopath who enjoyed killing. At the same time, under the shelter of the night, there was a small wooden peak of the slaughterhouse palace. The man wanted to fill the cult with bloodthirsty demons and take the path to the central plain. Except for ambitions, he had nothing. At the same time, the young man ran away in a hurry. He turned around because he was very afraid, but in turn he asked for mercy. A moment later, he looked into the distance with a relieved smile, since he saw no one who could be pursuing him. But a moment later, he was taken aback as he heard someone's voice. He froze for a moment in shock as he saw a silhouette in front of him. The young man looked at the man with a fierce grin and asked the man why he didn't run away. The man, breathing heavily, begged for mercy. The young man smiled and asked the man if he wanted to run some more. The man prayed and begged the young man for mercy, as he did not want to die in such a place. On his knees, he begged for mercy. The young man sighed heavily, as the man did not want to leave and did not want to come back. The man, bursting into tears, said that he wanted neither one nor the other. The young man looked at the man with anger and said that he was very boring. He looked at him with fury and asked why he didn't leave. He didn't understand how he dared to say that he didn't want to. He looked at the man intently and asked if he had treated him badly. Raising his head, the man froze in shock as he saw a face full of anger and hatred. The young man, in turn, asked the man why he did not want to return. A moment later, he dealt the man a crushing blow, and he fell to the ground, and he looked at the man with a satisfied grin. As he left, he told his henchmen to get rid of the man. Earlier, he heard a very interesting name from the man, Mo Yeon-hui. He said, with a satisfied grin, that it seemed like the young man should be more cheerful. At the same time, in the trading palace, the gentleman was laughing as he read about all the adventures of the young gentleman. Chongbiran wrote that he found the young gentleman and called him from the pleasure palace in time. Chongbiran said that he would stay with him for a while and take advantage of the moment when he introduced himself. Chongbiran, he said that the main thing when fishing is to remain patient, and then perhaps you will be able to catch a bigger fish. In any case, he was now in the small palace. He wrote that he needed funds to buy the trust of the young leader, so he asked the head of the trading house to send them to the small palace. Jong Se-min was surprised as the young man entered the inner circle. He, in turn, was glad because he understood that he had managed to raise the young man correctly. He wanted to trust the young man and give a generous donation. Chongbiren was furious and didn't know how much longer he had to do this. He was shocked and didn't understand why he had to do this. He looked at the girl in surprise and asked why she was here. She sighed heavily and looked at him intently. She remembered how Shivel scolded her because of her, the palace masters and all the girls experienced serious humiliation. Old Teshik looked at the girl intently and asked if he could take the child. Han Soso sighed heavily and said that the girl was of no use to her anymore and they could kill her if they wanted. The young master looked at his subordinate in surprise and asked why he needed her. Il Teshik said that one young man asked to spare her life. At the same time, she was furious. Because she didn't know why she was here, she wanted to just be shot. She was in shock and didn't understand who was singing their guests with poison, spraying energy, and then forcing them to train. Old Teshik came closer to them and asked if it wasn't obvious. He looked at the young men with cold fury and said that he might trust the young leader, but he did not. So while they were here, he would watch them. She was shocked. She didn't understand how he could treat his girlfriend so rudely. He looked at her closely and said that it seemed like she still didn't understand anything, so he gave her more loads. Everyone looked at the girl with fury, as they also had to carry out the order. As he left, he said that she was first and foremost a martial artist, and only then a woman, and accordingly there would be no exceptions or concessions. He said that they all had to curb the mass of their bodies. Sometime later, they finished their intense training, but unfortunately it was already late evening, Yule. The supervisor said that they were done for today, but that they all had to be present at training tomorrow morning. A moment later, the young man fell to the ground with a crash. He was furious because he was a warrior from the highest cultivation realm. He didn't understand why he had to do some third-rate exercises. The young man sighed heavily and said that it was indeed very difficult. But when the training was over, he surprisingly did not feel any loss of strength, and after that, he felt stronger. Chongbiran thought for a moment, as he realized that the young man was right. Being able to fight using the internal technique, destruction is the foundation. But when he used it, it was difficult for him to maintain the required rhythm, so his strength had a limit. He sighed heavily as he assumed that this was the reason why he couldn't break through that limit. He realized that his body wasn't strong enough for the level he wanted to reach. He was taken aback and wondered if the man was giving them such training to help them reach the pinnacle. He was shocked because in this way he became dependent on the small palace. The next day, the young lady came to the library and met the man. She was surprised because she did not expect that their meeting with the dark shadow would happen exactly like this. Jagalton said that he did not know that the lady of the Palace of Pleasure would join them today. Han Soso said that it is quite possible that yesterday's enemies will be singing tea and laughing together today, just as the heavenly sower remains in the cult. The man sighed heavily and said that these were true words. For a while, the young gentleman stood quietly and drained their dialogue. He couldn't stand it, and sighing heavily, I said that I was very glad that they had found common ground, but I would like them to move on. He looked at them intently and said that they needed to resolve an important issue earlier, because he had been at odds with the Pleasure Palace. There were too many witnesses then, so rumors could spread. She smiled and said that they had already spread other rumors, and perhaps new rumors had already appeared about him. Jagalton told the young lady that it would actually be good if there were many rumors. She smiled and said that she was of the same opinion. Considering that both the Pleasure Palace and the Commerce Palace were silent, it would be difficult for people to understand whether it was true or false. He remembered his previous conversation with Yule. Teshikom. Then the man informed his master that only one had died, and all the others were alive. The one that the bloody master discovered was Yuvol, a girl who had used the charm technique without the palace master's knowledge. He was informed that the head of the house was deeply saddened by the death of the girl. He realized that there were many things that aroused his suspicions, but he knew that it would be better if he did not poke his nose into it. Hansoso said that she couldn't understand how they could not know that the young leader was here, but perhaps it was because of the request she had recently fulfilled. He looked at her in surprise and asked what request she was talking about. She said that the palace does not always have only one request. She said that she was always asked to kill high-ranking people, and recently the Murim Union has been making various attempts. Its name is the extermination of the demonic cult. For this reason, the palace has been taking all possible means to show its power. The young master was furious and wondered if the time had already come. They called it a time of unity, and they are willing to sacrifice their lives for the sake of unity. But in reality, it is a political ploy to spur people within the alliance to unite. For this reason, the true believers could not climb the heavenly mountain. They only reached the river and then retreated after the cult responded to their encroachment. He wondered if the extermination of the slave cult had already begun. Then the Dragonstorm squad he belonged to would be here before the others. He wasn't particularly worried, but even if he wasn't there anymore, they were. He sighed heavily and said that they needed to find out what the Murim Alliance was doing, since the Dragonstorm squad would definitely be ahead of everyone. The man looked at the young gentleman in surprise, but agreed with him. He remembered his past life and all his actions. The young lady looked at the young gentleman in surprise and asked what he meant by that. He was taken aback for a moment, not knowing what to answer. A moment later, he said that he would use as many forces as possible, since the Murim Alliance was not so easy to defeat. She sighed heavily and said that he did not need to worry about this, since the master of the Slaughter Palace himself had joined the campaign. He looked at her in surprise, as he did not expect to hear something like that. He understood that if a man was there, then there would be few representatives of the Dragon Assault Squad. She sighed heavily and said that she had told him before that he was the kind of person who would only do something as long as it brought him pleasure. He was furious because he knew the man was crazy. A moment later, the young leader said that in that case, they should go to the courtyard from the slaughterhouse because they probably didn't know everything yet. Jagalton looked closely at the young leader and said that the small palace would be a bit noisy for a while. Ma Chongso looked at him in surprise as he did not understand why he was saying such a thing, and for this reason, he asked if someone had sent mercenaries to them again. The man sighed heavily and said that this was not entirely true, because since the Palace of Trade and the Palace of Pleasure had arrived with their tales, it would now be more difficult for them to act, and besides, they showed interest in the young master. He said with a grin that it would be difficult for others to understand what had happened, and they would soon be arriving at the palace, so he had invited some people so that if there was any noise during the construction, he wanted everyone to be understanding. The young leader looked at the old man in surprise and said that in such a case rumors might spread. The old man sighed heavily and said that he would not allow this to happen, because not a single ant in the small palace would escape his gaze. The young master looked closely at his comrade with a satisfied smile. Han Soso looked at the young master with a smile and asked how about moving the pleasure palace to the sunny peak. He said that it was too early since there would be no benefit and they would attract unnecessary attention. He said that instead, he would leave her the building next door so that she could come over any time. She smiled and agreed. A moment later, the young master looked at his comrades intently and said that they could not be given time to prepare. He said that they should spread rumors so that it would be difficult to distinguish truth from lies, and he did not care at all what kind of rumors they were. He said that as long as they could stir up the interest of the followers, anything would do, and at the same time, he could easily get rid of all the palaces. At the same time, in the palace of the supporting sword, there was a commotion. The young man furiously asked his father if he was really going to give his daughter to such a person. He asked his father if he really thought that his plan would work if he just sat back. Dan Jiho shouted furiously that he thought the young master had changed at least a little after training in the High Demon Corridor, but in the end, nothing had changed. Dan Jonghak angrily told his son to calm down before he said something stupid. The young man was furious. He screamed and called for his father. Dan Jonghak looked at his son with cold fury. A moment later, he used his power and easily took the sword into his hands. Dan Chonhak shouted at his son to calm down and stop throwing a tantrum. The young man was furious and shouted that he could not back down. He asked his father to cancel the wedding. Dan Chonghak looked at his son with cold fury. But a moment later, he pointed his sword at him. A few seconds later, they started fighting. Dan Jiho asked his father with fury if he was still a child to him. He said that he was the leader of the extermination squad. The man looked at his son with fury as he dared to block his blow. Danjiho asked his father if he didn't feel sorry for his daughter. He asked angrily if he hadn't heard anything about the rumors, since the young master had just been having a fun time in the pleasure palace a few days ago. Danjiho screamed furiously at her father that he couldn't do this. He remembered his little sister coming to him. My father was crazy about swordsmanship, and since he was not talented enough, he trained day and night. But when he looked at his sister, who had inherited their father's talent, he thought she had it all. But all the young girl really needed was a family. He shouted that a father couldn't do this to his daughter. A moment later, he turned and walked away. He was furious because he knew he would never forgive his father for this. He knew that even if his father was not going to do anything, then he would do it instead of him. The man looked intently after his departing son. He wondered if his son had overcome his lack of talent through hard work. He understood that his son had almost reached the highest sphere of development, but he did not expect anything else from his son. A moment later, he called the leader of the squad and asked him if what his son said was true. The leader sighed heavily and said that it was all true. The man was furious. The young man understood that he had to bring him to the palace immediately. Although he had already tried to bring the young leader on the orders of the master, he was not indicated in the palace and returned empty-handed. He understood that this time everything would be different. After all, there was a difference between simply bringing it to her and bringing it by force. At the same time, the young master sat in his palace and quietly meditated. He thought with zeal that the Slaughter Palace, Bloody Palace, and Support Sword Palace were different from other palaces because they were created for war. He wondered to what extent he could do business with them at the moment. He knew they were outnumbered. He was aware of the fact that if they went to war with the Slaughter Palace, they would definitely lose. He knew that he had to stay away from Guyan Ren and kill him so that they would have at least some chance of winning. He heard that the elders were coming, but there was no news from them yet, and from time to time he heard strange sounds from the cellar. He couldn't figure out where exactly they were digging the underground tunnel. Many moments later, he heard the weather go away. The young gentleman looked out the window in bewilderment. The man shouted that they were the sword-fighting squad from the Sword Support Palace, and they should open the gate immediately, since they were coming for him. The young lady slowly opened the gate, not understanding what was happening. Chihami sighed heavily as the young men were very noisy. She said that they introduced themselves, and they now know who the young men are, so they can just open the gate. Ewelharan told the girl that the small palace was not a dive bar, and they could not open the gates to just anyone. They argued among themselves for some time because they did not know what to do. Ayultak, stretching, slowly approached the girls. Ayultak looked at them intently and asked what was going on. Ewelharan sighed heavily and said that she didn't know what happened, but some weirdos from the palace came for the young master. He looked at her intently and asked if she had just said that someone from the Palace of the Supporting Sword had come to see her. A moment later, the young man opened the gate with lightning speed. Ayultak looked closely at everyone present, as I wanted to know how many there were. Danjiho looked at the young man and said that they came for the young master. Ayultak looked at them in surprise and asked if they had really come for the young master. The young man said that everything was correct. Ayultak looked at the young man with fury and asked if the cult leader was his friend. He asked if he did not wish to show respect when addressing the young master. Danjiho looked at the young man with bewilderment. Ayultak furiously asked his opponent if he knew who he was, because it was impossible to simply behave like that with him. The man, holding back his rage, said that he did not know who he was, but the young master had obligations, and he had to meet his sister. Ayultak casually looked at the young man and asked if he was really that untalented heir to the palace. The man looked at him with fury and said that with such a long tongue as his, he would not be able to live long. Ayultak looked at the young man with a cold rage and said that it seemed that he came to them because of the ice flower, but he told the young man not to be a fool and not to interfere with the personal life of the young leader. He asked angrily why he wanted to take the young leader. Danjiho looked at the young man with cold fury and asked if it was true that the young master had visited the pleasure palace. The young man froze in place for a moment in surprise. He was taken aback, not knowing what to answer, but a moment later the lady said with a grin that he was indeed there. She looked at him with a grin and asked why he asked about it. She asked with a grin if he really wanted to get there too, but later she said that since he was the heir to the palace, she could entertain him. The young man froze in place with rage. Everyone looked at him warily as they saw that he was burning with anger. He looked at the girl with cold fury as he recognized her. Ayultak with lightning speed pushed the young lady away and told the young man that everything was not as he might have thought, because there was a misunderstanding, since the young lady was thrown out of the pleasure palace. But the young man would not listen to them any longer, and a moment later he drew his weapon. Ayultak froze in place for a moment as a sword passed his throat. But a moment later, everyone was taken aback and froze in surprise as they noticed that the young man had cut through the gate with his ease. He was burning with anger and fury and shouted for the young leader to come out right now. Ayultak was taken aback and told the girls to move away. A moment later, they turned around and stared at the young master who was walking towards them slowly. The young leader was puzzled and asked what was going on. He looked at everyone present and asked if the sword support palace had now sent out its assassins. The young man looked at the young leader with cold fury and called out to him. He was furious and did not understand how the young leader dared to do this to his sister. He asked the leader if he really thought he could get away with it. Ma Chongso looked at the young man with bewilderment, as he did not understand what he was talking about. He wondered if the previous owner of the business had done something to his sister. The man was furious. He shouted at the young leader that he couldn't pretend to not understand anything, because what he had done was tantamount to declaring the supporting sword palace his enemy. Ayultak told the young man that his sister might be the young leader's fiancée, but the reason he was so lustful was because he had something to fuel his devices with. Ma Chongzhou was taken aback for a moment and asked if he really had a fiancée. The man angrily asked the young man if he was really making fun of him. He did have a fiancée, but when he was a completely different person. He was shocked and could not imagine such a thing. He knew that although the young man was a young leader, but in turn, he did not understand who in their right mind would want to give their daughter to such a lustful pervert. Dan Jiho furiously asked the young master how he dared to do this, because not everything was allowed to him. He did not understand how he could forget that his sister was his fiancée. He did not understand how the young master could walk to the water, the pleasure palace. Ayultak told the young master that he should not listen to the rude man. Ayultak angrily asked the young man if the young leader was some kind of fool. He shouted at the young master to call the bloody master to them because he had to deal with him. The young master sighed heavily and told the bloody master to deal with him. A moment later, Yultashik took Yultak. The young master looked at the young man intently and asked what his name was. Dan Jiho looked at the young master with bewilderment. Ma Cheonso was taken aback and said that he would like to hear the name of his bride. The man asked the young master with cold fury if he had forgotten the name of his bride. Ma Chongso spoke the name of his bride. A moment later, he informed everyone present that he was heading to the sword support palace. At the same time, the young lady happily ran to her nanny. She told the nanny with a joyful smile that she was leaving. The madam was shocked and asked the young princess if she really wanted to completely destroy her relationship with her father. She asked the princess not to say such nonsense because she was very worried about her and therefore did not sleep well. Danyeva asked the nanny if it was because of her that she couldn't sleep. The madam sighed heavily and said that she was simply very worried about the princess because she was already quite old, so it was time for her to find a life partner. The princess happily said that she had already found the man of her dreams. The lady asked with a smile if she had finally seen you, the young gentleman. The princess was shocked and screamed that of course it was not so. She said she could simply break off the engagement, but a moment later, Madam covered her mouth with her hand. She shouted hastily at the princess that she should not say such terrible things, because someone might find out about it. Danyewa said that she didn't care. She screamed that the young master was having fun in the water at the pleasure palace, so she too would date the guy and marry someone else. The lady was taken aback and looked at the princess in surprise. She was very shocked by her statement. Danyehwa told the nanny not to be too surprised because the man of her dreams wore a mask and a cloak and very often appeared suddenly as if from underground. He also saved the emperor who was in trouble and freed the cult warriors. The young man became a hero who defeated Han of northern Yuan, and then he disappeared like the wind, and the people nicknamed him the Black Sun. She spoke with admiration that he had managed to achieve that which even the masters of the Bloody Palace and the Palace of Trade had refused. Madame sighed heavily, since the princess was talking about a man she had never met. She sighed heavily and asked the princess not to go anywhere, because soon there would be a young leader in the palace. The princess was surprised and did not understand why he had to come to the palace. The nanny was shocked and shouted that he, of course, should meet her. A moment later, they were taken aback as it was announced that the young leader had arrived at the palace. Madame said with a happy smile that it seemed like the young master had arrived on time. Ma Cheong-seo was taken aback for a moment as he was told to sit quietly in the room and wait for the palace master. He sighed heavily, as he knew about the palace, but not much. He did not understand what the meaning was that he was now in such a place. He sighed heavily, as he had recently found out that he had a fiancée, but unfortunately he knew nothing about her. He was puzzled by this fact, and at the same time angry, because he did not understand why his friend did not tell him anything about the bride. He was furious because he knew that he would deal with the young man as soon as he returned to the palace. A moment later, he turned around because he saw a silhouette on the street. He looked at the young lady who was hiding in surprise. He looked at her with bewilderment because he did not understand why she was like that. The young princess, in turn, noticed the young gentleman and, with lightning speed, turned around and walked away. But the young gentleman was faster than her, and with the speed of lightning he came out into the street and stopped her, and the young princess screamed in surprise. She was shocked and screamed for him to let her go. He sighed heavily and asked how long she would behave like this. The princess was puzzled because she did not understand why he showed interest in her, because last time he spoke as if he did not want to see her. He froze for a moment in surprise, but a moment later he said that the whole matter was not about her. The princess sighed heavily, since she did not believe him at all. He was shocked. He didn't understand why she was always angry with him when they saw each other, so he asked if she really hated him that much. The princess was angry. She screamed that she hated him with every fiber of her being. He sighed heavily and said that he didn't really love her either. She was puzzled, as she didn't understand what he was even saying. He sighed heavily and said that he did not hate her. She froze for a moment after his words. Ma Cheon-seo said that she studied martial arts, so he shouldn't worry too much. But he still asked her not to go anywhere without a good reason, and he also said that it would be better for her to stay in the small palace. She was shocked, didn't understand what he was even saying. The princess was in shock. She didn't understand why she needed to go anywhere at all. He looked at her tenderly and asked if maybe it was because that was where she belonged. The young princess froze in embarrassment, as she did not expect this. But in turn, she could not stand it, and with lightning speed, left the company of the young leader. Danyehwa was angry, because she did not understand why he said such things to her. A moment later, the young master turned around as he heard the man's voice. Dan Jonghak told the young leader that he heard that he had finished his training and asked to meet him to talk as a father-in-law to his son-in-law. The young leader looked at the man closely, as he was not like he had imagined. Now that he had met the man, he clearly understood why he was given the nickname of the Sword Demon. A moment later, the man used his power and a sword froze in a small circle. Ma Cheong-seo looked at the man in bewilderment and asked what all this meant. The man said he just wanted to see how much power his son-in-law had. Ma Cheong-seo looked at the palace master in surprise and asked if he didn't want to talk. The man said that instead of idle chatter, they could exchange blows. Ma Cheong-seo said that he was very sorry that he had not paid enough attention to his fiancée, but he did not think there was a need for it. The man looked at the young master with cold fury and said that he would be able to judge whether what he was saying was true or not only after the battle. Ma Cheong-seo was puzzled by the current situation, as he understood that he would still have to enter the battle. He was in shock because he knew he would just have to face the grief. He knew that the mountain in front of him was very powerful and indestructible because the man was a true master of blue-blooded martial arts, but the young master was not going to give up his superiority. A few seconds later, the young leader rushed towards Dan Chung-hak in order to strike him. A few seconds later, the man froze in place in shock. He was surprised and amazed as the young leader cut through 2 swords with 1 blow. Dan Chung-hak was taken aback and wondered if his swordsmanship level was the same as his. The young master looked at the man intently and said that there would be no wedding. Dan Chung-hak looked closely at the young leader, as he knew that he had said before that he had no intention of getting married. He looked at the young master with cold fury and said that it was not for him to decide. Ma Cheonso looked at the man with bewilderment and asked what he expected from him. He also asked for permission to meet his betrothed, as he wanted to offer her his sincere apologies. The man shouted with cold fury that it was up to them first and foremost to decide what to do about the engagement. He looked at the young leader intently and said that such decisions were not taken so easily. He asked if the young leader really wanted to make the battle sword squad his enemy. Ma Cheong-seo said that there must be something about the man. He had heard a lot about him, but it seemed that he had not been able to find out where he was until recently. As he left, the man told the young leader to stay in the palace, as he needed to spend some time with the battle sword squad. The man turned around and looked at the young leader with cold fury and said that he would give him an answer in a few days. Ma Cheong-seo stood still for a moment, left alone. He thought for a moment, since he managed to stop the detachable destructive strike. He was sure that he would have been able to block it, even if it hit with all its strength. He wondered how things would turn out if he used the strike in the Supreme Emperor cultivation technique. A moment later, the young leader was taken aback as Dan Ji-ho entered the room and looked at him menacingly. Dan Ji-ho looked at the young leader intently and told him to follow him. A moment later, they arrived at the training ground. The young leader looked at the warriors who were training with bewilderment. He looked at them in confusion, wondering why they were staring at him so intently, their gazes devastatingly threatening. The young people were excited and did not understand why the young leader was present with them in training. Dan Ji-ho sighed heavily and said that the young leader would be part of the extermination squad for a while. The young man was shocked. He didn't understand what the meaning of this was. Dan Ji-ho said for everyone to be quiet, as this was the order of the palace master. The young leader looked at them intently and said that they would live together for a while. The young man was taken aback by the surprise. Ma Cheong-seo looked closely at the young men and asked if they would like to at least say hello. The young man paused for a moment and asked if he really wanted to say hello. Everyone looked at the young leader with a stern and intent look. Dan Ji-ho sighed heavily and asked with a grin what they should do. He turned around and said that the extermination squad was full of unrestrained people. They had explosive temperaments and did not converse with spoiled morons. Dan Ji-ho, as he left, told his men that they should follow him. Ma Cheong-seo, in turn, looked after them intently. He sighed heavily because he knew that the Dragon Storm Squad had also behaved exactly like that at first. It was the squad from his past life. At the same time, there was a small gathering in the palace. Yul-teshik said that he was very curious when the small pavilion was built. He sighed heavily, looking at his companions, and said that it seemed that they could survive anywhere. Yul-teshik was puzzled that the young leader went to the sword support palace alone. Jagalton sighed heavily and said that things were moving faster than he expected, but it was still below his expectations. Han So-so smiled and said that it was because the rumors spread too quickly, and even the sword demon couldn't just stand by and watch. Yul-teshik looked at them in surprise and asked if they had already known about what was happening. She smiled and said that of course they had known about her, and she also said that it was unexpected that the man had allowed the young leader to leave alone. Yul-teshik said that the young leader was stronger than anyone else, and if the master of the supporting palace remained the same as he remembered him, then the man would not treat the young leader badly, but rather would follow him. Jagalton said that the sword demon was completely unprepared to fight with others. Besides, they will become a test and son-in-law very soon, so they don't need to worry too much about the young master. And now the main problem for them was the slaughterhouse. They needed to take care of it until they found out that they had united. Khan Soso said that if he did make the first move, then we could expect an escalation of the conflict. The old man said that their chances of winning in an open confrontation were slim. She looked at him with a smirk and asked, what if Guyan Ren did make a sign of himself? Jagalton said that the young man does not come out of the shadows so easily. He asked the girl if she thought about giving him a commission. She said that if they did, the summer brothel would starve for 6 months, as they would have to pay him a lot. The old man sighed heavily and asked if she had any other reasonable ideas. Consoso said with a grin that the bloody palace of all to meet the palaces. She said that now that the Oirats, the shackles restraining the trade palace, had disappeared, the master of the bloody palace would not sit quietly, but perhaps drawing a line in the relationship with the bloody palace. This is what the master of the trade palace wants most of all. Han Soso said that he was probably driven to despair by the fact that the leader of the forbidden squad was in the small palace. Yul Teschik sighed heavily and said that she was not keeping him, since the young man himself decided to stay. She said that to start with, they could weave a new path and bind the impatient master of the Palace of Commerce. She looked at the man intently and said that he would have to go to the trading palace with Zhongbiran. At the same time, there was a commotion in the small dining room. The man looked at the young gentleman and said that they were out of side dish. He suggested that he come back later or eat only beef jerky. The young gentleman was surprised as he saw that there was still a lot left in the small saucepan. He asked me if the man thought he was overdoing it by doing this with the food. The man was furious because he did not understand how such a logical person could be so tactless. Ma Chong-seo, in turn, looked at the man with bewilderment when he saw that he had broken the ladle with his bare hands. But a moment later, he said that the beef jerky was well cooked and he liked it very much. As he left, he heard distinct voices behind him. The men said that the young leader seemed to have no pride left at all. They did not understand why he was making a fuss over trifles. He slowly walked up to the table and sat down, because he knew that he just had to endure everything. It was not easy for him to stand up to all the guys, but at least he learned their ranks. A big guy, 4th in rank, Dan Ekman. Next to him was a dead freak with long arms, Dan Bon, 3rd in rank. The young men were furious because they did not know how long they should coddle the young master. They wanted to leave him alone so that he could see for himself what this world was like. The young men were ranked 1st and 2nd, Dan Shigen and Dan Tien. Ma Cheonso was furious and wondered how arrogant they were to think of themselves that they could say such things. He knew it was better for him not to get involved with them. As he left, the young man swore and glanced sideways at the young leader. A moment later, Dan Shigen shouted angrily and called out, "Dan Yaren!" Dan Yaren ran to the master in a hurry. But a moment later, the young man hit the boy and he screamed. He fell to the ground with a crash and dropped his wooden swords. Dan Shigen asked the young man with cold fury whether he really had to call him every time, since he had long ago ordered him to do everything. At the same time, Ma Cheong-seo saw an unpleasant picture. The young man sighed heavily and asked the gentleman for forgiveness. Dan Shigan looked at the young man with cold fury and told him to do everything as it should be. He asked the boy if he intended to become the only member of the extermination squad that had caused the quarrel between them. The young man was taken aback and shouted that this was not so. As Dan Shigan left, he told the boy to remember that they would not coddle anyone, whether he was new or small. The young man shouted that he understood. Ma Chong-so looked at the young man with cold fury because he knew that he shouldn't have done that. Because there were such idiots here too, and it didn't matter whether it was in the cult or in the union, it was the same everywhere. Sometime later, the young man stood quietly near a small well. He sighed heavily, but a moment later he heard the voice of a young man asking if he needed help. He turned around in a hurry and said that everything was fine and he could handle it himself.